Chapter 256. At this moment, Yi Chang was standing on the first level of the puppet channel. He could not help but frown as he watched the monsters being easily slaughtered by the elders of the Yi family. There seemed to have really been a change in the God-slaying mountain. 10 years ago, he had led a team to the God-slaying mountain. The guardian beasts of the God-slaying mountain were not at this level. He thought of the illusion of the first level and how easily they had broken through. He could not help but have a deep suspicion that the God-slaying mountain must have changed. The difficulty of breaking through had been directly reduced by half. Now, any expert could easily pass through. However, Yi Chang did not order the team to move forward quickly. Although the treasure of the God-slaying mountain was important and precious, the purpose of their trip was one person. A person who was more important and precious than the treasure of the God-slaying mountain, Yi Qinghan. Yi Chang, take 10 people and quickly break through. Night Spring, take 10 people with you and break through as quickly as possible. Be careful not to show off, and don't fight the outsiders. Finding Yi Qinghan is the most important thing. Everyone else, spread out and search for him. Night Spear didn't think too much about it. Everyone hurriedly obeyed and acted separately, leaving only Yi Chang, Yi Qingyu, and the other 2 elders of the family. The God-slaying mountain was very strange. There were countless parallel spaces in the puppet channel, and each group of people had to break through a different level. Moreover, the area was very large. Therefore, Yi Chang had no choice but to continue to break through and quickly spread out to find Yi Qinghan after passing through a level. Yi Ruoshui had said that Yi Qinghan had an 80% chance of survival, but he did not know whether Yi Qinghan was in one of the countless small spaces in the puppet channel or had already reached the 3rd level. He could only try his luck. Fortunately, the other major families had also separated and did not break through at the same time. In this way, they might be able to find Yi Qinghan and protect him. Yi Qingyu did not know the situation of the God-slaying mountain. Although she had come in, she had no clue and did not know how to change her real name to find Yi Qinghan. Yi Chang was always by her side, so she couldn't run away. Brother, Qingyu is here. She's here to look for you. But, where are you right now? She could only pray silently in her heart, praying that she could once again see the figure that had haunted her dreams countless times. Looking at the sky full of yellow sand, her heart began to tremble faintly. She tried her best to open her eyes wide and kept shouting in her heart, just like when she was in her own courtyard in the Yi family castle, looking at the direction of the barbarian city and the rising sun in the east. Yi Qinghan did not know that in the God-down mountain, his sister, woman, relatives, and friends were all looking for him. Of course, he didn't have the time to think about these questions. He was stunned by the things in front of him. At this moment, he was standing in a large hall of the unfettered pavilion. Looking at the furniture and decorations in the hall that were made of unknown materials, he was somewhat dumbfounded. He wasn't someone who didn't know what was good and what was bad. The Yi family was one of the 5 major families of the House of Aries, so the things in the family were considered top-notch. Moreover, he had also been to the Yu family and stayed there for a period of time. But at this moment, when he looked at the luxurious and expensive furniture in front of him, he felt like a country bumpkin entering a villa. A table made of jade, a black wooden chair made of an unknown material that exuded a faint fragrance, a screen that exuded an oppressive aura, a dazzling pendant decoration, and profound calligraphy and paintings hanging on the wall. Senior, these things must be very valuable. Following behind Lu Shi, Yi Qinghan observed for a long time and finally couldn't help but ask this question. He, you can't just use the word valuable to describe these items. Master is the most powerful person among the god emperors. He has countless treasures and wealth. This unfettered pagoda is one of his 12 celestial residences. Any one of the items here is enough for you to live comfortably in the firmament. Lu Shi smiled, but suddenly thought of something and said, Young master, you don't have to call me senior in the future. I'm your servant now. If you really want to call me that, just call me old dear. Otherwise, I'll be angry. Old dear, Then I'll call you old dear. You don't have to call me young master either, just call me little Han. That's what all the elders in my family call me. Lu Shi was being polite, but Yi Qinghan didn't dare to take advantage of him. At the same time, he thought of something and said, if I take one of these things out, will it be valuable in the Fire Dragon continent? Of course it's valuable. At least one of these things can be exchanged for a few so-called divine tools. Of course, don't think about it. You can't take any of these things out, at least not in the Fire Dragon plane. Okay, I'll tell you about these things later. This is just a side palace, follow me to the main palace. Lu Shi didn't explain too much, but quickly walked towards a corner in front of them. Oh my, this is just a side palace, there's still the main palace. Yi Qinghan felt dizzy again, and quickly followed Lu Shi. The main palace was a bit bigger than the side palace, and didn't have as many gorgeous decorations. The whole main palace could be described as empty, but what Yi Qinghan saw here made him even more shocked and excited. There was a black stone platform at the top of the main palace, and there were 3 things on the black stone platform. It was these 3 things that made Yi Qinghan's breathing become extremely rapid and fanatical. A sword as white as snow, a black saber, and a purple ring. Divine tool? Yi Qinghan finally cast a questioning look at Lu Shi. Although he looked very serious, his involuntarily trembling body and accelerated heartbeat betrayed his current mood. Things that could be placed in the main palace were definitely precious treasures, and precious treasures were divine tools that were even more powerful than divine tools. The most important thing was that there were 3 of them. Hee, little Han, don't get excited. Although these 3 are divine tools, only one is useful to you. The answer was revealed. Sure enough, they were all divine tools. However, Lu Shi's words still made Yi Qinghan feel slightly depressed. Why was there only one that was useful? This sword is called Broken Snow, so it's naturally a divine tool. Moreover, it's a high-grade divine tool among divine tools. Lu Shi walked to the front, and picked up the divine sword. The divine sword was 1 meter long and half a foot wide. It was completely snow-white, and the scabbard had patterns of strange beasts. The surface of the entire sword was faintly glowing, and even a fool could feel that it was extraordinary. Clang! When Lu Shi held this sword, it was as if the faint light on the surface of the sword had come to life, and actually swam around the body of the sword. It was as if a white dragon was attached to the divine sword, and at the same time, it let out a crisp, clang, clang, sound, as if it was showing off and humming proudly. This Broken Snow divine sword is possessed by a dragon's soul, and can increase the strength of the user by 500%. It's a high-grade divine tool, and it's considered a rare item in the immortal realm. It can be exchanged for a city. When Yi Qinghan saw this, he became even more excited. These were all his, and he could actually have a divine tool. This was an indescribable feeling. He moved his mouth, and asked, "Can I use this sword?" No, not to mention in the Fire Dragon continent, even in the immortal realm, you can't use it. Lu Shi shook her head, and put the divine sword back in its original place. She picked up the black saber, and said again, "The Broken Snow divine sword is too famous. The Remnant Snow sword is far too famous. Moreover, this sword itself contains a great secret. As long as you dare to reveal it, you will forever be hunted down. No one will be able to save you. As a result, you can only display this high-quality sword in the unfettered pavilion. You definitely cannot reveal it. In other words, you can only look at it and not use it." Chapter 257. What a pity. What a waste. Yi Qinghan sighed and felt a little helpless. It was indeed a pity that he could only look at such a good thing but not use it. However, he understood that Lu Shi's words made sense. Thus, he did not think much and nodded. Seeing Yi Qinghan nod his head, Lu Shi continued, "This blade is known as the Slaughter God Blade by its owner. Its grade is unknown. Its abilities are unknown. Although it can only increase the user's attack power by 200%, it is still unknown. Although it can only increase the user's attack power by 200%, Master said that this blade is not ordinary." However, he did not have the time to decipher its secret. From the outside, you can't tell that this blade is a divine weapon. When you use it, there are no special effects. It looks like an ordinary weapon. Thus, you can use this blade without worry. Catch. Slaughter God Blade. Grade unknown. Ability unknown. Increase the user's attack power by 200%. Not ordinary. Yi Qinghan was still pondering over Lu Shi's words. Unexpectedly, Lu Shi threw the blade to him. Yi Qinghan quickly caught it and looked at it carefully. Strictly speaking, this slaughter god blade could not be called a blade. It was straight, but it could not be called a sword. The tip of the blade was flat, and only one side had a sharp edge. The blade was 1.5 meters long and 1 foot wide. It weighed about 100 kilograms and was completely black. There were some mysterious dark red patterns on it. This blade reminded Yi Qinghan of the legendary warrior's weapon, Sky Splitter. It was the same design, but the color was black. And this blade could also be called a giant iron ruler. It was just that one side had a sharp edge. Yi Qinghan held the hilt and felt the shocking weight of the slaughter god blade. This was the first time he saw a weapon that weighed more than 100 kilograms. However, with Yi Qinghan's current cultivation base, he could easily carry 100 kilograms like he was holding a kitchen knife. After casually swinging it a few times, Yi Qinghan was very satisfied. Actually, he had wanted to change his weapon for a long time. Although he was used to using the blue dragon dagger, it was too short. Furthermore, now that he had successfully cultivated the Night Emperor's 7 styles, he had always wanted a domineering long saber. As for this slaughter god saber, he was very satisfied with it. He couldn't bear to part with it. Good blade. Good blade. Yi Qinghan continuously caressed the blade, feeling the chill brought by the blade. He was in a good mood. Although he was satisfied with this blade, the divine sword was gorgeous, mysterious, and mighty. However, when Yi Qinghan held the saber, he felt very comfortable and happy. It was as if the saber had always belonged to him. It was as if the saber had become an inseparable part of him. Although he didn't know its rank or its abilities, if a powerful person like the Soul Emperor said that this saber was unusual, then it was definitely unusual. Yi Qinghan decided that when he had time in the future, he would carefully explore it. Perhaps this saber would be like his soul ring, suddenly surging with many inexplicable and mysterious abilities. All right. Lu Shi's words pulled Yi Qinghan back to reality. Lu Shi looked at Yi Qinghan like a child who had obtained his favorite toy. He smiled and continued, "There will be plenty of time for you to play in the future. Now, you have something more important to do." Yi Qinghan smiled embarrassedly and nodded. "What is it?" "Please speak, Elder Lu." "Refine this ring. This ring is the center of the free and unfettered pavilion. This is a magical space ring. Refining it is equivalent to refining the free and unfettered pavilion. In the future, you can enter the free and unfettered pavilion at any time." Lu Shi grabbed the ring and slowly threw it over. A spatial divine item. Refining it is equivalent to refining the carefree pavilion? Yi Qinghan looked at the ring in his hand doubtfully. His other hand was still holding onto the slaughter god blade. Actually, the entire unfettered pavilion was originally inside this unfettered ring. However, Master forcibly moved it to the space turbulence of your flame dragon plane. Now that you have refined this unfettered ring, the unfettered pavilion will naturally return to the unfettered pavilion. This isn't an ordinary spatial artifact, because ordinary spatial rings can't store living people. Lu Shi nodded solemnly and began to explain and refine this ring for Yi Qinghan. After a while, when Yi Qinghan finally understood how to refine the ring, Lu Shi urged him. "All right, refine it immediately. The path of heaven has already opened and the power of the trial has been reduced by half. Hurry up and refine it. I will explain the rest to you in detail in the future." "All right." Yi Qinghan knew the importance of the matter. He did not waste any more time and quickly sat cross-legged. He placed the slaughter god blade at his feet and closed his eyes to refine the carefree ring. When Yi Qinghan started to refine the carefree ring, the fallen god mountain shook again and the small divine pavilion at the top of the fallen god mountain shook slightly. However, it was obvious that the people below didn't notice it. Actually, the small divine pavilion that they saw in the flame dragon continent was just an illusion. The real small divine pavilion was actually in the turbulent space in the flame dragon continent. In the turbulent space, there were countless spatial cracks and turbulent wind blades that could easily kill a god-grade expert. However, when these wind blades floated to the exterior of the small divine pavilion, they automatically bent. It was as though there was an invisible force that was automatically parting the turbulent wind blades. It was very magical. However, when Yi Qinghan refined the carefree ring, the small divine pavilion shook slightly. Not far away, a black figure entrenched in the turbulent space suddenly lit up with two dazzling lights. It was a mysterious man with two horns. This man was sitting cross-legged in the turbulent space, and the surrounding turbulent wind blades took the initiative to detour around him as if they couldn't touch him. The horned man's eyes were brown. At this moment, he was staring at the small divine pavilion. After looking for a while, he closed his eyes again and continued to sit cross-legged. He was like a sand city in the turbulent space, continuing to remain silent. At the same time, in an ancient castle in the deepest part of the dark forest, someone let out a slight sound of surprise. In the deepest part of the dark forest, there was an ancient castle that no one knew about. The ancient castle was very gorgeous and beautiful. It was several times bigger than the carefree pavilion, and its various decorations were more luxurious, even extravagant. At the moment when the small divine pavilion shook slightly, a woman in a fiery red robe who was reading a book on the top floor of the ancient castle exclaimed in surprise. She put down the book in her hand and looked in the direction of the fallen god mountain with a playful smile on her face. However, after a while, the woman of unknown age smiled slightly and continued to pick up the book in her hand. She concentrated on reading as if she didn't notice anything and nothing had happened. The dark forest returned to its former peace. While Yi Qinghan was refining the carefree ring, Lu Shi's figure flashed and he left the carefree pavilion. He actually returned to the hall of the last stage of the puppet passageway. He returned to the hall and quickly aimed his hands at the walls of the hall. He began to shoot out chi swords of varying strength in different directions. As he shot out the chi swords, a screen suddenly magically appeared in the hall. On the screen, different figures were flashing. If Yi Qinghan were here, he would definitely shout in excitement. Because the figures on the screen were not flashing, he knew many of them. There were people from the Feng family, Dragon City, Barbarian God Mansion, Demon God Mansion, and of course, Yi Chang and Yi Qingyu. Huh, it's quite fast, Little Han needs to refine for a day, so I might as well have some fun. This is also the last time I play, so I must have some fun. A playful look flashed in Lu Shi's eyes. He continued to wave his hands and control the countless formations and mechanisms of the fallen god mountain. Chapter 258. The team from the Divine City was the first to enter the Heavenly Road and was also the fastest. As Yi Qinghan had broken through all the checkpoints of the god-slaying mountain, the power of the checkpoints had been halved. Therefore, the team from the Divine City was the fastest. In just one day, they had reached the 8th checkpoint. The leader of the team from the Divine City was a very short peak Emperor Realm expert. His name was Tu He, and he was a collateral descendant of the Massacre God Guard clan. Tu He looked coldly through the golden robe. He couldn't help but smile when he saw the group of level 8 blood tigers being easily defeated by his subordinates. Although he didn't know why the god-slaying mountain had suddenly changed, it didn't affect his mood. He had reached the 8th checkpoint in one day. It seemed like he was extremely lucky this time. He was already imagining his team breaking through the checkpoint of the god-slaying mountain, obtaining the divine sword, and returning to the divine city. He would then be bestowed with the 5 guards by the divine lord. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. He waved his hand again and all the emissaries beside him rushed towards the blood tigers. They would probably be able to break through the checkpoint in 10 minutes. The next checkpoint, the 9th checkpoint, was the stone-swallowing rat level. Although there were many guardian beasts in the puppet passage, the terrain would automatically change according to the overall strength of the person passing the checkpoint. However, he knew very well that the guardian beasts of the 1st, 5th, and 9th checkpoints had never changed. It was just that the strength of the guardian beasts was different. On the 9th level, there was a stone-swallowing rat that was very difficult to deal with. Since all of them were emperors, they would be facing a stone-swallowing rat of the lower 8th level. Of course, although there were more stone-swallowing rats in the 9th checkpoint, Tuhei didn't care about them. The terrain of the 9th checkpoint was a plain, so they could see the entrance at a glance. Therefore, most of the team could pass if they risked their lives. 10 minutes later, most of the blood tigers had been cleared. Tuhei ordered most of the team to rest. They were about to pass the 9th checkpoint, so they had to maintain the team's peak strength. Xue Wuhan was sitting among the group of golden-robed people in a very low-key manner. Along the way, he had never used his 12 golden-shelled insects. He was waiting for the perfect opportunity to either steal the treasure or kill someone. He believed that once his 12 golden-shelled insects that had swallowed the black snow lotus attacked, no one in the god-slaying mountain would be able to stop them. Not even Tuhei, who was at the peak of the emperor realm. Go! Half an hour later, He Tu stood up and waved his hand coldly. All the golden-robed men stood up and surged towards the entrance of the 8th trial. After exiting the passageway, they didn't stop at the resting area, directly exiting the puppet passageway, and then collectively rushed into the 9th trial. What's going on? Why did the terrain of the 9th stage change? As soon as they entered the 9th level, Tuhei and the other experts who had passed the 9th level before were all astonished. The terrain of the 9th level had suddenly turned into a canyon, and it was a maze of a canyon. This wasn't right. There had never been such a problem in the past few trials and the records of the Divine City. **T, the god-slaying mountain has changed. If the guardian beast of this level is still the stone-swallowing rat, then it's going to be troublesome. Tuhei's face darkened, and he sighed inwardly. The stone-swallowing rats weren't difficult to deal with, but there were too many of them. In the past, if it was a flat terrain, then it would be easy to deal with them. If they fought with all they had, it would be very easy to reach the passageway. But now, in this maze terrain, the passageway entrance was random. Finding the passageway entrance was a troublesome matter, not to mention dealing with the endless number of stone-swallowing rats. Squeak squeak, whatever he said came. Following a series of sharp squeaks, countless stone-swallowing rats swarmed over from both sides of the canyon. On the ground, in the air, and on both sides of the canyon, there were stone-swallowing rats everywhere. It was a dense black mass that made people feel a chill from the soles of their feet. **T, everyone. Triangular arrow formation, attack forward. Tuhei cursed. Helpless, he began to command the small team to fight against the countless stone-swallowing rats. **T, why are there 8th-rank stone-swallowing rats mixed in? What's going on? What's wrong with the god-slaying mountain? The more Tuhei fought, the more he felt a headache. According to the difficulty of the previous 8 levels, this level should have at most 8th-rank stone-swallowing rats. But just now, several stone-swallowing rats that were at least 8th-rank stone-swallowing rats had appeared, causing the formation of their small team to fall into chaos. 2 of their team members had died on the spot. Everyone, turn around and form a defensive formation with your backs against the wall. Take turns to defend. Wait for the experts of the other 3 prefectures and Hidden Island, otherwise we will all be annihilated. After a moment, Tuhei issued a helpless order. There were too many stone-swallowing rats. If they continued to advance, then they would constantly have people die because their aura was broken. In the end, they would all be annihilated. Helpless, he could only take turns to defend and wait for the people of the other 3 prefectures and Hidden Island to arrive. Only then would they charge forward and break through the level. When this order was issued, everyone in the small team breathed a sigh of relief. They quickly formed a defensive formation and took turns to defend. Finally, they were able to withstand the continuous attacks of the stone-swallowing rats. In the hall of the 12th level, Lu Shi looked at the situation on the large screen in front of him and smiled. He said leisurely, "That's more like it. You guys charge too quickly, so there's no point in playing like this. When everyone is here, I'll give you something more fun." Hee hee, fun, fun. The change in the 9th level was, of course, Lu Shi's doing. In fact, for thousands of years, Lu Shi had been controlling the mechanisms of the fallen god mountain and toying with countless challengers. Of course, he did not violate the rules set by his master. He just wanted to make the game more fun and exciting. 2 hours later, the small team from the demon god residence had reached the 9th level, but as soon as they appeared, they were immediately besieged by a similar number of stone-swallowing rats. They could only barely defend and did not dare to advance. 3 hours later, the barbarians from the barbarian god residence had entered. But these barbarians relied on their strong defense to ignore the attacks of the stone-swallowing rats and began to advance. In the end, they suddenly encountered a group of 8th-rank stone-swallowing rats. After paying the price of several lives, they did not dare to advance. They seemed to be waiting for the other martial artists to arrive and advance together. 5 hours later, the people from Hidden Island had also arrived. Instead, the people from the House of Ares were the last to arrive. The people from the House of Ares arrived one after another. The first to arrive were the people from the Feng family. When they saw the sea of stone-swallowing rats, they naturally did not dare to move recklessly. They stood their ground and defended themselves, waiting for the other families to arrive. The last to arrive were the children of the Yi family. When the Yi family children entered the 9th level, something strange happened. All the stone-swallowing rats suddenly retreated. Not a single one of them stayed, leaving behind countless rat corpses and a pool of fresh blood on the ground. What's going on? Long Fei, Feng Xiaoxiao, Yu Rou, Hua Lu, have you found our Yi Qinghan? Yi Chang looked at the elites of the various clans of the divine battle manor before him. Many of them were injured, and some of them even had their bones bitten off, revealing bloody wounds and chilling white bones. Yi Chang looked at the elites of the various clans of the divine battle manor before him. Chapter 259. I just asked. We didn't see your kid along the way. I'm not sure about this place. This place is too strange. I've never encountered anything like this before. Also, the stone-swallowing rats suddenly disappeared the moment you guys arrived. This is too strange. Could it be a conspiracy? The leader of the Dragon City team was called Long Fei. Long Fei sighed in relief when he saw the stone-swallowing rats retreat. Yes, it's too strange. Why did the stone-swallowing rats retreat the moment Yi Chang and your group arrived? We've been fighting for more than an hour. The leader of the Feng family, Feng Xiaoxiao, was covered in blood as she gently wiped her clothes. Yu Rou did not speak. She only shook her head slightly, indicating that she did not see or find Yi Qinghan. Her expression was anxious. Yu Rou was from Yu Yen's generation. She had watched Yu Qingqing grow up. Of course, she hoped to find Yi Qinghan so that Yu Qingqing would not be sad. Yi Qingyu did not speak either. When she saw that no one had found Yi Qinghan, her expression became even more dejected and sad. She was filled with hope and anticipation at every stage, but all she got in return was heartache and sadness. I suggest that we split up. This place is very strange. Let's rest and move together. Safety first. Hua Lu, who had been silent all this while, spoke. The group discussed for a while and felt that they should move together. After all, this was a maze. If there was another wave of stone-swallowing rats, it would be easy to deal with. Moreover, this place was strange. They guessed that the experts from the other two manors and divine cities Hidden Island were still in this stage. If they encountered them, they could take care of each other. Half an hour later, the experts from the House of Ares began to move forward. They constantly roamed the canyon, looking for the exit to the next stage. However, the maze was too big and too complicated. They could not find the exit even after wandering for a long time. Strangely, they did not encounter a single stone-swallowing rat along the way. As for the troops from the Divine City and Hidden Island, when the Yi family experts reached the 9th stage, the stone-swallowing rats that attacked them suddenly retreated. Then, they began to search for the exit to the 9th stage. Strangely, the small teams continued to advance in the disorienting gorge, but they did not encounter a single stone-devouring rat. In the hall of the 12th level, Lu Shi was chuckling to himself. On the screen in front of him, a few teams were moving forward according to the route he had set. If there were no accidents, the 4 forces would meet at the center of the canyon maze in half an hour, in a super large open space. Fun. There's not much time left. Little Han is about to refine it. This is the last time we'll play, so let's play it big. Like a child, Lu Shi stared at the screen, her eyes narrowed into slits, her face full of pride and happiness. Yi Chang was puzzled. He suspected that they were going around in circles. The team had been walking for a few hours, but they hadn't found anything. They hadn't even seen a stone-swallowing rat, let alone the exit of the 9th level. The captains of the other clans also noticed this strange situation. However, in such a situation, they had no other choice but to continue forward, hoping to find the exit. Although the gorge was big, there were hundreds of people in the team, so the team was stretched into a long snake. The Hua family and Dragon City were scouting ahead, while the Yu family was in the middle, and the Yi family and Feng family were at the back. 10 minutes later, the gorge became wider and wider, and the long snake formation gradually turned into a triangular arrow formation. This was the first time they encountered such a wide terrain in the maze, so they were very cautious and slowed down their pace. All of them were equipped with blades and armor, and their battle aura was activated, ready to deal with any sudden situation. Slowly, the terrain became wider and wider. Without a choice, the team formation changed again, turning into a circular defensive formation. Most of the peak stage Emperor Realm elites were sent to the front, and the Yu family and Feng family members were surrounded in the center. Their speed slowed down again. 100 meters, 200 meters, 500 meters. When everyone took a big turn, their field of vision suddenly became incomparably wide. In front of them, there was a flat ground as wide as the square of Dragon City. What's that? As an assassin, Hua Lu's eyesight was the sharpest. He saw the abnormality in the center of the empty ground and exclaimed in excitement. Treasure? Sage artifact? Yi Chang looked over and saw 3 items in the center of the empty ground. One was a battle armor that emitted a green light, one was a golden spear, and one was a short dagger. From afar, the 3 items emitted a faint special light. Everyone could tell that these items were extraordinary with a single glance. Something that could emit light was at least a high-tier artifact, and there was a high possibility that it was a sage artifact. Swoosh! Hua Lu was the first to react. His body disappeared into thin air, and he used stealth to dash towards the 3 treasures. At the same time, several peak stage Emperor Realm elites from the Hua family disappeared and started to move stealthily. A peak stage expert from Dragon City also dashed over. Everyone, come back. Yi Chang originally released his battle aura and was about to leap towards the treasures, but he saw something strange in his peripheral vision. He quickly stopped and shouted at the experts from the Hua family and Dragon City. The members of the team behind him also stopped moving and looked around in confusion. Swoosh! 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 At this moment, there were countless sounds of air being torn apart in the empty ground. At the same time, several white lights lit up in 2 directions. It was obviously an attack, and the target of these attacks was the treasure in the center of the empty ground. The experts of Dragon City hurriedly came to a screeching halt and began to retreat. On the other hand, Hua Lu and the few powerhouses from the Hua clan did not stop moving. Instead, they moved even faster. This treasure belongs to the Divine City. Whoever dares to snatch it will be killed without mercy. Tu He roared loudly. He brought more than 10 people with him and rushed over from the left. Our demon god residents discovered it first. Don't snatch it, or don't blame us for taking action. The people from the demon god residence appeared on the right at the same time. The leader was a demon with a face full of hair and a pair of green eyes. He also roared, "Demons, you are too shameless. We barbarians saw it first. Children, charge." The leader of the barbarians was Mangon. Mangon wore a golden battle armor again today, and he rushed over with his men in an arrogant manner. "I say, you people are kings sick in the head. Why are you talking so much? You are all robbers and murderers. Why are you pretending to be pure and righteous? Brothers, let's get to work. A big business is coming. Look carefully, whoever takes the treasure will be chopped to death." The leader of Hidden Island was a human wearing a flowery robe. He looked like a hooligan. Chapter 260. Several forces arrived at the empty space at the same time and saw the three treasures, so they made their moves at the same time. There was a high possibility that these were sacred artifacts. Sacred artifacts were very rare in the Flame Dragon continent. Although the people from the Divine City had more than 10 of them, and the experts from the various forces had more or less a few, these things had to be handed over when they returned. However, these three treasures were different. The big shots of the various forces had said that apart from the Fallen God Mountain's treasure, the treasures would belong to whoever obtained them. Therefore, all the experts were envious and made their moves without hesitation. However, just as the crowd was about to approach the three treasures suddenly disappeared without a trace. *CK, it's the Hua family's stealth technique. Black Slayer reacted quickly and clenched his left hand into a fist. He punched the air, and a black fist aura left his body and smashed forward. Everyone reacted to Black Slayer's words and simultaneously sent out energy toward the center. In an instant, the central space was filled with colorful energy that dazzled the eyes. Boom, boom. Ah, ah. Powerful energy collided and burst forth with a violent explosion. Hua Lu and the three experts from the Hua family could no longer hide their figures and were exposed to everyone. The four of them looked very miserable with blood at the corners of their mouths. They must have suffered internal injuries. No need. Here. Hua Lu was also an expert who knew when to retreat. He immediately threw the three treasures wrapped in black cloth into the air in front of him. At the corner of the black cloth was a shining golden spearhead. However, Hua Lu's figure quickly retreated. It's mine. Black Slayer was the fastest. He flew into the air and reached out to grab the treasures. Whoosh, whoosh. But when he grabbed the black cloth bag, the chi from all directions shot towards him at the same time. Although Black Slayer was very strong and had cultivated the law of fire well, he didn't dare to take on so many people's attacks at the same time. His figure flashed and he dodged to the side. The treasures in the black cloth bag were sent flying by the explosion caused by the collision of energy. I got it. A barbarian reached out and grabbed the spear. Unexpectedly, before he could rejoice, he was shot into a hornet's nest from all directions. As for the other expert from the Hidden Island, just as he grabbed the armor, he was immediately dismembered. For a moment, the scene turned into a chaotic melee. As long as a treasure fell into someone's possession, that person would immediately become the focus of everyone's attacks. The scene was very chaotic, so chaotic that no one knew that one of the three treasures was missing. Damn it, barbarians, why are you only killing us demons? Demon soldiers, kill them. Kill your sister. It's you who wanted to kill our people. *CKU. Barbarian disciples, kill them all. People from Hidden Island, you actually dare to kill people from Divine City? Does your Hidden Island want to be exterminated? *CK your sister. We don't care about God City or Dog City. Brothers, continue killing. Whoever has the treasure, chop them up. The chaotic battle began, and in the end, it spread to everyone from the four forces. For a moment, the flames of war raged, and curses, roars, and screams filled the air. More and more corpses fell to the ground, and more blood flowed. Hee, little six, well done. The people from the House of Ares did not move. They only welcomed Hua Lu and the others. The expert from Dragon City, Long Fei, looked at Hua Lu, whose mouth was full of blood, and laughed. No, if they were any later, all three would be mine. Hee hee. The corner of Hua Lu's mouth twitched. He looked very excited. He began to slowly retreat along with the people from the House of Aries. They retreated to the corner just now. This way, they could watch the battle, and they could also have a good defense. They could also avoid being affected by the melee. The Hua family's stealth technique is unparalleled in the world. Moreover, you are also smart. You took a piece of black cloth and fished in troubled waters. Yi Chang looked at Hua Lu and said with some envy. The people fighting outside were too nervous and chaotic to notice. The people from the House of Aries were very clear that Hua Lu only threw out a long spear and armor, but he secretly hid the dagger. However, Yi Chang did not have the thought of robbing them. After all, the 5 great families were of the same breath and branches. Besides, this was something that Hua Lu had exchanged with his life. Besides, if the Hua family wanted to escape, no one would be able to catch up to them. Besides, the leader of the small group had already agreed that the treasures belonged to the leader of the small group. The rest of the group would have to protect the leader. Stop talking and watch the melee. Did you notice something? Several groups of people have appeared at the same time. Why do I keep getting the feeling that someone is purposely causing a melee? Otherwise, how could it be so coincidental? The leader of the Yu family, Yu Rou, was not overly concerned about the treasures that Hua Lu had obtained. Instead, she stared suspiciously at the increasingly heated battle in the distance. It is indeed very strange. It looks like we shouldn't get involved. Otherwise, I don't know how many of us will survive this time. Feng Xiaoxiao's expression was solemn as she gave a suggestion. That's right, let's wait for them to finish fighting before we go. Perhaps there are even better items up there. This stage is too strange. I think we shouldn't get involved. Yi Chang seized the opportunity to speak. The Yi family's priority was to save Yi Qinghan. He wished that the other 4 organizations would all be wiped out. Of course, he really hoped that the members of the House of Aries would not join the melee because he still had Yi Qingyu to protect. I agree. Under the strange circumstances, all the leaders of the small groups expressed their opinions. They stood in silence as they stared at the battlefield in the distance with great interest as if they were watching a show. In the battlefield in front of them, all parties had suffered losses. However, the Divine City was clearly holding the upper hand. The cultivators of the Divine City were relatively the strongest. Most importantly, they were well equipped. All the cultivators were armed to the teeth. They had piles of spiritual weapons and treasured weapons. They even had more than 10 sacred weapons. How could the others compete with them? The ones who had suffered the heaviest losses were the demons. After all, the barbarians had strong defenses and were tall and well-built. They were suitable for group battles. The people of the Hidden Island were gangster assassins. They were the best at group battles. They specialized in sneak attacks, and gang fights. They could use all kinds of gangster moves. Slowly, the cultivators of the demon race started to retreat as they fought. In the end, they simply retreated out of the battlefield and stopped fighting. However, they refused to leave. They just watched like tigers watching their prey, waiting for an opportunity to make a move. Tu Hei sent a cultivator of the Hidden Island, who was about to sneak attack him, flying. He thought that this couldn't go on. When would this melee end? At this moment, a quarter of the people of the Divine City had died. If they continued fighting and delayed the Divine Master's plans, he would lose his head. Although treasures were important, life was more important, wasn't it? Leader Tu Hei, I have the confidence to kill the leader of the Hidden Island. You can threaten them to stop, but I want that battle armor. Just as he was worrying, he suddenly received a voice transmission from a golden-robed emissary beside him. He couldn't help but look at him in surprise. Through the robes, he saw the emissary's gray and black eyes. He knew this person. His name was Xue Wuhan, because he was a subordinate that young Master Tu Qianjun valued. Although he was skeptical of Xue Wuhan's words, since Xue Wuhan dared to say this, he should have a certain degree of confidence. Moreover, it didn't matter if his threat was unsuccessful. Hence, he nodded and stood in the air, shouting, "Brute force! Invikill! If the two of you don't retreat with your people, don't blame me for attacking you." Chapter 261. As soon as Black Two said this, the barbarian race and the people of Hidden Island quickly strengthened their protection of the two. Although they didn't know the meaning behind He Tu's words, in the past, there had never been a precedent of killing a leader in such a chaotic battle. Of course, Yi Qinghan had killed Yao Kaka in an instant during the prefecture battle. Even if Black Two said that he didn't have the strength to kill Man Gon and Invikill, the barbarian race and the people of Hidden Island still carefully protected the two. Man Gon was the young clan leader. Last time, he lost a finger, and the clan leader, Man Shen, was furious. Invikill was the leader of Hidden Island who was wearing flowery clothes. Invikill was obviously his nickname. Although the name didn't sound good, Invikill was the disciple of a big shot on Hidden Island. If he died, the entire team would be finished. Bullsh *T. Do you think I'm scared? Let me tell you, I started killing at the age of 6 and raped beauties at the age of 10. I've run amok on Hidden Island for decades. I'm not afraid at all. Brothers, beat this bastard down. Invikill shook his head and didn't care about Black Two's threat at all. However, just as he was about to call for people to beat Black Two down, two experts beside him suddenly fell to the ground inexplicably. Their bodies were black, and blood flowed out of their orifices. Invikill, if you don't believe me, you'll be the one to die in the next second. Reckless, if you don't believe me, then two of you will die too. A gloomy voice came from the center of the divine city's emissaries, scaring everyone. Ah. At this time, two more screams sounded, scaring everyone even more, causing them to stop fighting. Man Gon looked at the two people who suddenly fell to the ground in front of him. Their deaths were exactly the same as the people beside Invikill. His expression changed and he quickly retreated as if he had seen a ghost. Ha! Invikill, reckless, hurry up and tell your people to retreat. The next person to die will be the two of you. Tu Hei's expression changed several times when he saw this. He gave Xue Wuheng a deep look before laughing loudly and speaking arrogantly. Invikill didn't act arrogantly this time. His face turned pale. He didn't feel any attack just now. The people from Divine City actually killed two peak Emperor Realm experts on his side without him noticing. He knew very well that the strength of the two people who died was not much weaker than him. His complexion changed. He waved his hand and cursed the people of Hidden Island to retreat. He didn't dare to act recklessly. He was a person who was afraid of death. Otherwise, he wouldn't have surrendered to Yi Qinghan in the last prefecture battle. At that moment, he realized that there was someone like Yi Qinghan who could easily kill him. Of course, he immediately retreated. His movements were very clean. Haha. That's more like it. Ugh, it's a pity that the dagger is gone. Tu Hei happily picked up a spear and a set of azure battle armor that his subordinates handed over. When he tested them, he discovered that they were both holy tools. He was in a good mood. At the same time, he threw the armor toward Xue Wuhan, who was one of the golden-robed envoys. At the same time, he was a little puzzled. There was also a dagger that suddenly disappeared after the battle started. However, he didn't think too much about it. After all, the dagger was too small. The situation was so chaotic just now. He guessed that the unknown expert might have kept the dagger and no one would know. Xue Wuhan didn't stand on ceremony. He put on the battle armor, making his golden robe look a little out of place. However, he didn't care. This was a holy tool. After putting it on, he wouldn't care about ordinary attacks from Emperor Realm experts. Moreover, he had 12 insects. After the test just now, he could easily kill everyone here. Now, he was the strongest person here. His defense was the strongest, and his attack was invincible. However, after so many years of growth in the Divine City, he wisely chose to keep a low profile. He still didn't take off the golden hat on his head. Instead, he stood quietly among the golden-robed envoys without saying a word. There was no benefit, and there was no need. Of course, he wouldn't be stupid enough to expose his identity. He just looked at the small team from the House of Aries in the corner in the distance with some pity. If the people from the House of Aries had participated in the battle just now, he would have secretly killed all the people from the Yi family and the Yu family. Then, he would continue killing until there was no one left in the House of Aries. Of course, at this moment, he wouldn't foolishly kill them. After all, having a holy tool didn't mean that he was invincible. After a round of attacks from others, he would be seriously injured even if he didn't die. Haha, everyone, let's disperse and find the exit of the 9th level. I wish you all good luck. Black 2 waved his golden spear. He was in a good mood when he felt that it was extremely powerful. At the same time, he had a very good impression of Shui Wuhan. This brat was actually so powerful and knew how to behave. Not bad. Sigh, boring, boring. Let's disperse like this. I haven't had enough fun yet. Lu Shi, on the other hand, was very happy watching from the hall of the 12th stage. However, when Tu He and Shui Wuhan took action, Invakil and Man Gon became afraid and immediately stopped fighting. They split up and walked away, which made Lu Shi very angry. The once-in-a-decade god-slaying mountain was Lu Shi's best entertainment. After all, he had stayed in this damn place for thousands of years. If he didn't have any fun, he would definitely go crazy. However, when he was about to make everyone dizzy again and return here, scattering a few treasures for them to continue fighting, he suddenly felt that there was some slight movement in the carefree pavilion on the other side of the space turbulence. Little Han, are you going to refine it so soon? Sigh, there's no more fun. Let's play it big one last time. Lu Shi looked at the people passing through the canyon on the screen and revealed a sinister smile. At the same time, his hands did not stop moving. Countless chi swords emerged and began to control the mechanisms of the god-slaying mountain. After a while, with his last strike, the entire god-slaying mountain began to shake. At the same time, the white fog in the god-slaying mountain became thicker. The people in the 9th level canyon felt the ground shake, and then their bodies suddenly trembled and could not move. They could not help but turn pale with fear. The god-slaying mountain will no longer exist in the future. Go back. I'll give you one last chance to snatch treasures. Kill them well, kill them ruthlessly. Whoever kills more will get more. It's been thousands of years, I'm finally going to leave this damn place. Lu Shi let out a long laugh. With a look of relief on his face, his figure flashed and he disappeared. What happened? The abnormality of the god-slaying mountain obviously alarmed Yi Tianlong and the others outside. The old guys who were guarding outside walked out of the camp one after another and stared at the constantly shaking and rumbling god-slaying mountain. Their expressions changed greatly. Little Han, Yi Qingyu, Yi Chang, don't let anything happen to you. Why haven't Xiao Wu and Qingqing come out of the heavenly road yet? Chapter 262. Yi Tianlong did not speak but frowned slightly. Beside him, Yi Qingmyo was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. He paced back and forth, muttering worriedly. Several clan grand elders were also very anxious. They looked at the exit of the heavenly road and cursed the Emperor realm experts guarding Yi Qinggu and Yu Qingqing. They should have brought them out as soon as something strange happened. The massacre god guard on the left side of the heavenly road did not look good either. This time, the Divine Master had given a death order to obtain the supreme treasure of the god-slaying mountain. Therefore, the 4 massacre god guards had been mobilized to hold the fort. However, with the strange phenomenon happening on the god-slaying mountain, he was very uncertain and could not help but feel anxious. The barbarian race and demon race were also very anxious, especially the barbarian race. Their young clan leader was inside. The mountain kept shaking. If all the people inside were buried alive, how were they going to explain it to their superiors? It was not that Tianqing, Yi Qinggu, and Yu Qingxing did not notice the strange phenomenon happening on the god-slaying mountain, nor did they not act immediately. It was just that, by the time they realized the strange phenomenon, they could not leave. The god-slaying mountain shook. The Emperor realm experts in charge of protection immediately went to their young masters and young mistresses and guarded them tightly. At the same time, they circulated their battle chi and prepared to rush out of the heavenly road. Just that. Suddenly, a white light flashed, and countless people suddenly appeared in the Heavens Road Plaza, causing the spacious Heavens Road Plaza to become a little crowded. Furthermore, the white fog became even thicker, and there were people everywhere. In such a strange situation, they did not dare to move, and could only stay close to each other and defend. F***CK. Why are we back? Why are we back on the heavenly road? What's going on? We are not done with the trials, and it is not time yet. Damn it, I did not get a single treasure. No, start again, start again. At this time, Invikil's voice rang out in the hall. His unique way of cursing made everyone understand a very strange thing. They were back on the heavenly road. Just now, they were strangely unable to move in the 9th trial. Then, with a sudden flash of white light, they were all back on the heavenly road. That's not right. Didn't Lord Devour say that the supreme treasure of the god-slaying mountain would appear? What's going on? We're still trying to break through. How strange, how strange. I can't even enter the passageway. What the hell? Tu Hei's voice also sounded from the right. Although he had obtained a divine weapon this time, he did not obtain the supreme treasure of the god-slaying mountain. He did not know how to face the divine lord when he returned, so he hurriedly shouted anxiously. That's not fair. It's not time yet. We still have to clear the stage. Yi Chang's voice rang out for the 3rd time. Yi Qinghan hadn't seen anyone yet. Why did he come out? If he went out like this, how would he face Yi Tianlong and the Night Blue Bull? Therefore, he also cried out anxiously. Yi Chang's voice, however, made Tian Qing happy. He kept Yi Chang close to him and hurriedly brought Yi Qinggu, Yu Qingsheng, and the others towards Yi Chang. Why are you still inside? Nonsense. As soon as Yi Qinggu, Yu Qingsheng, Feng Zihua, and Long Shui Lu approached, they were immediately protected. Yi Chang wanted to curse. At this moment, in such a chaotic situation, these juniors were adding to the chaos. Third uncle, where's little Han? Aunt Ro, where's Yi Qinghan? As soon as Yi Qinggu and Yu Qingsheng went over, they immediately looked for Yi Qinghan in the crowd. However, after looking around a few times, they did not see that familiar figure, so they could not help but ask anxiously. If you haven't found Yi Qinghan, don't talk and stay still. The situation is very chaotic and very strange. Something big is going to happen. Yi Chang shook his head. Then, as if he had discovered something, he hurriedly instructed in a low voice. At the same time, he ordered the experts of the Yi family to all circulate their battle chi and be on high alert. The other experts of the House of Aries also seemed to have discovered something. They stopped talking and began to observe the situation around them. Tu Hei and Invikil did not call out again. They each ordered their team members to be on high alert. For a time, the heavenly road gradually quieted down. Everyone began to secretly prepare and wait quietly. This was because they discovered that the fog in the heavenly road square was slowly thinning. At the same time, a very oppressive aura began to envelop the entire hall. This aura was the aura of a god-level expert. Hello everyone, I am the guardian of the God-Down Mountain, the great Lord Lu Shi. The most precious treasure of the God-Down Mountain will appear today. After today, this old man will leave the God-Down Mountain. In the future, the God-Down Mountain will no longer exist. This will be your last chance to enter and seize the treasure. Later on, this old man will scatter 100 treasures. After half an hour, the person who obtains the most treasures will be the winner. You will have the opportunity to obtain the most precious treasure. I wish you all good luck. An abrupt voice sounded out abruptly like a thunderclap in the middle of the night, and it blasted everyone to the point they were all dumbstruck and dazed, and it exploded to the point their hearts rose to their throats. 100 treasures? With the appearance of the supreme treasure, the rules had changed? He laughed. His laughter was extremely wanton, extremely joyful, and extremely brilliant. The rules had actually become so simple. Wasn't this clearly giving the supreme treasure to him and the God City? He and Xue Wuhan had joined forces. In addition to the formidable strength of the God City, the final victory would undoubtedly belong to the God City. The leader of the demons cried. In the 9th stage, the demons had already suffered the greatest losses. Now that there was another group battle, the demons would definitely be the stepmother's children again. They were always being bullied. This time, when they returned to the Heaven Demon City, they would definitely be severely punished by the Demon God Mountain. He was in a dilemma. Should he do it? Or not? This was a very difficult choice. If he didn't do it, he would be too ashamed to return. Moreover, where would he find the dignity and glory that he wanted to regain? Just do it? He was very afraid that he would end up like his 2 subordinates, bleeding from all 7 orifices and directly turning into a pile of rotten flesh. Invakil, on the other hand, had a strange smile on his face. He laughed so hard that his body trembled slightly. Group battle was good. Group battle was good. If they didn't group battle, how could they fish in troubled waters? The absolute strength that the God City had displayed in the 9th stage had definitely become the greatest threat to the various forces. What if he instigated it later? It was still unknown who would emerge victorious. Yi Cheng, on the other hand, was anxious. He didn't want the treasures, not even the supreme treasure. He only wanted Yi Qinghan. Now that the protector of the fallen god mountain clearly didn't want them to continue, how could he find Yi Qinghan? Hence, he anxiously shouted, "I don't want the supreme treasure. Senior, please let me continue. I'm here to find someone." Yu Qingqing was also anxious. Her pale face was flushed because of the urgency. However, with so many elders present, how could a woman like her shout? As a result, her flushed face became even redder, redder than the peach blossom on her head. Chapter 263. Yi Qingwu was also anxious, but Yi Qingyu was even more anxious. However, just as they were about to yell and quarrel, at Yi Chang's signal, a few elders beside them suddenly made a move. They knocked the 2 unconscious and protected them strictly. The situation was already so bad and complicated. Yi Chang didn't want any more accidents to happen. Yi Chang's angry roar was met with silence and the rustling sound of rain. Various colorful and oddly shaped objects began to fall slowly from above their heads. There were shining golden sabers, shining white swords, huge axes, dark green bows and arrows, rings, jade bracelets, clothes and armors. Countless treasures floated strangely in the air like a drizzle in spring, falling and fluttering with the wind. Ha ha! Divine City, victory is certain. Those who stand in my way shall die. He too made his move in an incomparably domineering manner. He immediately released his battle chi, which transformed into a huge palm that swept towards the treasures in the air. Of course, his hand wasn't the dragon catcher hand and couldn't grab physical objects. However, his intention was clear. He wanted to sweep most of the treasures in the direction of the Divine City. Swish! Swish! On the other side of the Divine City, countless people rose into the air after He too made his move and flew towards the treasures in the air. Damn it, the Divine City wants to keep everything for themselves. Everyone, let's kill the people of the Divine City first. The Divine City is too arrogant. If we don't kill them, everyone will die. Kill. House of Ares, let's join forces and take down the Divine City. We'll split the treasures 50-50. You guys deal with the small fries, and we'll kill their leaders. Hidden Island made its move. However, there was only a chaotic roar, the clanking of weapons, and the noise of people moving around. Although they were shouting fiercely, they were all putting on an act. They stood on the spot and didn't move at all. Instead, It was the demon race and the barbarian race that were moving. When the demon race leader and Man-Gon heard this, they suddenly thought. That's right. Even elephants are afraid of ants. Why would the four powers not be afraid of exterminating the people of the Divine City? Initially, when they saw the people of the Divine City carrying so many treasures, they were already very envious. But now, after being incited by the people from the Hidden Killer organization, they immediately became impulsive. So, under the command of Man-Gon and the leader of the demon clan, all of them moved out. Destroy the God City, don't leave a single one alive. The experts of God City have so many treasures on them. Let's kill them all and split the spoils. When the demon race and barbarian race made their move, the people of Hidden Island naturally made their move. They shouted loudly and all of them attacked the people of Divine City. The chaotic battle started again, and chaos instantly descended upon the entire Heavens Road Square. However, this chaotic battle was different from the previous one. This time, it was a battle between the Hidden Island, the Man-Dwellers, and the demon race, and the Divine City. Another scuffle? Should he do it? Everyone, take a stand. This is a good opportunity. Feng Xiaoxiao looked at the battlefield in front of her. The Divine City's formation had been thrown into disarray by the attacks from 3 different parties. The Divine City's formation had been broken apart and countless people had died. He licked his lips and said sneakily. The eyes of the leaders of the House of Aries burned with passion. This was a good opportunity. If the people of Divine City were destroyed, the House of Aries would have a great chance. After all, the House of Aries had not lost many people. The Yi family will withdraw from the fight for the treasure. If you want to go, you can go. Guardians, the Yi family doesn't want the treasure. Please help us find someone. Just as the crowd was hesitating, Yi Chang shouted loudly and winked at the leaders. He then looked at Yu Rou meaningfully. The Yu family will withdraw from the fight. We're here to help the Yi family find someone. If you want to go, you can go. Yu Rou understood and quickly shouted. Feng Xiaoxiao, Hua Lu, and Long Fei also understood. The 3 of them began to scold each other. Feng Xiaoxiao was the first to scold. Yi Chang, Yu Rou, you have no sense of brotherhood. If your families aren't going to fight, why should we fight? We'll have to watch the show. Longqing only wants 10 treasures. We'll have an explanation when we return. Longqing will withdraw from the fight for the treasure. Long Fei leaped into the air and used his dragon catcher hand to grab the 10 treasures in the air. He then returned to the House of Aries and did not make another move. The Hua family also wants 10 treasures. They will withdraw from the fight for the treasure. Hua Lu immediately went stealthily. His figure flashed in the air and disappeared. When he returned, he was holding 10 treasures. F***ck the Feng family also wants 10 treasures. We'll have an explanation when we return. Feng Xiaoxiao could not take it anymore. She immediately rode on her sword and brought back 10 treasures. After the people of the House of Aries had taken 30 treasures, they immediately retreated to a corner and stood guard. They looked like they were only defending and not attacking. Lord Guardian, please give us another chance. Let the Yi family and the Yu family go in again. We won't take any treasures. We're only looking for someone. Yi Chang continued to shout but received no response. Their performance was very successful. The people of the demon race and the barbarian race's Hidden Island Divine City were stunned and confused. Was the battle god Manor putting on an act? Or was it for real? From the looks of it, that seems to be the case. However, they had heard a little about Yi Qinghan. Yi Chang's shout was very sincere, very affectionate, and very emotional. This made them believe it a little more. Moreover, they were currently in a heated battle with the Divine City. They did not have the time to care. At most, if the House of Aries really wanted a share of the loot, the 3 forces could continue to form an alliance and destroy the House of Aries. Hence, the Hidden Island and the barbarians saw that the House of Aries did not make any further moves. They did not care about them. Instead, they increased the intensity of their attacks on the divine city. Meanwhile, the divine city could not even take care of itself. How could it care about the little tricks of the House of Aries? Invikil, man gone, demon chicken, the three of you are courting death. Shue Wuhan, kill the three of them for me. I will reward you handsomely later. Tu Hei was no longer as arrogant as before. In just a short while, a third of the experts of the divine city had been killed or injured under the joint attack of the three forces. This made him extremely frustrated and furious. He could not help but wave his palms a few times and roar in anger. Shue Wuhan. Shue Wuhan. The familiar name made countless people in the House of Aries widen their eyes and frown. Long Sinan slowly took out her dragon-cry sword. Feng Zi clenched her fists and cracked her knuckles. A hint of gloom flashed across her beautiful eyes. Yu Qingqing's flushed face turned dark red. The dark red of anger, idiot. A hint of anger flashed across Shue Wuhan's gray and black eyes. He cursed Tu Hei in his heart. Just now, he had already assassinated more than 10 experts in the dark. As long as the people of the divine city could hold on for a little longer, then, he would be able to kill a large number of experts from the three constabularies. This way, he could slowly establish the divine city's victory. Now, Tu Hei, that idiot, had not only exposed his identity, but also ruined his plans. However, his eyes flickered a few times and he sighed helplessly. But after a while, his face became slightly excited. A hint of ruthlessness appeared at the corner of his mouth. He said, Invikil, man gone, demon chicken, I will count to 3. If you don't stop, don't blame me for being rude. Chapter 264. Man gone felt a chill run down his spine when he heard Shue Wuhan's sinister words. They were very familiar with this voice. It was the voice that killed 2 of their powerful subordinates in an instant during the 9th stage. Therefore, the 2 of them didn't waste any more words and immediately retreated into the protective circle of their subordinates. What kind of dog is this? How dare he be so arrogant? Shue Wuhan? The Shue family? Why did he go to the divine city to be a dog? The demonic chicken was at the 9th stage earlier and wasn't in the middle of the battlefield. It didn't understand what was going on. Therefore, when it saw Shue Wuhan shouting so arrogantly, it scolded him impolitely. However, in the next second, 6 golden lights flew towards the demonic chicken from the direction of the divine city's team. The demonic chicken's subordinates and he hurriedly blocked and attacked. The demonic chicken even burned its demonic artifact and turned it into a defensive barrier. However, when the 6 golden lights arrived in front of them, they realized that they were not hidden weapons, they were actually flying insects. The 6 golden-shelled insects were very fast, and even though they were surrounded by so many people, they were able to escape from their encirclement. In the end, they directly attacked the monster chicken's body, which was burning its demon artifact and releasing its demon shield. Ah, the demonic chicken was at the peak of the demonic the Arch realm. At this moment, it burned its demonic artifact in exchange for a demonic shield that could block countless peak Emperor realm martial artists' attacks at the same time. In front of Shue Wuhan's insects, it was like a half-naked girl facing a rapist. It didn't put up any resistance and was directly broken through. The 6 golden insects pierced through the demonic chicken's neck and head and disappeared mysteriously into the demonic chicken's body. The demonic chicken's entire body turned black. Streams of black blood flowed out from the black holes in its head and neck, shocking everyone present. To tell you the truth, I have a lot of these insects. They are secretly hiding in the soil under your feet. They are extremely poisonous. Anyone who is bitten will die in a second. So, everyone, if you don't want to die, then all of you better stand still. Shue Wuhan slowly took off the golden hat on his head, revealing a pair of peculiar eyes and a handsome face. That's right. Since his identity had been exposed, he would stand up openly and proudly. He would announce to the people of the continent and the people of the House of Aries that he, Shue Wuhan, had returned. Ah. Oh. Ugh. The 3 experts from the demonic god manor were preparing to launch a sneak attack to avenge the death of the demonic chicken. But just as they were about to move, they suddenly screamed in pain. Their faces turned black as they collapsed to the ground. Beneath their feet, a golden light flashed and vanished. Black blood spurted out from their feet, and the blood that spurted out was exactly the same as the demonic chicken's. Apparently, he was assassinated by Xue Wuhan again. At the same time, two strange cries came from the barbarian god manor and the hidden island, and two more people fell to the ground. Don't move. Don't move. This time, Mangan and Invikil panicked and shouted. The bloody truth told them that Xue Wuhan had a pair of peculiar eyes and a gloomy aura. The person in front of him with strange eyes and a gloomy aura was someone he couldn't afford to offend. Otherwise, the consequences would be tragic, extremely tragic. The demonic god Manor's side also panicked. The demonic chicken and the two people who died earlier were the strongest experts in the team. They died so suddenly, and in such a miserable way. They didn't even have the chance to say their last words, and they were completely scared out of their wits. In fact, what they were most afraid of was not Xue Wuhan's strength, but the way he attacked was too strange and swift. Who knew how many worms were buried in the soil under their feet? Who knew, in the next second, countless worms would crawl out and turn them all into rotten corpses? Yi Chang was shocked, Yu Rou was shocked, Yu Qingqing was shocked. The people of the House of Aries were shocked. They saw Xue Wuhan's unintentional glance at them. In that pair of gray and black eyes, there was coldness, laughter, and arrogance, but what they saw most was hatred. Monstrous hatred, hatred that made their bodies turn cold. The scene of Xue Fei and Xue Piaoro committing suicide in Dragon City appeared in their minds. They understood that Xue Wuhan was back for revenge, to kill. Well done, Xue Wuhan, well done. Later, I will reward you handsomely, and report to the Master God about your achievements. Now, I order you to kill Invikil. He was the one who encouraged the demonic god Manor. Black too walked over with big strides, his face full of pride, smiles, and arrogance. But before he could finish his sentence, his face suddenly changed. His eyes looked at his feet in horror, and his body trembled. He pointed at Xue Wuhan, wanting to curse. But he couldn't say anything, and fell to the ground, dead. Below his feet, there were two bloody holes, and black blood was flowing out. I don't need your reward. I will report to the Master God. I have reserved the position of the fifth guard of the Divine City half a year ago, so you can die now. Emissary of the Divine City, now that I am leading the team, you don't have any objections, right? Xue Wuhan turned his head around and stared at the crowd of Divine City eerily. When he saw the crowd of Divine City nodding their heads in fear, he smiled eerily. He turned to Invikil and said slowly, then, the treasure belongs to me. I think everyone has no objections, right? I am not a person who likes to kill, I like to be reasonable. So, people who reason with me usually live a long life. Young Master Xue, I like reasonable people the most, I have no objections. Invikil was the first to respond, raising his hand in agreement. Mangan also wanted to raise his hand, but he suddenly realized that his raised hand was missing a middle finger. He quickly retracted his hand, and said with a charming smile, Young Master Xue, of course I have no objections. Back on Nether Island, I already knew that you like to be reasonable. The treasure belongs to the strong, of course I have no objections. The demon race has no objections. The people of the demon race quickly followed suit, as if afraid that another person would die if they answered too late. It's good that no objections. You see, I like to be reasonable the most. Okay, you guys stay here, I guarantee your safety. Xue Wuhan very elegantly touched a few strands of hair in front of his forehead. His smile was very charming and very bright. After a while, he twisted his neck, turned around, and looked at the House of Aries. He narrowed his eyes, and his smile became even brighter. He said, since we are talking about being reasonable, then I think I need to reason with the big shots of the House of Aries. As Xue Wuhan raised his gentle smile and narrowed his eyes, the experts of the House of Aries collectively shivered. At this moment, they seemed to feel a cold winter wind blowing in the god-slaying mountain, and it was cold to the bone. Chapter 265. At this moment, Yi Qinghan felt very warm, very excited, and very refreshed. He had refined the carefree ring, he had defeated the god-slaying mountain, he could finally go home. He was a child who had wandered outside for 5 years, struggling alone for 5 years, not daring to miss home, not daring to miss, not daring to rest. He could only muster up his courage, fight with all his might, desperately cultivate, and move forward. He just wanted to find a way home, a way to see his family and his woman again. Today, he had finally found this way, and he had already reached the exit of the road. He was about to jump out of this cage and go home, back to his woman and his family. Moreover, he had brought many treasures, powerful strength, and was returning home in glory. How could he not feel warm? Not excited? Not happy? He wanted to shout, laugh, and roll on the ground to express his feelings at this moment. However, he told himself that he was no longer young. He was no longer the 7th son of the Yi family. He was an expert, a big shot, and he had to have a temperament, so he forced himself to calm down. He stood up and put the carefree ring on his ring finger, lining it up with the Soul Emperor ring. Then, he shouted in a very restless voice, "Elder Lu, it's thundering, it's raining, come back to collect the clothes." Xiao. Lu Shi appeared in a flash. Although there was a lively battle on the heavenly road, he had no time to watch, because Yi Qinghan had finished refining the ring, and he was going to take Yi Qinghan out. "Little Han, you're very efficient, huh? What's the matter, are you impatient?" "We're going back." Looking at Yi Qinghan's flushed face, he laughed mockingly. "Yes, please take me out, Elder Lu. I'm homesick." Yi Qinghan was not joking, but said very seriously, his eyes slightly burning. "Okay, I'll take you out. Are you going to leave the god-slaying mountain, or go back to your home? Where is your home? I can teleport you there." Lu Shi stopped joking around. He could see that Yi Qinghan was calm on the surface, but deep down, he was eager to return home. He was extremely excited. Therefore, in his heart, he felt a surge of tender affection for Yi Qinghan. No matter what, he was still a child. My home is in Sang City, Yi family castle." By the way, has the god-slaying mountain's heavenly path opened yet?" Yi Qinghan replied honestly, but he suddenly thought of a problem. If it was time for the opening of the god-slaying mountain, perhaps someone from the Yi family was already outside the god-slaying mountain, or perhaps they had already entered. "Huh? Didn't I tell you that as soon as you entered the carefree pavilion, the god-slaying mountain opened? Right now, there's a group of people fighting on the heavens road, haha." Lu Shi laughed heartily. He was still reminiscing about the group of people he had arranged to fight twice in a row. What? They've already started fighting? No, someone from the Yi clan must have come. The old ancestor must have told them that I'm still alive. Maybe even Qingqing Qinggu has come. Not good. Old Lu, please take me to the heavens road immediately. I want to take a look. Yi Qinghan's back was drenched in cold sweat when he heard this. Your relatives are down there? Oh, why didn't you say so earlier? Before you go down, I have to tell you that Master has given me an order. Before you go to the divine realm, apart from ensuring your safety, I can only help you 3 times. If you want me to help you, you must be careful. Lu Shi touched his face and said embarrassedly. At the same time, he thought of something and hurriedly explained. 3 times? Enough. Elder Lu, please take me down. Yi Qinghan's eyes flashed and he nodded. Okay. Let's go. Lu Shi did not waste any more time. His figure flashed and disappeared from the ecstasy pavilion with Yi Qinghan. Young Master Feng, Young Master Hua, Lady Qingqing, Lady Long, Young Master Long, everyone is here. And the experts from the House of Aries. My lords, I, Shui Wuhan, am pleased to meet you. At that moment, Xue Wuheng took out a folding fan out of nowhere and began fanning himself in an elegant manner. However, he was wearing a set of cyan armor on the outside and a set of golden robes on the inside. He was no longer as elegant as he used to be. Instead, he appeared somewhat strange. Hee. Young Master Xue, you're too kind. I can't accept your courtesy. Feng Zi was a straightforward person. Since he had fallen out with Xue Wuhan in the past, he did not want to get back at him now. He laughed coldly. Xue Wuhan, stop fanning yourself. You're wearing a dog's robe. You can't fan yourself as elegantly as you used to be. Hua Xia, who was obviously courageous, said sarcastically. Young Master Xue, actually, I've always regretted it. Yu Qingqing also faintly opened her mouth. Her clear and melodious voice caused Xue Wuheng's brows to twitch. He was a little surprised. Unexpectedly, the second half of Yu Qingqing's words made him directly crush his folding fan into pieces. I regret getting to know a piece of trash like you. There's a saying that goes, a dog inside a bone, although it's wearing a human skin, it can't change its servile nature. Yu Qingqing was obviously in despair. She could not find Yu Qinghan and Xue Wuhan obviously would not let them go. She had already decided to die, so she was very blunt with her words. He's a bad guy. I know him. He beat up my brother in the past. At this moment, Yi Qingyu and Yi Qinggu woke up. Yi Qingyu looked at Xue Wuhan and suddenly opened her eyes wide. She pointed at Xue Wuhan and said coldly. Huh. The humiliating words of the crowd had obviously driven Xue Wuheng a little mad. He directly tore away his polite and graceful facade. His face turned ferocious as he roared, You're the one who's going to die. Good, very good. I'm a dog, I'm useless. Yi Qinghan is good, Yi Qinghan is strong, Yi Qinghan is not bad. He's the hero of the House of Aries. He stole my woman and forced my father and my master to death. But, where is he now? Ask him to come out. Ha. Let me tell you, he's already dead. But I'm standing here, and I can control your life and death. No, even if he's not dead, I can still kill him with one finger. So he's a piece of trash, a dog. So what if he's a genius? When a genius dies, he's a piece of trash. I, Xue Wuhan, can stand here today and control your life and death. I'm the genius, I'm the hero. Don't say that I didn't give you a chance. From the Yi family and the Yu family, other than Yi Qinggu, Yi Qingyu, and Yu Qingqing, if the rest of you commit suicide now, I can let the rest of you go. Of course, Yu Qingqing, Yi Qinggu, and Yi Qingyu, you must marry me and serve me well. I want to torture Yi Qinghan's women every day. Otherwise, today, I'll let all of you die without a complete corpse from the House of Aries. Ha. Xue Wuhan's maniacal laughter reverberated in the Hall of Heaven's Road. His face was sinister, and even slightly distorted. He was like a dog hiding in the small pavilion in the God City. He lived a useless life, struggling at death's door, and trained hard every day and night. It was all for the sake of returning openly, just like today. Chapter 266. He thought that with his powerful strength, he could even control the life and death of everyone present. He thought that the people from the divine battle manor would be afraid, terrified, and kneel in front of him to beg for his forgiveness. Who would have thought that all he heard was undisguised humiliation and insults? That was why he was mad, angry, and desperate. The death of his father and master, and the 5 years of living like a dog, were all released at this moment, causing his emotions to completely explode. Facing Xue Wuhan, who was like a mad dog, Invakil slightly shrunk his body and took 2 steps back. The people of the demon race, barbarian race, and hidden island god city did not dare to make a sound. They knew that Xue Wuhan was in the most danger at this moment. One wrong move and he would be killed by a mad Xue Wuhan. Yi Chang's expression was very bad. This time, he brought Yi Tianlong, Yi Qingniu, Yi Baihu, and the hope of the Yi family. He thought that he would be able to rescue Yi Qinghan. But now, Yi Qinghan was not found, but Xue Wuhan suddenly appeared. He knew very well that Xue Wuhan could kill the demon chicken Tu He and so many experts. Then, no matter how he resisted, it would be useless. After all, he was very clear about the insects of the Xue family. Before he could resist or escape, they would definitely kill him. He would definitely die today. It didn't matter if he died, he always thought that one would have to pay the price sooner or later. But Yi Qinggu and Yi Qingyu could not die. Yu Qingsheng and the future hope of the other families could not die. Otherwise, he would become the sinner of the Yi family and the people of the House of Aries. So, after a moment, he had a definition in his heart. He spoke softly, Xue Wuheng, right? I think that when you're doing something, you should think of a way out for your Xue clan. If you kill all of us, I'm sure it won't take long for your Xue clan to be annihilated. You must have heard about what happened to you in Dragon City. No one will be able to save the Xue family if you incur the wrath of the masses. So, I'll give you a discount on your conditions. I, Yi Chang, will take responsibility for everything. I'll kill myself. How about letting the others go? Yi Chang wasn't wearing white today, but his cultured and refined scholarly temperament was very intoxicating. Yi Chang's words obviously aroused the admiration of everyone present. Even Invakil secretly gave him a thumbs up and sighed softly, what a real man. However, Yi Chang's heroic spirit and smile did not move Xue Wuheng. Xue Wuheng became even more furious when he heard that. His eyes began to turn slightly blood-red. He sneered and said angrily, my father, my master, the two closest people to me in the Xue clan have been forced to their deaths by you. I no longer have any attachment to the Xue clan. Today, I am here to avenge them. I don't want to waste my breath. I'll count to 5. If you don't kill yourselves, I'll make my move. Emissaries of the Divine City, heed my command. Prepare to attack. 1. Yi Chang sighed helplessly. He looked at Yu Rofeng, Xiao Longfei, and Xiao Rofeng. At the same time, his eyes flashed with the determination to die. At the same time, they sent a message to the experts of their clans. They were prepared to risk their lives to stall for time. Some of them would take advantage of the chaos to bring Feng Zilong, Sai Nan, and Yi Qingyu out of heaven's path. Once they got out of heaven's path, everything would be fine with Yi Tianlong and the others. As for them, they had no choice but to die for their clan, too. Yu Qingsheng, Yi Qingyu, and Yi Qinggu looked at each other. They didn't care about Xue Wuhen's counting. They knew what Yi Chang and the others were thinking. However, they didn't plan to escape. Instead, they looked at the gates of heaven's path. They seemed to be waiting for their men to appear. They were waiting for their men to appear. They were waiting for their men at the foot of Duanren Peak. He was stepping on the purple light. He was like a god descending to save them. They didn't want to leave. Without Yi Qinghan, there was no point in living anymore. They felt that if they couldn't die at the same time as Yi Qinghan, at least they could die in the same place. 3. The urging voice continued to ring out. The people of the Divine City took out their weapons one after another. Their auras swirled around them, waiting for Xue Wuhen to count to 5. Then, they would immediately attack and kill all the people from the Divine Battle Manor. The people from the Hidden Island, the barbarian race, and the monster race slowly took a few steps back. They didn't want to be affected by the battle. However, they didn't dare to run away. They were afraid that Xue Wuhen would kill them too. The battle was about to start. 4. Xue Wuhen's eyes gradually became cold. The corner of his mouth revealed a cold smile. He slowly raised his hand and was about to put it down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We went up the mountain to kill the tiger. The tiger wasn't at home. We went to Wuhen's house. Why did we go to his house? Because we went to F***ck him. Ha. Everyone, long time no see. Just as Xue Wuheng was about to count down to 5 and start killing, a frivolous and mocking voice was suddenly heard in the hall. A very obscene limerick had completely shattered the tense atmosphere. Ah. Oh. Huh. What was going on? Invikil was confused. He couldn't figure out who could be so talented. So courageous. How could he be as lewd as him? Mangon heard the voice. He held his left hand that didn't have a middle finger. He looked as if his father had died. He was puzzled. Didn't they say that good people would live long and bad people would all die a violent death? How could this scourge still be alive? Feng Zi grinned. Hua Hua and Long Shuelu smiled. They were thinking, when did this young master learn how to compose poems? And it seemed very neat. But Xue Wuhan's mother was so old. Why didn't he let her go? Yi Chang's elegant expression was no longer elegant. He was so excited that his body started to tremble. Yu Rou's eyes widened. Hua Lu's eyes widened. Feng Xiaoxiao and Long Fei's eyes widened too. They wanted to see clearly. Did this legendary young man have 3 heads and 6 arms? Otherwise, why would he be so ferocious? Yu Qingxing cried into a complete mess. Yi Qingwu cried until her face was covered in tears. Long Sainan cried, but she felt embarrassed, so she held back her tears. But unknowingly, they flowed down once again. Yi Qingyu didn't cry. She only felt that the mountain behind her had returned. As long as this mountain was there, she wouldn't be afraid of anything. She just smiled and called out softly, like a young girl welcoming her loved ones at the door of her home, affectionately calling out, "Brother." Xue Wuhan was furious. This scene was supposed to belong to him. He had been dreaming about it for a long time. But he couldn't understand. Why did he receive such a response when he made such a strong entrance? Why did this person steal all the limelight the moment he stepped onto the stage? But after a while, he figured it out and wasn't angry anymore. One more person coming to die was perfect for his revenge plan. This didn't seem too bad. So he smiled and said gently, "Yi Qinghan, you didn't take the road to heaven. Instead, you came to hell. I'll send you on your way today. I'll let you reunite in hell." Chapter 267. Yi Qinghan slowly walked out of the passageway. His footwork was very relaxed and his expression was very satisfied. After 5 years, he was finally out. He wanted to shout, "I, Hu Hanshan, am finally back," however. Xue Wuhan's gloomy words interrupted his good mood. Hence, he waved his hand unhappily and said with a smile, "Xue Wuhan, can we settle the score later? I don't really need this little bit of time. Let me see my family and friends that I haven't seen for a long time." After saying that, he ignored Xue Wuhan and the many experts nearby and frivolously walked towards the people from the House of Aries. Go and say your last words. Later, I will let your family and women die in front of you one by one. I will let you have a taste of the pain that I have endured for the past 5 years. Xue Wuhan waved his hand and stopped the people from God City from attacking. He gracefully let Yi Qinghan walk over. He felt that this game was getting more and more fun. He was also thinking about how he should play later to make himself feel better. "Brother." Yi Qingyu's innocent and charming face rippled with a warm smile. Seeing Yi Qinghan slowly walking over, she stretched out her hands. 5 years had passed. Her brother had changed. He had become taller and more mature. However, no matter how much he changed, Yi Qingyu could still recognize him at a glance. "Han." Yu Qingxing softly called out, but her voice was immediately drowned out by choking sobs. She wiped the tears on her face while looking at Yi Qinghan. However, she seemed to realize that the tears on her face were increasing. "Yi Qinghan, you bastard, you. Yi Qingwu looked at the man who had stolen her innocence and heart. She wanted to scold him a few times, but she realized that she didn't know how to scold him. In the end, she simply continued to cry. "Qingyu, be a good girl. I will cook for you when we get home. Qinggu, don't cry. Your man is back. Smile for me." Yi Qinghan lightly walked over and hugged Yi Qingyu, Yu Qingcheng, and Yi Qingwu in his arms. He patted them a few times, then turned around and continued with a smile, "Greetings, third uncle, greetings, seniors, young Master Feng, Miss Flower, Miss Dragon, and brother Lu Shui. Don't go back later. Go to the Yi family castle and eat for 3 days." "Huh, my treat." Everyone was collectively shocked by Yi Qinghan's arrogant attitude. All the family leaders gave him a thumbs up. This young genius of the Yi family was indeed extraordinary. Not to mention anything else, just this aura, this natural and unrestrained temperament, no matter how you looked at it, he belonged to the fierce level. "Qinghan, third uncle is very happy that you can return safely. Second brother has given birth to a good son." Yi Chang's face didn't have the worry and melancholy from before. Since Yi Qinghan could return safely, then the purpose of this trip had been achieved. He was prepared to let them return safely at all costs, even if he had to die a horrible death. "Third uncle, don't worry. Isn't it just a bastard from the Shui family who went to the Divine City to learn some tricks?" Yi Qinghan laughed. He could see the deep meaning in Yi Chang's eyes. He immediately comforted him. Then, he turned to Yi Qingyu, Yu Qingcheng, and Yi Qingwu and smiled. He took a step forward and said, "Coincidentally, I also learned some tricks. Wait for me to slap him to the ground. Then I will come back and chat with you." "Qinghan. Come back, Shui Wuhan is very powerful now. You are no match for him." Yi Chang hurriedly took a step forward and pulled Yi Qinghan back. Battle chi surged from his body and he was ready to attack. "Third uncle, go back and have a good rest. Believe me, since I can walk out of the god-slaying mountain, I can easily slap Shui Wuhan to death. Look after Qingyu and the others." Yi Qinghan smiled and sent a message to Yi Qinghan, expressing his attitude. Seeing Yi Qinghan slowly walking forward, the people of the House of Aries all had complicated expressions. Yi Qingyu, Yu Qingcheng, and Yi Qingwu did not stop him, nor did they say anything. The thoughts of the three of them were very simple. They were already very happy to see Yi Qinghan again. If Yi Qinghan couldn't deal with Shui Wuhan, then dying together with him was also a good ending. Therefore, they did not do anything. Instead, they looked forward to Yi Qinghan's performance with excitement. This man was a man who could bring miracles. Yu Rou, Long Fei, Xiao Xiao, and Hua Lu looked at Yi Chang in confusion. Shui Wuhan could instantly kill a peak emperor realm powerhouse, but Yi Qinghan actually walked past him so easily. Could it be that he was even more powerful than Shui Wuhan? What was wrong with the teenagers nowadays? How could they survive in the future? Feng Zihua, Hua Shuihua, Long Shuilu, and Long Sainan looked at Yi Qinghan's back with a face full of hope. This back had once saved them from a hopeless situation. Would history repeat itself this time? They were very expectant. "Are you done with your last words?" Shui Wuhan squinted his eyes slightly. His expression was a little crazy and arrogant. However, when he saw this expression in Yi Qinghan's eyes, he remembered that Yi Qinghuang was also like this a few years ago in the Enchanted Garden. He couldn't help but feel a little funny. He rubbed his nose and said, "I really don't like this look of yours. But speaking of which, I have never liked you since the first time I saw you on the Cowherd Street in Sung City. It's a pity that I didn't catch you on the Nether Island. Otherwise, I wouldn't have to see your disgusting look again today. Yi Qinghan, please don't always act like this, okay? This is not the Moon Tower, nor is it the Nether Island. I can control all your lives here. Do you understand? Aren't you afraid that I will kill your sister? Kill your woman? Kill everyone in the Yi family? Then don't you think it's more appropriate for you to kneel in front of me and beg me to let them go?" Shui Wuhan was very uncomfortable with Yi Qinghan's look. He felt that Yi Qinghan didn't seem to understand the current situation. Why was he so arrogant and direct? Why was he so calm and direct? Why could he still laugh so happily in such a situation? Therefore, he reminded Yi Qinghan. He felt that Yi Qinghan shouldn't be standing there with a smile, but should be kneeling and crying, crawling on the ground like a dog, begging him to let go of his loved ones and women. Oh. What's going on? Yi Qinghan raised his eyebrows understandingly. With a surprised expression, he turned his head and looked around. He happened to see Man Gon's bald head, who was looking at him stealthily. He hurriedly said, "From your tone, it seems that Shui Wuhan is very powerful. Is he very fierce? Brute Gon, tell me, how fierce is he now that I'm afraid of him?" "Ha! Brute Gon, hurry up and tell Yi Qinghan, let him understand." Hearing this, Shui Wuhan showed a proud expression on his face. He waved his hand and signaled Brute Gon to tell him. Man Gon wanted to slap himself. At the same time, he stood up shyly and said weakly, "Young Master Yi, Master Shui is very powerful now. He can kill all of us here in a second." Brute Gon's fearful expression and the other people's expressions made Shui Wuhan feel very comfortable. He looked up to the sky and laughed. There was a trace of coldness in his eyes. He said, "Ha! Did you hear that? Yi Qinghan, are you afraid? You didn't expect this, did you? I, Shui Wuhan, can also have this day, right? Let me tell you, today, I will make you pay for the humiliation you have brought me and what you have done to my father and my master. Aren't you very arrogant? Aren't you very arrogant? Didn't you want to kill me in the Yulu? Aren't you invincible on the Nether Island? Why don't you continue to be arrogant and arrogant?" Chapter 268. Clap. 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 The response to Shui Wuhan was a few loud claps. Of course, Yi Qinghan was not afraid. He was not afraid at all. Instead, he was watching Shui Wuhan's performance as if he was watching a clown. What was he afraid of? Lu Shi was in the Freedom Pavilion and could appear at any time. In fact, when he entered this place, he had already used one of the 3 chances that Lu Shi had given him. He wanted Lu Shi to protect all the people in the House of Aries. Lu Shi agreed readily, so he had no worries at all. As for Shui Wuhan's strength, he didn't care about it at all. After watching the performance, he clapped his hands in satisfaction. He didn't care about Shui Wuhan anymore. Instead, he looked at Man Gon and let out a long sigh. "Man Gon, I haven't seen you for more than 5 years. I always thought that you would change after the incident at the Nether Island. Sigh. I didn't expect that you are still so useless. A mere Shui Wuhan is enough to make you so afraid. How are you going to lead the barbarians in the future? How are you going to conquer the hearts of the barbarian girls?" Yi Qinghan's words and Yi Qinghan's attitude had obviously aroused the interest of everyone present. After understanding Shui Wuhan's strength, he could still be so relaxed and continue to tease them calmly. Could it be that he had something to rely on? As for Yi Qingyu, Yi Qinggu, and Yu Qingsheng, their eyes flashed with a trace of fascination. Did you see that? This was their man, the extraordinary man in the world, the one and only Yi Qinghan, who could remain calm even when the mountains were pressing down on him. I'm very puzzled. Isn't it just 12 worms? Why are you so afraid? Although it seems that these worms were fed with a little poison, in my opinion, they can be easily killed. Yi Qinghan casually looked around and gently touched the freedom ring on his hand. A black weapon that was more than 1 meter long appeared in his hand out of nowhere. It was neither a sword nor a saber, but an iron ruler. He waved it in the air a few times and held it with one hand. He pointed it at Shui Wuhan and said, "Come on, Shui Wuhan, let me see how many of my attacks you can block with what you have learned in the Divine City." Wow! Space ring. What is this black weapon? It seems very imposing. Interesting. It seems that the famous Yi Qinghan also has some tricks up his sleeve. However, can he defeat Shui Wuhan? I don't think so. Even the demon chicken and Tu Hei were instantly killed by Shui Wuhan. What could Yi Qinghan do at such a young age? Shui Wuhan killed demon chicken and black butcher instantly. What can Yi Qinghan do at such a young age? Yi Qinghan's sudden display of power caused the crowd to exclaim softly. They all knew about the space ring. Even the leaders of their factions had a few of them. However, the people present did not have a share. At this moment, when Yi Qinghan suddenly took out a strange weapon from the space ring, they could not help but speculate. However, it was obvious that Xue Wuhan was too strong. No one had any confidence in Yi Qinghan. Oh. It seems that you have made some progress in the past few years? Well. If that's the case, then go to hell. I will take care of your woman for you. Xue Wuhan saw that Yi Qinghan suddenly showed such a move and pointed out that he had 12 worms. He could not help but feel a little shaken. He did not want to drag this on any longer. He decided to take action and kill Yi Qinghan first. Swish, 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 under Xue Wuhan's control, 10 rays of golden light broke out from the ground and attacked Yi Qinghan from different directions and angles. He believed that no matter how Yi Qinghan dodged, he would not be able to avoid the attacks of 10 golden-shelled worms. As long as one golden-shelled worm bit him, even a god would not be able to save him. Yi Qinghan didn't dodge. Although he had comprehended the law of space, and could vaguely determine the direction and trajectory of the 10 insects, he was 80% sure that he would be able to reach Xue Wuhan's side and stun him with his soul by relying on form displacement transposition. However, he did not dodge. He only narrowed his eyes and leaped into the sky. His body emitted a bewitching purple light, and the slaughter god blade in his hand slashed out countless strange blade lights. He chose to attack because he did not need to dodge. Although the golden-shelled worms were powerful and had been poisoned, one must not forget that golden-shelled worms were also living creatures with souls. It was obvious that the golden-shelled worms' souls were not as strong as a peak-stage Emperor realm martial artist. Hence, under the effect of his soul confusion, all 10 golden-shelled worms were hit. 7 styles of chasing wind, exterminating worm slash. Yi Qinghan's soul had already locked onto these 10 worms. Under the effect of his soul confusion, the 10 worms slowed down and started to fall to the ground. The corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. He immediately unleashed a few streaks of green blade light and sliced the 10 worms in half. Although the golden-shelled worms had strong defenses and the slaughter god blade did not have a grade, even the Soul Emperor felt that this blade was a treasure. How could it be weak? Position swap. After Yi Qinghan swung his blade 10 times, he didn't stop for long. He immediately teleported and disappeared into thin air. At this moment, the 10 worms in the air were split into 2 halves. Under everyone's incredulous gazes, the halves slowly fell with the wind and landed on the ground. They were like 20 golden leaves that were blown away by the autumn wind. What's going on? This, impossible. Oh my god, it was obvious that Yi Qinghan's attack had stunned everyone present. They looked at the bodies of the golden-shelled worms on the ground for a while before looking at each other. They could not believe their eyes. Xue Wuhan was such a perverted worm that could instantly kill a peak-stage Emperor realm expert. He was a worm that could cause everyone present to freeze in fear. Yet, Yi Qinghan easily sliced it in half like he was cutting vegetables or slaughtering a pig? Impossible. Xue Wuhan could not believe it either. He blinked his gray and black eyes several times. He could not believe what he saw. He had been raising these worms for more than 20 years. They were faster than a peak-stage Emperor realm martial artist. Their defenses were strong enough to withstand multiple attacks from holy artifacts. Their attacks could easily kill a peak-stage Emperor realm expert. Yet, they were chopped up by Yi Qinghan just like that. However, he did not know that Yi Qinghan's spiritual confusion had caused these 10 worms to enter a state of dizziness. He also did not know that Yi Qinghan's slaughter god blade was actually so sharp. Yi Qinghan's slaughter god blade sliced his worms like tofu. However, in the next second, he suddenly woke up. Yi Qinghan had disappeared. He felt danger and quickly circulated his battle chi. He was prepared to escape. At the same time, he started to control the remaining 2 worms below him to rush towards him. However, before he could finish doing all this, he suddenly realized that Yi Qinghan had already appeared in front of him out of thin air. With a trace of a playful smile and a trace of purple light, he muttered to himself, "It's over." After that, he directly fainted. Yi Qinghan shook his head slightly. With a wave of his left hand, the slaughter god blade directly sliced the remaining 2 golden-shelled worms under Xue Wuhan's feet into 2 halves. After that, he single-handedly grabbed Xue Wuhan's neck and lifted him up. He spun him around so that Xue Wuhan's face was facing everyone. At this moment, it was as if Yi Qinghan was carrying a duck. It was extremely casual and casual. After that, he shook his head again. He picked up the slaughter god blade and slashed at Xue Wuhan's stomach. The black blade ignored the holy artifact battle armor on Xue Wuhan's body and directly pierced into Xue Wuhan's stomach. Chi! The sound of a balloon leaking echoed in the quiet plaza. Xue Wuhan's dantian was directly pierced by Yi Qinghan. Countless amounts of battle chi mixed with Xue Wuhan's blood spurted out. The concentration of the heaven and earth essence energy in the Heavenly Road's main hall increased by 2 levels. After doing all this, Yi Qinghan sighed softly. He looked at everyone with a puzzled expression and said, "Why do I feel that this Xue Wuhan doesn't seem very powerful?" Chapter 269. Silence. Silence. The entire plaza was completely silent. Invikil was confused once again. Could it be that Xue Wuhan was really a noob? Was he just trying to scare them? Otherwise, how could he have been killed by this delicate and pretty young man, his insect, his cultivation base, and carried like a duck? Man Gan was afraid. He felt as if he had returned to Duanren Peak. As he stared at Yi Qinghan's calm smile, he could not help but feel a bone-piercing chill. The members of the demon clan were dumbfounded. They had heard that the son of the Holy Venerate had been killed by a young man from the House of Aries. They had heard that the young man carried a bewitching purple light and had a devilish smile. However, they never thought that this young man would be so powerful and terrifying. Xue Wuhan, who had killed their leader in a second, had been killed by him in a second. Feng Xiaoxiao smiled, Yu Rohua and Lu Longfei smiled. They were happy that the House of Aries had produced another peerless genius. However, their hearts were filled with jealousy at the same time. Why did peerless geniuses always come from the Yi family? Could it be that Sung City's feng shui was really that good? Yi Cheng was excited. His entire body trembled as if he was having an epileptic fit. He told himself to be calm, but his body still trembled involuntarily. Feng Zihua and Lu Longfei were excited. They had been saved once again. Yi Qinghan had once again carried a bewitching purple light with him. He had rescued them from a hopeless situation just like he had done at Duanren Peak. However, the few of them sighed in their hearts. It seemed that it was getting harder and harder to return this favor. Yi Qingyu was drunk. Yu Qingcheng and Yi Qinggu were drunk. They watched their brother and their man in such a domineering manner, so confident, so eye-catching, so dazzling. They were intoxicated. That young girl did not yearn for love. That young girl did not like their prince. He rode a white horse and brandished a long sword to rescue them from the demon's encirclement. Today, their man had arrived. He did not ride a white horse, but he had brought a domineering long sword and a beautiful purple light with him. He had successfully rescued them from a hopeless situation. Ah! A blood-curdling scream broke the silence. Xue Wuhan was awakened by a sharp pain in his lower abdomen, a sense of powerlessness all over his body, and a suffocating feeling caused by his neck being squeezed. When he realized that the cultivation he had painstakingly cultivated for more than 20 years had turned into nothingness, he let out a long howl of pain. It was a howl that pierced his heart and was incomparably miserable. Don't scream anymore. The more you scream, the faster your blood will flow. I say, young Master Xue, don't you have any other skills apart from screaming? Yi Qinghan tilted his ear and said in a disgusted tone. Impossible. Impossible. Yi Qinghan, how could you do this to me? How could you cut open my golden-shelled insect so easily? Impossible, I don't believe it, I can't accept it. Xue Wuhan waved his hands and legs in the air. It seemed like he wanted to beat Yi Qinghan crazily. However, when Yi Qinghan used more force, he felt a strong suffocating feeling again. His body also weakly drooped down. A pair of blood-red eyes stared at Yi Qinghan fiercely. It seemed like he wanted to tear him apart with his eyes. Why can't I do this to you? Humph. Have you ever wondered why you made me vomit blood with a single palm strike on Nyolang Street? When you and Yi Qinghuang and Yi Rong conspired to kill my sister, did you ever think about why? When you planted a hidden insect on me on the Netherworld Island, and almost killed me and hundreds of the elites of the House of Aries, did you ever think about why? Yi Qinghan sneered coldly. The corners of his mouth curled into a mocking arc as he stared deeply at Shui Wuheng and continued, You've never thought about why, you've only thought about yourself. You've never considered that our Yi clan and your Shui clan are of the same lineage. You've forgotten that you're a member of the Battle God Manor, you've forgotten that you're a human and not a dog. Today, I am going to do justice for my sister, and for the disciples of the House of Aries who died on the Netherworld Island. I sentence you to death, immediately. After he finished speaking, Yi Qinghan squeezed his left hand. Before Shui Wuhan could explain, he directly crushed his neck. A series of cracking sounds were heard. Shui Wuhan's eyes were wide open in anger. His head hung down powerlessly. All the bones in his neck were crushed. Shui Wuhan, dead. Bang! Yi Qinghan waved his hand and threw Shui Wuheng's corpse in the direction of the Divine City's experts. It was as if he was throwing a piece of trash. It smashed on the ground with a loud bang, shocking the Divine City's experts, as well as the people of the demon race and barbarian race. At this moment, no one dared to fight with Yi Qinghan anymore. They all looked at him with fear. Yi Qinghan was too ruthless. He killed without hesitation. Moreover, Yi Qinghan was too strong. He could teleport. Although everyone was curious about this, no one dared to ask. Most importantly, since Yi Qinghan could make Shui Wuhan faint, he must have entered the Emperor realm. Rumor has it that his body fusion technique could instantly kill experts of the same realm. Moreover, he was least afraid of group battles. Lord, I'm very happy to see you return safely. And, since you're here, Mangon believes that there's no longer any suspense about the ownership of the Supreme Treasure. I, Mangon, represent the barbarian race to withdraw from this competition. And, these are the 18 treasures that the barbarian race has snatched. Ha! Lord, you can visit the barbarian race when you have time. I will definitely treat you well. Then, we'll be leaving first. The moment Mangon saw Shui Wuheng's corpse, his body shrunk back, and he hastily retreated. At this moment, he no longer had any fighting spirit left in him. He just wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. As long as Yi Qinghan was still alive, he didn't want to leave the barbarian god manor ever again. The people of the Divine City have withdrawn. The supreme treasure belongs to young Master Yi. These are the 28 treasures that the Divine City has snatched. Of course, the people of the Divine City didn't dare to fight anymore. Their captain, Black 2, was dead. Shui Wuhan, who was stronger than Black 2, was also dead. What else could they use to fight? Although they knew that the God Lord would definitely punish them when they returned, they knew that if they dared to jump out now, Yi Qinghan wouldn't mind killing them on the spot. And, the demon race has also withdrawn. These are the 13 treasures that we have snatched. Let's go. The people of the demon race weren't fools. They quickly turned around and fled. Yi Qinghan's decisiveness in killing wasn't any worse than Shui Wuhan's. They didn't want to be bitten by an even more dangerous tiger after the death of a wolf. The people of the barbarian race's Divine City and the demon race immediately rushed out of the heaven's path. The people of the hidden island didn't move. It wasn't that Yin Sha wanted to snatch the treasures. Yin Sha knew that the island lord of the hidden island had done a favor for the Yi family. Presumably, Yi Qinghan wouldn't make a move on the people of the hidden island. Swish. However, just as the people of the barbarian race's Divine City and the demon race turned around and were about to rush out, a frail figure suddenly appeared in front of them along with a bewitching purple light. Chapter 270. Bam! 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 Yi Qinghan swung the slaughter god blade at the row of demons in front of him, who were in a daze. Then, he laughed and said, "It's not over yet. Don't be in a hurry to leave. At least let's see what the ultimate treasure of the fallen god mountain is, right?" What a joke. Yi Qinghan was not a fool. If he let them go now, he would definitely be hunted down by the entire continent. After all, once they left, the entire continent would think that he had taken the ultimate treasure of the fallen god mountain. Although the Yi family had a god-grade expert and Lu Shi would protect him, it was not good to be targeted by others all the time. He did not want an assassin to suddenly appear under his bed in the middle of the night. Therefore, he had a quick telepathic conversation with Lu Shi and decided to put on a show. "Ah, it's good to see it." Man Gong's expression changed when he saw that Yi Qinghan was going to attack again. He thought that Yi Qinghan had changed his mind. However, after hearing Yi Qinghan's words, he laughed awkwardly. "Young Master Yi, how dare we disobey your orders?" The demons were very straightforward. After all, they were the weakest team. All right. The people from the God City did not dare to say anything else and walked back helplessly. After a while, half an hour was finally up. Once again, there was a powerful aura in the hall. It was the aura of a god. Then, a mocking voice sounded. "Time's up. The ultimate treasure belongs to the person with the most treasures. Of course, whether you can get the ultimate treasure depends on your luck. I'm going now." A beautiful sword flickering with white light and a faint dragon chi circling around it slowly descended towards Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan's face lit up with joy. She immediately used form transposition and grabbed the sword in the air before descending slowly. He looked at the divine sword that was shining with divine light and had an extraordinary aura. Many people in the crowd had greedy looks on their faces. This was a legendary divine weapon. One should know that in the entire Fire Dragon continent, other than the City Lord of the Divine City and the King of the Dark Forest, no one else had such an item. With this item, one's attack power would increase by at least a few times. However, Yi Chang's face was filled with joy. His body trembled even more excitedly. The experts of the Yi family behind the Yi family all revealed proud expressions. This divine tool belonged to the Yi family. The Yi family had a divine tool. Moments later, their expressions changed. This was because they noticed that Yi Qinghan's expression had changed. It had become incomparably unsightly. Yi Qinghan actually treated the godly sword as trash. He threw it on the ground and cursed, "Senior, this isn't real. You tricked me." What was going on? Was Yi Qinghan crazy? He actually threw the divine sword on the ground? You're still saying it's fake? How could a divine artifact be fake? Look at the color, look at the divine light, look at the aura, one look and you can tell that it's not an ordinary item. Qinghan, what are you doing? Yi Chang became anxious. His expression quickly changed. He rushed over, picked up the long sword on the ground, and asked in confusion. Yi Qinghan did not answer. He just roared a few more times at the top of his head. He looked very angry. However, the guardian no longer made any sound. It was as if he had already left. After a long time, Yi Qinghan turned his head angrily and said helplessly, "Third uncle, this is fake. I also found one in the God-slaying mountain. If you don't believe me, use your battle chi and hit the sword." Yi Chang blinked his eyes. He raised his left hand in disbelief and gently patted the sword. Crack! The divine sword unexpectedly broke into two pieces, revealing a dark hollow hole in the middle. There was an uproar at the scene. They did not expect that the supreme treasure of the God-slaying mountain, which they had fought for thousands of years, would turn out to be a fake. Moreover, it seemed that there was more than one fake. The person who gets the most treasures will be victorious. You will have the opportunity to obtain the supreme treasure. Good luck. Of course, whether or not you can obtain the supreme treasure depends on your luck. Opportunity? Luck? At this time, everyone thought of what the guardian of the God-slaying mountain had said and began to guess secretly. Could it be that there were more of these swords? Only one of them is the real one? But where were the other swords? Where was the real sword? Of course, there were also a few people who looked at Yi Qinghan suspiciously. They looked at his black, strange-looking long sword. Could it be that this was the real sword? What are you looking at? Damn, I am so unlucky. Everyone, I am very ashamed. I am not in a good mood, so I have changed my mind. You can't go back like this. Yi Qinghan rolled his eyes and directly flew into a rage. However, he felt helpless. After all, he had suddenly appeared in the heavenly road square and was having fun. He even revealed the slaughter god blade and the unfettered ring. It would be strange if no one suspected him. At this moment, he could only try his best to divert everyone's attention and hope that they would not suspect him. Thus, he shouted in an extremely tyrannical manner. F***ck, when Yi Qinghan flew into a rage, man gone and the others were dumbfounded. This was not the way to play. Man gone was the first to panic. He did not want Yi Qinghan to chop off his other middle finger or his third leg. He immediately cried out, "Young Master Yi, this is not only my problem. You can vent your anger on us. I have elders and children to take care of. If I die, what will happen to my hundreds of wives? They can't live on their fingers and winter melons." That's right, Lord Yi, you are a magnanimous person. This is really not only our problem. Young Master Yi, you can't go back on your words. Moreover, we did not deal with the Yi family. In an instant, everyone hurriedly cupped their hands, bowed, and wiped their tears. They collectively begged. Qinghan, where it is possible to let people off, one should forgive them. Look, Yi Chang was also anxious. It was fine if the divine artifact was gone. At least Yi Qinghan had returned safely. Moreover, his strength had become so powerful. The Yi family would definitely be overjoyed when they heard this news. However, if Yi Qinghan killed everyone present, he would offend several forces. The Yi family would not have an easy time in the future. Since my third uncle has pleaded for mercy, then forget it. Yi Qinghan thought for a moment and opened his mouth. This caused everyone to be overjoyed. However, the next second, Yi Qinghan continued to speak, and their mood fell to the bottom. How about this? Leave all of your treasures behind. Anything that is a divine artifact and above, throw them all to me. Don't try to hide it. My mood has not recovered yet. If I find out, I will flip out. After you leave the treasures behind, all of you put your hands on your heads and form 3 rows. Line up properly and walk out. Make sure you are in a neat formation. I am not in a good mood. You all know that. Don't make me flip out. Plop, plop. As soon as Yi Qinghan finished speaking, many people at the scene immediately fainted and fell to the ground. The remaining people at the scene had black lines on their faces. This was too much. Chapter 271. Yi Tianlong was very anxious. The 3 consecutive changes to the god-slaying mountain had made him extremely flustered, and when he saw Yi Qingmyo constantly walking back and forth in front of his eyes, he became even more flustered. Qingmyo, don't walk back and forth, you're making my eyes go blurry. Yi Qingmyo was also very flustered, which was why he kept walking back and forth. However, at this moment, after being yelled at by Yi Tianlong, he did not dare to walk any further. He could only stare anxiously at the exit of the path of heaven, his emotions extremely complicated. Yuji, the wind, and the fragrance of flowers were also anxious, but they did not show it on their faces. Only their trembling hands under their robes betrayed their emotions. The 4 guards of the divine city were also anxious, and so were the experts of the demon race, barbarian race, and hidden island. Therefore, at this moment, everyone was looking at the exit of the path of heaven, waiting for the final outcome. Rumble. At this moment, the god-slaying mountain shook once again, attracting everyone's attention to the top of the god-slaying mountain. Under everyone's horrified gazes, the little divine pavilion suspended in midair at the top of the god-slaying mountain began to shake violently, emitting a loud noise. Then, under everyone's dumbfounded gazes, it suddenly disappeared. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just before the little divine pavilion completely disappeared, a dazzling light suddenly erupted from within the little divine pavilion. Then, hundreds of golden rays of light shot out from the little divine pavilion and shot in all directions of the god-slaying mountain at an incredible speed, disappearing in the blink of an eye. What were those golden rays of light? Why did the little divine pavilion disappear? Feng Sisi was the first to let out a strange cry, her face full of shock and confusion. It seemed like countless swords. They flew in all directions of the continent. Yi Qingmiu's eyes bulged as he spoke uncertainly. What happened? Why did the little divine pavilion disappear? And why did countless swords shoot out? Just as everyone was in a state of confusion, an oppressive aura enveloped the entire foot of the god-slaying mountain. Then, a low voice rang out, dispelling everyone's doubts. The divine sword of the god-slaying mountain has appeared, the fated shall obtain it. The fated shall obtain it, obtain it. The low voice resounded through the sky, traveled into the distance, and spread throughout the continent, stunning everyone. The moment the little divine pavilion disappeared, in the spatial turbulence outside the flame dragon plane, a man with 2 horns suddenly opened his eyes and stood upright. He looked at the place where the little divine pavilion had disappeared for a long time, and then spoke faintly. After a long pause. After guarding it for millennia, the 12th divine sword has finally appeared. I can finally return. Ha! I believe Lord Blood King will definitely bestow me with the position of City Lord and a Divine General Divine Crystal once he learns of this news. Ha ha. The tall man with 2 horns laughed wildly and flew towards the spatial turbulence, and finally and back, and disappeared into the spatial. Ye divine, and long, and forth. And forth. The woman in red sitting at the top of the castle once again put down the book in her hand and glanced in the direction of the god-slaying mountain. Her lips curled into a smile, and she whispered softly, Lu and forth, and of and forth, and they and ye and chen and ye and forth and. The pleasant voice broke the tranquility of the ancient castle, as if a pebble had been dropped into a calm lake and caused ripples. The pleasant voice broke the tranquility of the ancient castle, as if a pebble had been dropped into a tranquil lake, causing ripples. In the divine city, the door of the study of the God Master's residence was suddenly pushed open. Tu's eyes, one red and one black, were filled with coldness. He looked at the countless golden lights in the sky and yelled. He quickly gathered countless emissaries of the divine city and held a secret meeting. The entire divine city immediately became lively. Countless people in golden robes rushed out of the 4 gates of the divine city and disappeared in the blink of an eye. In the dragon city, the 3 war gods came out of seclusion again. After a while, the countless soldiers and experts under Long Haofu rushed out of the dragon city in all directions. In the Yi family castle, Yi Baihu received Yi Ruoshui's telepathic message and quickly mobilized all the disciples of the Yi family. Countless horses rushed towards the south of the House of Aries. Luohua City, Drifting Snow City, Enchantment City, and West Wind City also moved out at the same time, searching everywhere. The barbarian god abode, demon god abode, and hidden island had countless experts rushing out at the same time. The entire continent was in chaos at the same time. Everyone was busy searching everywhere. They were all searching. The hundreds of golden lights that flew out from the fallen god mountain were all searching for the supreme treasure of the fallen god mountain. Get information. Put your hands behind your head. Don't look left and right. Move forward. 121, 121. Just as Yi Tianlong and the massacring god guards were shocked by the disappearance of the little god pavilion, the appearance of countless divine swords, and the voice of the god realm expert from the fallen god mountain, a young voice came from the entrance of the heavens road. When they involuntarily looked at the entrance of the heavens road, they were all dumbfounded. Their expressions were as if they had been struck by lightning. They saw 3 rows of people walking out from the entrance of the heavens road. Of course, this was not the most important thing. The most important thing was, these 3 rows of people were all disheveled and in a sorry state. Their faces were full of shame. Their hands were behind their heads, as if they were a group of prisoners being paraded through the streets. What was going on? The massacring god guards were furious, the god-slaying guards were dumbfounded, the burning god guards were embarrassed, and the slaying god guards were confused, because the people at the front were all experts from the divine city. With one glance, they could clearly see that only less than half of the hundreds of experts from the divine city were left. Only less than half of the hundreds of experts from the divine city were left. Moreover, the treasured weapons and saint weapons that they had brought with them when they left were all gone. Behind the divine city were the experts from the demon race. They also did not have any weapons or armors. They also had their hands behind their heads, and they had the same embarrassed and awkward expressions. This almost caused the experts from the demon race to go berserk. Behind them were the barbarian race. When the barbarian race saw that the bald man gone was currently naked and only had a red underwear on, he walked in front with an expression as if his father had died. Some of them fainted. The remaining people had extremely gloomy expressions. They wished they could dig a hole and hide in it. What? Their young patriarch had come out twice, and both times he had been stripped naked and left with only his underwear? As for the few old fellows from the hidden island, just as they were about to suffer the same blow, they realized that the people of the hidden island had walked out in an orderly manner. Their expressions were very relaxed and even somewhat proud, as if they were proud that they had not suffered the same humiliation. Get into formation. Put your hands behind your head. Don't look left and right. Walk forward. 1 2 1, 1 2 1, don't force me to flip out. When Yi Tianlong heard this voice again, his entire body began to tremble. Yi Qingmiu's eyes bulged so much that they seemed to fall to the ground. Yu Ji's lips also began to tremble. Feng Sisi and Hua Xiang looked at the back of the group with incomparable shock. The army of the House of Aries was in high spirits. They were waving at them with flushed faces. It was as if they were an army that had won a great battle and were being welcomed by their fellow countrymen. Chapter 272. Alright, that's enough. Everyone is dismissed. Go back to your homes and find your mothers. Everyone, we will meet again. Yi Qinghan held the slaughter god blade in his left hand and rested it on his shoulder. His face was full of smiles as he waved at the people in front of him. It was as though he was telling them that he was in a good mood and that they were all safe now. When the elites from the various factions heard Yi Qinghan's words, they felt as if they had been granted amnesty. They quickly dispersed and headed back to their respective camps as fast as they could. However, when they saw the old fellows from their respective camps looking at them with ashen faces, they felt as if they couldn't wait to slap them to death. Only then did they slow down their footsteps. They lowered their heads shyly and began to beg for forgiveness. Qinghan greets grandfather, elder Green Bull, and all the seniors. Yi Qinghan brought Yi Qingyu, Yu Qingsheng, and Yi Qingwu along with the rest of the troops as they walked towards Yi Tianlong and the rest with a smile. Yi Tianlong and the rest looked like they wanted to cry and laugh at the same time. Their trembling hands made Yi Qinghan very emotional. It seemed like Yi Tianlong really cared about this grandson of his. 5 years ago, when he had been attacked by demons, he had paid a huge price to save Yi Qingyu, and now, he had done so much for him. These were all things that he was willing to call him grandfather. Good, very good. It's good that you're back. Little Han, I'm very happy that you've returned safely. I'm very happy, very happy. Yi Tianlong's voice was a little choked up as he raised his hands slightly. However, he realized that his hands were trembling slightly, so he put them down embarrassedly. His face was flushed red as if he had become 10 years younger. Little Han, you brat, good, very good. I like you so much. Ha. I'm going to hold a banquet in Yi family's castle. I'll set up 100, no, 1,000 tables, haha. Yi Qingmiu was beaming with joy as his hands and feet danced wildly. He was extremely excited and happy. The guilt he had been feeling for the past 5 years was finally released. His entire body was relaxed and happy. Young Master Han, I'm very pleased that you've returned safely. Do you think we should go to the Yu family to propose marriage? Yu Ji was full of smiles. The Yu family had just experienced a joyous event, and it seemed like another joyous event was about to happen. Old Long, your family's genius youth really makes us blush with shame. The wind blew gently, and when she saw that the disciples of the various clans were fine, she was in a good mood. Although they did not know what had happened in the god-slaying mountain, they could tell from the details of the scene just now that the experts of the demon race and the barbarian race had been beaten so miserably. It seemed to have something to do with Yi Qinghan. However, at the same time, they were very confused. The people who entered the Luotian mountain this time were all Emperor Realm experts. Moreover, there were many peak Emperor Realm experts. 5 years ago, Yi Qinghan was still a level 1 martial realm martial artist. After staying in the Luotian mountain for 5 years, not only did he not die, but his strength had also skyrocketed. Breaking through 2 realms in 5 years? This was simply inconceivable. One had to know that it was easy to reach the peak of the Duke realm, but it was extremely difficult to break through to the Emperor realm. Could it be that both Yi Qinghan and Yi Qingyu had obtained the divine crystal? Breaking through directly without needing to comprehend? What just happened? Yi Tianlong calmed himself down and turned his head to Yi Chang, secretly transmitting his voice. At the same time, the grand elders of the various clans also transmitted their voices to their respective clan leaders. There had been several changes in the god-slaying mountain, as well as hundreds of beams of golden light flying out from the god-slaying mountain. They needed to know the exact information as soon as possible in order to make the right decision. Yi Qinghan, come out. Just as the supreme elders of the various clans roughly understood the situation, a furious roar came from the camp on the left, startling everyone. When they looked in the direction of the voice, they saw the massacre god guards flying in the air with furious expressions, roaring in their direction. Humph humph. Yi Tianlong snorted and leaped to the front of the group. He didn't even have to bow and cup his hands. Instead, he directly said, "Massacre god guard, why did you call my grandson?" The massacre god guard's unrestrained roar clearly caused the experts of the House of Ares to have a change in expression. They all glared at the massacre god guard. However, the massacre god guard had always represented the powerful man in the divine city in the Fire Dragon continent. He had accumulated his authority for a long time, so no one had any special reaction. As for Yi Qinghan, he smiled coldly and stared at the massacre god guard without showing any signs of weakness. There was a peak heavenly god residing in the unfettered pavilion within the unfettered ring. Why would he be afraid of a puny Saint Realm expert? On the other hand, Yu Qingcheng and Yi Qingwu looked at Yi Qinghan worriedly. The massacre god guards were bellowing so aggressively. It was obvious that they were looking for trouble. Yi Qingyu just looked at the massacre god guard with disgust. In her pure heart, anyone who was rude to her brother was a bad person, and bad people had to be despised. Humph. Yi Tianlong, it's none of your business. Yi Qinghan, you are so impressive. You actually dared to kill people from our divine city? You even stole hundreds of treasured artifacts and over 10 sacred artifacts from our divine city. You are very daring, aren't you? Does your Yi family want to become enemies with the divine city? The massacre god guard snorted and said with an unfriendly expression. The divine city had suffered a huge loss this time. Not only did Black Tu and Shui Wuhan die, but more than half of the hundreds of experts also died. Even the treasured artifacts and sacred artifacts that were bestowed by the divine master were stolen by Yi Qinghan. Ever since the divine city was established, they had never suffered such a crushing defeat. If they were to return with their tails between their legs, the massacre god guard wouldn't know how to answer to the divine master Tuesday. Therefore, the massacre god guard was infuriated. He had to demand an explanation for the divine city's dignity and unparalleled status. Yi Qinghan had stolen the treasures of the divine city and acted so arrogantly. Naturally, he became the punching bag for the massacre god guard to regain his dignity. Massacre god guard, you are exaggerating. Yi family definitely doesn't have such intentions. The massacre god guard's words were very harsh, and Yi Tianlong naturally didn't dare to reply. Become enemies with the divine city? What a huge hat. No one, not a single person, not a single clan would dare to wear this hat. Ha! Before Yi Tianlong could finish speaking, Yi Qinghan, who was behind him, laughed crazily. His laughter was filled with undisguised disdain and mockery. The arrogant laughter obviously caused the massacre god guard's expression to turn cold, and his killing intent soared. Meanwhile, the House of Aries' expression turned awkward and vexed. Why is this kid so insensible? Does he really think that he is unparalleled in the world now? Meanwhile, the people from Hidden Island, the barbarian race, and the demon race looked as though they were watching a good show. At the same time, they felt a trace of admiration for Yi Qinghan's arrogance. In the Fire Dragon continent, who would dare to laugh so arrogantly and crazily in front of the 4 guards of the divine city? Yi Qinghan let out a long laugh and shook his head at Yi Tianlong as though he didn't need to say anything. He took a step forward, puffed out his chest, and stood proudly. He said slowly to the massacre god guards, "I'm not afraid of you." He said to the massacre god guard, "Massacre god guard, right? I am very puzzled. I seem to have only killed one person, right? This person seems to be the young master of the Shui family, a traitor of the House of Aries. Furthermore, the House of Aries had also issued a must-kill order to pursue Shui Wuhan. I am very puzzled. When did the traitor of the House of Aries become a member of the Divine City? Did he disguise himself? Or did the Divine City intentionally protect him?" Chapter 273. In other words, even if I killed them, what crime did I commit? Just now on the Heaven's Road, the people from the Divine City killed many people from the Hidden Island of the Demon Race, Barbarian Race, and they also killed many people from the Divine City? Why can they kill them? Why can't I kill them? Only the officials are allowed to set fires, but the commoners are not allowed to light lamps? What kind of logic is this? As for the treasure that you mentioned, that's even more of a joke. Since I can kill people, then I can definitely snatch the treasure. Actually, I can totally kill them all and keep the treasure. Of course, the heavens have the virtue of cherishing life. I'm not a butcher, and I don't want to kill too many people. So, God Slayer Guard, you are not here to question me, but to thank me for not killing them all. The youth's loud and clear voice reverberated around the foot of the fallen god mountain. Every word was powerful and resonant. Countless people present were collectively speechless. What a sharp-tongued man. His words were polite, righteous, and reasonable, making it impossible for anyone to refute him. Good, good. Very good. The God Slayer Guard wanted to say something and refute him. However, he didn't know how to refute him. He could only tremble in anger and point at Yi Qinghan 3 times. He couldn't remember how many years it had been since someone spoke to him like this. The few old fellows from the House of Aries cheered in their hearts. Yi Qinghan had done something that they didn't dare to do. However, they couldn't express it on their faces. Instead, they looked worriedly at Yi Qinghan's frail body. They had a complicated look in their eyes as they silently thought about how to deal with this situation, what would happen later, and how to handle it. The old fellows from the Hidden Island of the Barbarian Race and Demon Race looked even more playful. The Divine City's overbearing and arrogant behavior had long made the entire continent unhappy, but no one dared to stand out. Now that someone was going against the God Slayer Guard, they were happy to watch a good show. However, they were very puzzled. Why was this youth from the House of Aries so abnormally powerful, but his words were also so sharp? The atmosphere gradually became tense and oppressive. This was the first time the God City's dignity was being challenged in front of everyone. Everyone wanted to see what the Massacre God Guards would do to redeem the God City's dignity that had been trampled on time and time again. However, what they did not expect was that the Massacre God Guard did not fly into a rage again. Instead, he sighed and said, I don't care about killing people, but you must hand over the treasures of the Divine City. Otherwise, if the Divine Master gets angry, it will be hard for your Yi family to explain. Yi Tianlong, I will give you face. Hand over the treasures, and this matter will be over. The Massacre God Guard rolled his eyes a few times and realized that he had done something very stupid. It was publicly acknowledged that people could fight within the God-slaying mountain. Whoever died or was defeated outside of the God-slaying mountain was not a big deal. Now that he was in front of the experts from the 3 hidden constabularies, he could not really kill Yi Qinghan. Otherwise, he would be breaking the blood oath. Moreover, the House of Aries and the House of Aries would definitely not allow him to make a move. Therefore, he was in a difficult position. However, he could not be blamed for being stupid and impulsive. After all, the divine city had never suffered such a crushing defeat in the past thousands of years and had never been slapped in the face like this. Furthermore, the divine master had placed great importance on the treasure hunt at the god-slaying mountain. Therefore, he was anxious and impulsive. He wanted to regain some face. However, he did not expect that this harmless-looking youth who was always smiling would not give him any face. He was so unyielding. Therefore, after some consideration, he decided to take a step back and give the Yi family a way out, as well as a way out for himself. After all, if he fought with Yi Tianlong in a barbaric manner, it would definitely cause a strong backlash from the House of Aries. If something happened, he would not be able to explain to the Divine Master. Yi Tianlong quickly sent a voice transmission to Yi Qingmiu and Yi Qinghan. After all, the god-slaying guards represented the divine city and that powerful Baldi. They could not give face to the god-slaying guards, but they could not disregard the divine master-slaying guards. Therefore, after a short while, Yi Tianlong decided to give in. However, just as he was about to speak, 3 voice transmissions were heard in his ears at the same time. 3 voice transmissions came from different places. Yi Tianlong, I am the island master of the hidden island. Don't hand it over. If the god-slaying guards dare to attack later, the people from the hidden island will help. I will speak to your patriarch. Yi Tianlong, I am the sword emperor of the battle god. Don't hand over the treasures. If anything happens, the House of Aries will help the Yi family. Sky Dragon, I am Yi Ruoxue. Don't hand over the treasures, but be polite. We will handle the rest. The 3 voice transmissions came from 3 different places: Hidden Island, Dragon City, and Yi family's castle. However, the meaning of the 3 voice transmissions was obvious. They wanted Yi Tianlong to be stubborn to the end. If you don't hand over the treasures and want to fight, then fight. Yi Tianlong's expression changed multiple times. He did not understand why the battle god, the island master of the hidden island, and Yi Ruoxue were doing this. Could they be preparing to start a war with the divine city? However, Yi Tianlong did not dare to think too much. He gritted his teeth and said, I am sorry. This was obtained through the blood oath of the 3 prefectures. The Yi family did not violate the blood oath. Therefore, I represent the Yi family to reject. Reject? Yi Tianlong's words caused an uproar. They thought that since the god-slaying guards had given the Yi family a way out, Yi Tianlong would definitely give in. After all, this was equivalent to slapping the divine city lord's face. Was the Yi family going to start a war with the divine city? Good. I did not expect that Yi Tianlong and your grandfather and grandson have the same temper. Very good. The god-slaying guard was so angry that he laughed. There was no other way. Since they refused to give in, he had to start a war for the dignity of the divine city and himself. Otherwise, how would he be able to show his face in the Fire Dragon continent in the future? The god-slaying guard slowly circulated his chi, and his aura started to soar. The other 3 god-slaying guards also rapidly rose into the sky and circulated their battle chi. The divine city's 4 guards were one. Slapping the god-slaying guard's face was equivalent to slapping the 4 god-slaying guards' faces. Furthermore, the god-slaying guards were the leaders of the 4 guards. Since the god-slaying guards had decided to make a move, they could only brace themselves and do it. The 7 sage realm experts from the divine city of war turned extremely solemn when they saw the 4 guards of the divine city flying into the sky at the same time. They took a big step forward and protected the Emperor realm experts from the divine city of war, as well as Yi Qinghan and the others. Furthermore, they circulated their battle chi secretly and were prepared to make a move at any time. For thousands of years, there had only been 4 god-slaying guards. They had never increased or decreased in number. However, they knew that the 4 god-slaying guards were actually stronger than dozens of sage experts. This was because they knew a combination attack that could multiply the 4's attack power by several times. Therefore, the 4 god-slaying guards would either not make a move, or they would be invincible once they made a move. The barbarian race and demon race slowly started to retreat. They wanted to watch the show, but they didn't want to be targeted by the stray bullets. The people from Hidden Island were very strange. They didn't retreat, nor did they make any moves. They just stood there quietly with a strange expression. The atmosphere was extremely tense, and a huge battle could break out at any time. Chapter 274. Humph. At that moment, a cold snort suddenly sounded in the sky, causing the tense atmosphere at the scene to collapse in an instant. The faint voice carried with it a supreme domineering aura and the majesty of an emperor, causing the air at the foot of Mount Luotian to stagnate. Haven't you embarrassed me enough yet? All of you, get over here. 3 constabularies and 1 island. The divine city has no intention of breaking the blood oath. I will severely punish them for this matter. Disperse. Hearing this voice, the 4 guards of the divine city withered like frosted eggplants. They no longer had the arrogance and domineering aura from before, and their collective faces turned ashen. In the end, they didn't even say a word and flew out with their people, disappearing without a trace in an instant. What was going on? The Lord of the Divine City actually sent a voice transmission? It seemed like he had given in. Everyone was still in a state of shock. It was not until the 4 guards of the Divine City left with their men that they came to their senses. The people of the demon race and barbarian race looked at Yi Tianlong and the experts of the Yi family with astonished gazes. They felt very strange. Had the Yi family become so powerful? Even the Divine City was going to give in? Since the Lord has given the order, everyone can disperse. Brother Sky Dragon, little brother Yi Qinghan, you are welcome to visit Hidden Island when you have time. We will take our leave first. The saint expert of Hidden Island laughed, pulling everyone's thoughts back to reality. The 5 saint experts of Hidden Island cupped their hands towards Yi Tianlong and Yi Qinghan, gave Yi Qinghan a meaningful look, and turned to leave with their men. Seeing that there was no show to watch, the demon race and barbarian race also led their men away in confusion. The people of the House of Aries were also full of doubts. The 7 saint experts had received the voice transmission from Yi Ruoshui and the Sword Emperor of War. They had thought that there would be a big battle that would only end when the god-level experts appeared. They did not expect that things would take such a turn. The Lord of the Divine City had directly ordered the 4 guards to avoid the battle and had taken the initiative to give in, saying that they would be severely punished when they returned. They could not understand such a strange situation no matter how they racked their brains. However, one thing was clear, they had won. The House of Aries had won. Let's all go back to the Yi family castle. Just as the Green Ox said, I want to set up a banquet of 1,000 tables, and everyone will drink to their heart's content for 3 months. Yi Tianlong didn't care anymore. Yi Ruoshui and the island lord of Hidden God Island would worry about other matters. What he needed to do now was to return to Tsang City and celebrate. Celebrate the safe and powerful return of his grandson, Yi Qinghan. Alright, let's go to Tsang City. I want to drink all the good wine in the Yi family. Come on, let's go to the Yi family castle. Everyone, Since he couldn't figure it out, he decided not to think about it anymore. Since the God City Lord had retreated, it meant that he had admitted defeat. That meant that the House of Aries had won. As for other matters, the god-tier experts of the House of Aries would naturally worry about them. The few sages had also thought things through. At this moment, Yi Tianlong's intentions were very clear: go to Tsang City, drink, and split the spoils. One must know that Yi Qinghan had obtained hundreds of treasures and dozens of sage artifacts. Divine City, Lord Pavilion, the fallen god mountain was not far from the Divine City, and the massacre god guards were all experts. They only took half a day to fly back to the Divine City. The massacre god guards did not dare to delay. They ordered everyone to fly to the Lord Pavilion and made them kneel outside the Lord Pavilion. He and the other 3 guards entered the Lord Pavilion directly. Subordinate 4 guards of the divine city greets the Lord God. We are guilty. Lord God, please punish us. The moment they entered the divine master pavilion, the massacre god guard saw a bald man with strange tattoos standing proudly in the courtyard of the pavilion with his back facing them. The few of them quickly knelt down on one knee and kowtowed in fear and trepidation. Fools! Lord God too did not turn around. He only scolded indifferently. Although his voice was calm, it scared the massacre god guards so much that their faces turned green and their bodies trembled. The few of them felt as though there was a huge mountain pressing down on their backs, making it hard for them to breathe. I did not do my job well and even stole the treasures that the Lord God bestowed. I deserve to die. It's just that the youth from the Yi clan is too strange. I originally wanted to take advantage of the chaos to kill him and retrieve those treasured and sacred artifacts. The massacre god guard gritted his teeth and endured the pressure on his body as he explained once again. He knew that if he was not careful, 2 would kill all of them. Bang! This time, Lord God too turned around and waved his hand at the massacre god guard. A formless air current crashed into the massacre god guard's chest and sent him flying to the wall of the small courtyard. His strange eyes were filled with anger, and the tattoo on his head looked as though it could move, making him look especially sinister and terrifying. He did not look at the other 3 guards. Instead, he looked at the massacre god guard, who was lying on the ground with blood dripping from the corner of his mouth, and said coldly, "You fool. You idiot, you still don't understand the situation? Do you think I care about those treasures and sage artifacts? Are all of you blind? Did you not see? Are you deaf? Did you not hear? What I want is the treasure of the god-slaying mountain, that divine sword. As long as you get that divine sword for me, I can give you 100 sage artifacts. Hurry up and mobilize all the spies on the continent to find the divine sword. Remember, regardless of whether it is real or fake, get all the divine swords that you can get your hands on. However, don't bother about the divine swords that the 3 residences and 1 island have. And don't even think about the Yi family. Divine sword. The massacre god guards immediately thought of the hundreds of light beams that shot out from the small divine pavilion before it disappeared and instantly understood. Those were definitely divine swords. There were so many divine swords, but only one was real. The massacre god guard hurriedly got up and bowed with the other 3 guards. They immediately arranged for all the hidden forces in the divine city to start searching. Wait, don't touch the youth from the Yi family. If you do, don't blame me for not being able to protect you. Before the 4 of them left, Divine Master 2 said something that shocked the 4 of them. However, they did not dare to ask any more questions. They bowed again and walked out of the Divine Master Pavilion. After the 4 of them left, Divine Master 2 stood in the small courtyard for a long time. He quietly looked towards the north and did not say a word. After a while, he muttered to himself, after waiting for thousands of years, the divine sword has finally appeared. However, the Soul Emperor actually made it so complicated and played us for thousands of years. In the end, he even played us. What is the relationship between the youth from the Yi family and that old fellow? It seems like there are still some twists and turns to obtain this divine sword. All the god rank experts knew about Yi Qinghan's performance in the Heavens Road. 2 was no exception. However, Yi Qinghan had stayed in the god-slaying mountain for 5 years. Not only did he not die, but his strength had also improved greatly. Therefore, 2 naturally thought of the king of the dark forest, Lord Devour. He thought that without Lord Devour's help, Yi Qinghan would definitely not be able to leave the god-slaying mountain. This was because the restriction on the god-slaying mountain was too strong. No one could enter, except for that old pervert. However, he was very suspicious about the relationship between Yi Qinghan and Lord Devour. Therefore, he had ordered the massacre god guards to stop fighting and had taken the initiative to show weakness. This was equivalent to giving face to Lord Devour. He did not want Lord Devour, who had never cared about anything, to interfere when he was snatching the divine sword. No matter what, I must get this divine sword. That old fellow hopes that you will join in. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. Two looked towards the north one last time. A trace of ruthlessness flashed across his eerie eyes. He turned and walked into the Divine Master Pavilion. Chapter 275. Yi Qingxian was very angry. However, no one would be in a good mood after being dragged out of their bed in the drunken smoke pavilion early in the morning. Yi Jian was imprisoned and Yi Qingquang was banished. The two big trees on Yi Qingxian's head had fallen, so his days in the Yi family castle had been very difficult. Although Yi Tianlong had not given him any trouble and the family members had not suppressed him because of the first branch's loss of power, he had always kept a low profile and was very sensible. He had always stayed in the Yi family castle and rarely went out. A month ago, Yi Tianlong and Yi Chang had brought people to the Luotian mountain. Yi Baihu had stayed in the back mountain for a month. Yi Qingxian had sneaked out of the Yi family castle last night and went straight to the 13th Street. He had booked 3 girls in the drunken smoke pavilion to relieve the sufferings of the past few years. However, after a night of hard work, just as he was about to fall asleep in satisfaction, he was forcefully woken up. Damn you, you better give me a reasonable explanation. Yi Qingxian looked at the servant in front of his bed and roared angrily with bloodshot eyes. Second young master, quickly put on your clothes. Young Master Feng has sent word that Great Elder White Tiger has just issued an emergency summon. If you don't go back now, you will definitely be severely punished by the torture hall. The servant secretly glanced at the 3 girls next to Yi Qingxian. He swallowed his saliva and said hurriedly, "You are not a good girl. You are not a good girl." An emergency summon? Yi Qingxian panicked when he heard this. This emergency summon was the most important summon in the clan. The Yi family had not issued it for many years. However, once this summon was issued, all the core members of the Yi family in the House of Aries had to gather at the Yi family castle. Failure to do so would be a serious crime. What happened? Yi Qingxian jumped up and grabbed his clothes. He quickly put them on and rushed out. I'm not sure. When I arrived, the disciples of other cities were rushing into the fort. I reckon that something big is going to happen. The servant didn't dare to look at the woman on the bed again and hurriedly left with Yi Qingxian. Nonsense. If it's not a big deal, would the family issue an emergency summon? Yi Qingxian cursed. He couldn't be bothered to respond to the Madam of the Pavilion of Intoxication's fawning smile as he hurriedly rushed out of the door. When Yi Qingxian arrived at the Yi family castle, the square in front of the Yi family castle had already been crowded with people. Some of them were cultivating in the castle, some of them were sent out from the small town, and many of them were unfamiliar to Yi Qingxian. Perhaps they were the hidden forces of the Yi family castle. At this moment, the wide square was densely packed with at least 1,000 people. What happened? Yi Qingxian squeezed through the crowd in a low-key manner. He arrived in front of Yi Qingfeng, and asked in a low voice, what happened? Yi Qingfeng was only 10 years old. But, he looked very sensible. After all, Yi Jian had been imprisoned. So, it could be said that his family had fallen from grace. So, it was the easiest for a child to learn to be sensible in such an environment. Second brother, I don't know. The Supreme Elder had issued an emergency summon this morning. Then, Mother had asked me to find you. Yi Qingfeng shook his head. His eyes didn't have the same arrogance as before. It seemed that his experiences in the past few years had made him understand some things. Oh. Yi Qingxian turned his head, and looked around. He began to listen to the conversations of the people around him. Do you know what happened? I don't know. The family hasn't issued an emergency summon for hundreds of years. I remember that the first 2 summons were issued when the barbarian traders invaded the barbarian city and Yi Ruoshui returned to the family after she obtained the war god's blood order. What's the big deal this time? Strange, Yi Qingxian listened for a moment, but he didn't hear any useful information. At this time, 3 people flew over from the mountain behind the Yi family. They were led by Yi Baihu and 2 elders of the family. Everyone didn't dare to talk anymore. They stood respectfully and waited for Yi Baihu's instructions. Yi family's disciples, listen up. Yi Baihu flew in the air. His face was red. He waved his hand and shouted, Yi Du, Yi Shu, Yi Quan, the three of you are in charge of arranging the banquet. Arrange the banquet of the highest standard. The rest of you, leave the city and follow me to welcome the patriarch, young patriarch, and the distinguished guests. Highest standard? Leave the city? Young patriarch? Distinguished guests? When Yi Qingxian heard this, he was even more puzzled. Looking at Yi Baihu's appearance, the Yi family must have encountered a great event. But, he didn't understand. Since when did the Yi family have a young patriarch? In the past, Yi Qinghuang was half a young patriarch, but now, thousands of people followed Yi Baihu and walked towards the southern gate of Tsang City. The Yi family's grand movement had already alarmed the people of Tsang City. Countless people followed the Yi family's main force and began to rush out of the city. They were all curious. The Yi family was so grand. Could it be that the Lord of the Divine City had arrived? Gradually, more and more people gathered. 10 miles away from Tsang City was the Pavilion of Glory that the Yi family built to welcome Yi Ruoxue. After waiting for more than an hour, the entire empty field nearby was filled with thousands of people. Swish! After waiting for more than 10 minutes, several air-piercing sounds came from the southern sky. Everyone quickly looked through the tree eyes and saw a large group of people flying in the sky. The dark mass covered the sky. There were at least a few hundred people. Wow, so many important people and experts. The Feng family, Hua family, Yu family, and Dragon City's experts are all here. Look at the Patriarch and Grand Supreme Elder Green Bull. Their faces are glowing. The God-slaying mountain must have won. Hey, who is the young man that the Patriarch brought with him? Is he a member of the Yi family? He looks familiar. Does anyone know him? Everyone is silent. Later, follow me to welcome them. The young man next to the Patriarch will be the future young Patriarch of the Yi family. This is the highest order from the mountain behind the Yi family. It will never be changed. Later, all the elders will arrange the welcoming ceremony. Do not neglect. Right when everyone was discussing animatedly and feeling anxious and bewildered, Yi Baihu indifferently emanated a trace of pressure to suppress the sounds of discussion in the surroundings before he spoke indifferently. Young Patriarch? Yi Baihu's words were simple, but they shocked everyone present. They looked at the young man next to Yi Tianlong in confusion. They guessed and transmitted their voices to each other. The others didn't know him, but a small number of people present were very familiar with him. For example, Yi Qingxian. Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan actually came out of the God-slaying mountain? Damn it. Even this can't kill him? Young Patriarch? What's going on? How can he become the young Patriarch? Or is it the highest order from the mountain? It will never be changed? In an instant, Yi Qingxian's face became extremely pale. As the second young master of the Yi family, he had heard his father mention that the highest order from the mountain was issued by the great ancestor, the strongest expert of the Yi family. Now that he heard it, he wanted to cry but had no tears. Yi Qinghan became the young Patriarch. As long as he didn't die, he would become the Patriarch in the future. It seemed that the first branch would never be able to rise again. Chapter 276. It's him. City Lord Yi Gang of Man City was one of the few people who knew Yi Qinghan. He had heard of Yi Qinghan's deeds, but he and most of the Yi family thought that Yi Qinghan would definitely die on the God-slaying mountain. He didn't expect that he would return safely and become the eternal young clan leader. At this moment, he was extremely glad that he didn't offend him and treated him politely. At the same time, his eyes kept moving, thinking about how to build a good relationship with the future clan leader of the Yi family. Countless people started to quickly plan. Countless scouts from small clans in the crowd quickly spread the news to their respective clans. The Yi family had confirmed their future clan leader. This was big news, very important news. For a moment, everyone's expression was very interesting and thought-provoking. Although Yi Qinghan and Yi Qingyu had already broken through to the emperor level, they didn't have the time to comprehend the flying technique. Thus, after the matter at the god-slaying mountain was over, they could only be carried by Yi Tianlong and the others. There were 7 saints present. Including Yi Qinghan, Yu Qingcheng, Feng Zihua, and the others, there were only 5 of them. Thus, it was easy to bring them directly to Tsung City. Everyone flew in a straight line, and the hundreds of them were all at the emperor level, so their flying speed was very fast. After only a few days, they were about to reach Tsung City. Looking at the blurry city that looked like a giant beast, Yi Qinghan felt very complicated. He had spent more than 10 years in this city. He had been happy, sad, and disgusted. He had wanted to leave and never come back. However, at this moment, he smelled a familiar scent, the scent of home. In the Flame Dragon continent, this was his home. Hee, little Han, what are you thinking about? We're going down. White Tiger has brought people to welcome us. Yi Tianlong said to Yi Qinghan with a kind smile. He slid down diagonally and stood firmly on the ground. White Tiger greets Patriarch and everyone. Congratulations on your triumphant return. Greetings, Patriarch, Grand Elder, young masters and young ladies. Congratulations on your triumphant return. When Yi Baihu saw Yi Tianlong and the others arrive, he immediately welcomed them with a big smile. Behind him, except for the clan elders, the rest of the disciples knelt down on one knee and shouted in unison. Finally, Yi Baihu fixed his gaze on Yi Qinghan. He spread his arms and smiled, saying, "Little Han, welcome home. Young clan leader, welcome home." At the same time, the disciples also received the voice transmissions from the elders. They all fixed their gazes on Yi Qinghan, stretched out their arms, and shouted in unison. "Young clan leader, welcome home." Yi Tianlong and Yi Qingyu looked at each other in confusion. Didn't Patriarch Yi Ruoxue say that Yi Qingyu would be appointed as the young patriarch? Why did they have to put up such a big battle formation in broad daylight? And it was obvious that Yi Baihu had received orders from Yi Ruoxue to do so. However, the two of them didn't think too much about it. They just looked at Yi Qinghan. "Young clan leader, welcome home." Yi Qinghan was also shocked. Such a big scene, such a big battle formation, it seemed that they were all here to welcome him. In just a few years, he had gone from being the 7th son of the Yi family to becoming the young clan leader of the Yi family. His status was even higher than that of the clan elders. For a moment, he felt very complicated. Hundreds of feelings welled up in his heart. Sensing that everyone was looking at him and waiting for him to speak, Yi Qinghan took a deep breath. He didn't say much. He just waved his hand and said 3 words. "Let's go home." That day, the Yi family held a big banquet, inviting guests from all over, as well as clans of all sizes in Tsung City. Hundreds of tables were set up in the Yi family castle, and more than half of the wine in the Yi family's wine cellar was drunk. During this time, Yi Qinghan was pushed out by Yi Tianlong, who formally introduced the young clan leader of the Yi family to everyone. As a result, Yi Qinghan was toasted by countless people. In the end, he had no choice but to use his battle qi to force the wine out of his body. Otherwise, he would have been drunk for 3 days. In the afternoon, the guests dispersed. The emperors of the few great clans and Dragon City also left. Only a few Sage Realm experts, Feng Zi, Hua, Yu Qingcheng, and the other young masters and ladies were left. The Sage Realm experts didn't go back. Of course, they were waiting for the Yi family to divide the spoils. Feng Zi and the others didn't have anything to do. They naturally wanted to spend a few more days with Yi Qinghan and build up their relationship. However, Yi Qinghan was brought by Yi Tianlong and Yi Qingyu to the mountain behind the Yi family castle. Yi Ruoxue had already sent them a voice transmission, telling them to meet him after they were done with their business. Yi Baihu was accompanying the elders of the various clans and making arrangements for the Yi family castle. Only Yi Qingyu followed him. Ever since Yi Qingyu met Yi Qinghan, she had been following him and refused to be separated from him for even a moment. Of course, she had the right to meet Yi Ruoshui. Yi Qingwu was accompanying Yu Qingcheng, Long Sainan, and the others, so she didn't follow them. The four of them walked up the mountain and discovered that a black-clothed man was already standing by the lake. The black-clothed man turned his head when he saw the four of them walking over. Under his long white eyebrows, his eyes were full of smiles. "Greetings, elder ancestor." Yi Tianlong and Yi Baihu hurriedly bowed. Yi Qinghan looked at the black-clothed man in front of him. He looked like a middle-aged man, but his eyebrows were white. Knowing that this was the divine-level expert of the Yi family, the elder ancestor who had shaken the continent several hundred years ago, Yi Ruoshui's expression tensed. Pulling Yi Qingyu along, she respectfully knelt down and bowed. Brother and sister Yi Qinghan pay their respects to the elder ancestor. Yi Ruoshui had taught Yi Qinghan many things in the illusory realm of the Luotian mountain. If not for her, Yi Qinghan might not even have been able to leave the Luotian mountain. Moreover, he had heard that Yi Ruoshui treated his sister very well, so he bowed sincerely to thank her from the bottom of his heart. "Hee, get up, little Han. Welcome home." Yi Ruoshui stood calmly and accepted Yi Qinghan's bow. She smiled faintly and said in a soft voice, "You must have suffered a lot in the Luotian mountain these 5 years. It must have been hard on you, child. Now that you're home, you don't have to worry about anything. With the elder ancestor here, no one can hurt you. Unless I fall, ah. Thank you, elder ancestor. Hee, there aren't many people in this continent that can hurt you. Of course I'm not afraid," Yi Qinghan said as he pulled Yi Qingyu to stand up. In his heart, however, he remembered that Elder Lu, who was at the peak of the Heaven God stage, was still living in the Freedom Ring. With Elder Lu's protection, no one in the Flame Dragon continent would be able to hurt him. "And, little Han, you won't blame me for making a decision without authorization and making you the young clan leader of the Yi family, right? Actually, I wanted to completely take care of your sister. Now that you've returned safely, you can't pass on this position. The future of the Yi family is in your hands. You have to work hard," Yi Ruoshui said with a laugh. Qinghan wouldn't dare. "Of course, I'll also work hard to cultivate and protect the people I want to protect." Yi Qinghan nodded and turned to look at Yi Qingyu beside him. Yi Qingyu didn't say anything and only smiled gently. "Tell me in detail everything that happened after you entered the puppet passageway of the Luotian mountain. I need to confirm some things so that I can make a plan." Yi Ruoshui nodded and once again asked about Yi Qinghan's matters at the Luotian mountain. Yi Tianlong and Yi Bai, who were also listening very curiously. Although they had a brief exchange with Yi Qinghan, they didn't ask in detail. Chapter 277. Yes, I passed 3 stages of the God-slaying mountain. Yi Qinghan pondered for a moment before speaking. However, just as he was pondering whether he should tell her everything, he received a faint voice transmission in his soul. "Don't tell me about the divine sword and the divine weapon. Don't tell me about my existence. You can tell me about the rest. It's fine even if you take out the divine weapon." The voice transmission came from Elder Lu and the meaning was clear. Yi Qinghan thought for a moment and reached out to touch the Freedom Ring. Countless treasures appeared out of thin air and piled up on the ground. Yi Tianlong and Yi Baihu's eyes turned green. Yi Qinghan said, "In the puppet passage. I comprehended the Night Emperor's 7 moves and my attack power increased greatly. I also had a divine weapon that could quickly heal my injuries, so I was lucky enough to pass the 11th stage. Then, I comprehended the law of space and broke through to the Emperor realm. I used the body fusion technique to defeat the Guardian who was at the 2nd stage of the Emperor realm and passed the 13th stage. Finally, I entered the small god pavilion and obtained a fake divine sword, this strange long saber, and a spatial ring. Then, I was transported to the heavenly road. You know what happened next. These are the treasures I obtained. I kept a few and handed the rest to the family." Yi Qinghan explained in detail to them. Of course, he hid some things and a few divine weapons. Law of space? You cultivated the shadow step, right? Yi Ruoshui didn't care about the treasures on the ground and asked with a slight frown. Seeing Yi Qinghan nod, he said helplessly, I created the shadow step. Back then, when I created the disorienting steps, I didn't intend to pass it down. It's easy to comprehend the mysteries of the law of space by cultivating the shadow step, but the law of space is of little value. Most importantly, the mysteries of the law of space are very difficult to comprehend, so it's much harder to become a god. Moreover, attacking with the law of space is weak. Sigh. You have the body fusion technique, so there's no problem in attacking. Since you've already embarked on this path, continue down it. Law of space? Yi Tianlong and Yi Baihu also frowned. They knew a little about this law of space. When Yi Qinghan had gone to the residence battle, he had taught him shadow step in hopes that he would have more life-saving skills. However, he had not expected that he would accidentally comprehend the law of space. However, they didn't know that Yi Qinghan's understanding of the law of space made even Lu Shi envious. Qinghan understands. Yi Qinghan didn't explain much. After all, he hadn't mastered the profound mysteries of the laws of space. He didn't know the specifics, so he just responded indifferently. Let me have a look at your weapon. Don't worry, I won't take it from you, hee hee. Yi Ruoxue pondered for a moment and stopped thinking about it. Since the path of comprehending the laws had already begun, she could only continue walking it. If Yi Qinghan had a chance of becoming a god, she could continue comprehending the other laws. Yi Qinghan took out the slaughter god saber from his unfettered ring and handed it over. This saber didn't have any divine light, so most people would think that it was a powerful saint weapon. Even a soul emperor couldn't determine the grade of this saber, so Yi Qinghan wasn't afraid that they would see through it. However, he knew that this slaughter god saber could easily cut through Xue Wuhan's saint weapon battle armor. Yi Qinghan was sure that this saber wasn't ordinary. It's a good saber, but it doesn't look like a saint weapon or a precious weapon. It doesn't have any light. It's very strange. Use it well. Yi Ruoxue played with it for a while and handed it over. She raised her eyebrows and asked seriously, Little Han, what's your relationship with Lord Devour? Lord Devour? That Lord Devour? I don't know who Lord Devour is. Yi Qinghan took the slaughter god's saber and put it into his unfettered ring. The king of the dark forest, Lord Devour. Think about it carefully. Are you really not related to her? Yi Qinghan's explanation made Yi Ruoxue and the others even more confused. Yi Ruoxue asked again. I really don't know her. Moreover, this is the first time I've heard of this name. Yi Qinghan thought for a while and shook his head again. That's strange. Why would Lord Devour give a divine crystal to your sister for no reason? Moreover, it's a heavenly god-tier divine crystal. Divine crystal? Does it have anything to do with Qingyu's sudden increase in strength? If it wasn't for the divine crystal, your sister wouldn't have woken up so easily. With this divine crystal, your sister would be able to break through to the divine tier in a few years. After talking for a while, Yi Qinghan finally understood why Yi Qingyu had reached the emperor tier. In fact, he had discovered Yi Qingyu's strange situation at the foot of the God-Down mountain, but he didn't have the time to ask about it. He thought that it was because of Yi Qingyu's jade spirit body that had caused her strength to skyrocket. Now, he finally understood. At the same time, he was excited and shocked. His sister would become a legendary god in a few years? Alright, White Tiger, take Han and Qingyu to rest first. After a while, I'll take Han to the dark forest to visit Lord Devour. Then, everything will be clear. It's no use to think about it now. Yi Ruoxue didn't ask anymore. Instead, she asked White Tiger to take Yi Qinghan and his sister away. Forefather, why at the foot of the God-Down mountain? As soon as Yi Qinghan and the others left, Yi Tianlong asked hurriedly. After all, it was a big deal to offend the divine city. As the patriarch of the tribe, Yi Tianlong had to know the whole story to make a better strategy. Yi Ruoxue smiled and said, Hee, we have our reasons for doing so. There are 3 reasons. First, when the divine sword appeared, the God Lord didn't have time to care about it. Second, we're on the righteous side. If a fight breaks out, we old fellows can help. Moreover, the island master was near you at that time. Third, we wanted to test the reaction of the God Lord and Lord Devour. Of course, there are some other reasons that you don't need to know. The result, was really good. What? Sky Dragon, what should I do when you leave? Yi Tianlong didn't fully understand, so he didn't think much about it, asking for instructions directly. Now, you need to do 3 things. First, continue to find divine swords. The more, the better. I don't care if they're real or fake. Second, take out a part of the treasures little Han got and distribute them to the Feng, Hua, Yu, and Dragon City. Each family will get 1 sacred tool and 10 precious tools. In fact, these external objects are just to help. They're still related to the comprehension of principle. When you found enough third-class divine swords, go to the Yu family to propose the marriage between Han and the little girl of the Yu family. Yes, Sky Dragon, I'm going to prepare now. Since Yi Ruoxue had said so, he didn't ask more. Although he felt a little heartache for giving away the sacred tools and precious tools, as he thought about the Yi family's great harvest this time, and the big families of Dragon City had contributed a lot, he reluctantly gave them away. Of course, he would choose the worst sacred tools. The Yi family had a great harvest this time. Not only did Yi Qinghan come back safely, but his power had also increased. Moreover, Yi Qingyu had settled down. This trip to the God-slaying mountain had not only boosted the reputation of the Yi family, but also brought back countless treasures, including more than 20 sacred tools. It was the happiest event in the last 100 years. Chapter 278. Yi Qinghan did not go back to rest, nor did he go down the mountain to the castle. Instead, he went around the other side of the lake, crossed another mountain, and came to an open space. In front of the open space was a row of white walls, and in the middle was a black door. This was the ancestral grave of the Yi family. You two go in, I'll wait for you outside. Yi Baihu reached out his hand and pressed on a part of the wall. The wall shone with a white light, and then became quiet again. This was a simple restriction set by Yi Ruoxue to prevent people from destroying the ancestral grave of the Yi family. Thank you, Grand Supreme Elder. We'll go and pay our respects to my parents, and we'll come out soon. Yi Qinghan nodded and pulled Yi Qingyu through the door. Inside the wall were countless graves and tombstones. Yi Qingyu had been here for a long time, so she knew the way. She pulled Yi Qinghan to a tall tombstone on the far left. Tombstone of Ye's 37th generation descendant, Yi Dao, and his wife, Yu Shu'e, The bright red words carved on the black tombstone were very eye-catching. Yi Qinghan stood in front of the tombstone, bent his knees, and kowtowed. Yi Qingyu also knelt down and kowtowed with Yi Qinghan. Father, mother, your unfilial son, Qinghan, is back. I haven't come to see you for 6 years. You must be blaming me. I promise I'll come to see you more often in the future, and keep you company. Yi Qinghan looked at the black tombstone and thought of Yi Dao's gentle smile and Yu Shu'e's doting eyes when he was a child. He couldn't help but feel a mix of emotions, and tears welled up in his eyes. In his previous life, he was an orphan. In this life, he had an indomitable father, and a talented, gentle, and loving mother. Unfortunately, his father died early, and his mother passed away early. He wanted to raise his son, but his parents weren't around. At this moment, his strength had improved greatly. The reputation of the second branch had risen in the Yi family because of him. Yi Qinghan's name had spread throughout the entire continent. However, when he had achieved success and fame, he could not share it with his parents. He could not receive his parents' proud and praising gazes. He felt very disappointed. Brother, don't be too sad. You've already fulfilled mother's last wish. I'm sure father and mother will be proud of you in heaven. Yi Qingyu comforted Yi Qinghan when she saw his lonely expression. Last wish? No, it's not enough. I still have to continue working hard. Back then, I swore in front of the coffin that I would spend my entire life worshipping my parents into the divine city's Holy Spirit Hall and enjoy the worship of everyone on the continent. Father, Mother, don't worry. I will definitely work hard. I will definitely be able to do it. When Yi Qinghan heard Yi Qingyu's words, his expression became solemn, and his eyes gradually became incomparably firm. Pa. You have ambition. As expected of a descendant of the Yi family. You should have this kind of heroic spirit. Right at this moment, a clap suddenly sounded out from behind Yi Qinghan, and it shocked Yi Qinghan and Yi Qinghan. They turned around to look, and they saw it was ancestor Yi Ruoshui that they'd just met. Greetings, elder ancestor. Yi Qinghan and Yi Qingyu hurriedly stood up and bowed respectfully. Of all virtues, filial piety is the most important. Little Han, I didn't misjudge you. Qingyu, you can leave first. I have something to discuss with your brother alone. Yi Ruoshui looked at Yi Qinghan in admiration, then turned around and said to Yi Qingyu with a faint smile. Yi Qingyu nodded obediently, then turned around and left. Little Han, summon your battle beast. Let me see. Yi Ruoshui waved her hand and directly set up a domain. Then, she said to Yi Qinghan. Xiaohei. Summon your battle beast. Xiaohei, come out. Yi Qinghan frowned in confusion. He muttered to himself for a moment, then began to summon Xiaohei. A shadow appeared on his chest, then gradually condensed into a small beast that was slightly larger than a palm. Gigi. Xiaohei came out and immediately threw himself into Yi Qinghan's arms. 5 years had passed, but Xiaohei's body hadn't changed much. The only difference was that the single horn on his head had grown slightly longer, and was about the length of a finger. Yi Ruoshui stared curiously at Xiaohei for a while, then said seriously, Qinghan, tell me in detail everything that happened when you summoned Xiaohei's bloodline, how he got through the period of weakness, how he advanced, and how he produced the fusion skill. This is very important. Yi Qinghan was very confused as to why Yi Ruoshui wanted to ask in such detail. Didn't he also have a holy beast? But since Yi Ruoshui had asked so formally, he could only think for a while and slowly said, When I was 5 and 10 years old, my clan's awakening ceremony both failed. Then, before the awakening ceremony when I was 15, my sister took a copy of my father's martial heart sutra and this holy ranked soul ring. During the awakening ceremony, after I was awakened by the soul ring, my spiritual sense arrived at a strange valley. There were 4 holy beasts and countless 7th and 8th ranked beasts. Of course, there was also Xiaohei. In the barbarian mountains, Xiaohei swallowed the Fire Wolf King's magic crystal and got through the period of weakness. He then obtained its inherited memories and the fusion skill. His soul was in chaos, so he sent me a message, telling me to wait. He sent you a message? If he could send you a message, you could communicate with him? When Yi Ruoshui started to listen, his expression was still normal. But when he heard about the valley where Xiaohei lived during the awakening ceremony, his eyebrows started to wrinkle. In the end, when he heard that Xiaohei could send a message to Yi Qinghan, he couldn't help but interrupt Yi Qinghan's words and exclaimed in surprise. That's right. Xiaohei can send a message to me. He's very smart, why? Can't all holy beasts send a message? Yi Qinghan looked at Yi Ruoshui's shocked expression and asked in astonishment. Didn't Yi Ruoshui have a holy beast, the white tiger? Could it be that his white tiger couldn't send a message? My holy beast, the white tiger, can understand what I mean, but he can't send a message. Continue, tell me in detail, think about it carefully and tell me everything without leaving anything out. I feel like I've guessed some things. The corner of Yi Ruoshui's mouth twitched slightly and his expression became even more nervous as he spoke urgently. Seeing that Yi Ruoshui was so serious, Yi Qinghan didn't dare to say anything else. After thinking for a while, he continued, the body fusion technique is called soul dizziness. As long as one's soul isn't stronger than mine or Xiaohei's, it can ignore all defenses and directly cause dizziness. The duration of the dizziness depends on the strength of the opponent's soul. Then, I used the body fusion technique to kill Shui Yi. In the netherworld path, Xiao He was lucky enough to obtain a dragon crystal. After refining it, the body fusion technique leveled up and became a group attack technique. It took Yi Qinghan half an hour to finish narrating everything from start to finish. Unexpectedly, when he finished and looked at Yi Ruoshui, he discovered that Yi Ruoshui didn't seem to be listening to him. She seemed to be in a trance, as if she was thinking about something. Ancestor, what did you discover? After a while, Yi Qinghan realized that Yi Ruoshui was still like this and couldn't help but ask. Air. Haha. Yi Ruoshui was startled awake, but she didn't answer Yi Qinghan's question. Instead, she threw her head back and laughed loudly. Her expression was extremely excited, and her eyes were shining brightly. Her clothes fluttered even though there was no wind, and her 2 white eyebrows were fluttering up and down. After a while, she stared at Xiao He as if she was looking at a peerless treasure, and said, Little Han, you've hit the jackpot. Xiao Han, you've hit the jackpot. Let me tell you. Your beast Xiao He has a 90% chance of being a divine beast. When it matures, it will automatically become a divine beast comparable to a peak stage heaven god tier cultivator. Moreover, this divine beast of yours has such a freakish skill. As long as it steps into the divine tier, it will definitely be an invincible existence in the heaven god tier. Divine beast? Yi Qinghan and Xiao He both widened their eyes at the same time, looking at Yi Ruoshui in disbelief. Chapter 279. 90%? Ancestor, how can you be so sure? Yi Qinghan swallowed his saliva and stared at Xiao He. In the past, he often joked with Xiao He. Xiao He joked that he was a divine beast, and Yi Qinghan joked that if Xiao He was a divine beast, then Yi Qinghan would be a god. He didn't expect that Yi Ruoshui would tell him that there was a 90% chance that Xiao He was a divine beast. There are many reasons for my deduction. First, your 9-colored halo. I've studied the Yi family's bloodline awakening for a long time, and your 9-colored halo is of the highest level. When my bloodline awakened, a golden halo appeared, but I could only summon a divine beast. Your halo is of a higher level, so of course, there's a chance that you can find a divine beast. Second, you said that the 4 divine beast cubs in your summoning space are afraid of Xiao He, so Xiao He can only be a level higher than them, god rank. That's the only explanation. Third, Xiao He can transmit sound, but my white tiger can't. This proves that Xiao He is of a higher level than a divine beast. Yi Ruoshui carefully explained and analyzed to Yi Qinghan. The more he explained, the more he was sure of Xiao He's level. Finally, he said mysteriously, of course, there's another important reason. It's because of Lord Devour. Lord Devour? Hearing this name again, Yi Qinghan was a little surprised. He agreed with the first 3 points. According to Yi Ruoshui's analysis, the probability of Xiao He being a divine beast was very high. But now, Yi Ruoshui said that because of Lord Devour, he was even more certain that Xiao He was a divine beast. Yes, Lord Devour has never cared about the Flame Dragon Continent's matters, but 5 years ago, he gave a top heavenly god realm divine crystal to your sister. Moreover, I guess that Lord Devour helped you in secret when you came out of the god-slaying mountain. However, you said that you've never seen her. The only explanation for her being so good to you is that Xiao He is a divine beast. The more Yi Ruoshui spoke, the more certain she became, and the more excited she became. Why does Lord Devour treat me so well even though Xiao He's a divine beast? Yi Qinghan couldn't understand. Hee. Yi Ruoshui smiled and said, because Lord Devour is also a divine beast. Moreover, he's an extremely powerful divine beast. He's an existence that no one in the Flame Dragon Continent can rival. Since she calls herself Lord Devour, and Xiao He is a soul-devouring beast with the word devour in their names, and Lord Devour is a divine beast. It's easy to infer that Xiao He is a divine beast, and a divine beast that has some relationship with Lord Devour. Ah! Yi Qinghan finally understood, but he looked at Xiao He with even more astonishment. That year, Xiao He had said that it wasn't any weaker than the 4 divine beasts in the summoning space. At that time, Shi Yan had thought that Xiao He was at most a powerful divine beast. He hadn't expected that Xiao He had such a great background. Not only was it a divine beast, but it also had a close relationship with the strongest expert of the Flame Dragon continent. After listening to Yi Ruoshui, Xiao He stood up proudly, raised his head, and sent a message to Yi Qinghan. Hee, big brother, I've told you that I'm a divine beast. Xiao He, I'm a very powerful existence. But I heard from you, my ancestor, that I seem to have some relationship with Lord Devour. I don't know if it's true or not. Moreover, I don't know if Lord Devour knows who my parents are. Xiao He, of course, you're very powerful. When we have time, we should visit the legendary Lord Devour and ask about your origin. Anyway, Xiao He, don't be too sad. Even if your parents aren't here anymore, you still have me, right? I'll be with you forever. Yi Qinghan found a gleam of loneliness behind Xiao He's proud face, so he hurried to comfort him. Before Xiao He had been summoned, he had stayed alone in that mysterious valley. Later on, after Xiao He had learned to transmit his voice, he had told Yi Qinghan that he had stayed in that valley since he was a child. He had never gone out or met his parents. After comforting him, Yi Qinghan quickly raised his head and asked Yi Ruoshui, Ancestor, when can you bring us to meet Lord Devour? After some time, but I'm not sure if Lord Devour will meet us. The last time I went to visit him, he didn't come. Yi Ruoshui pondered for a moment before replying. She wasn't sure about the relationship between Lord Devour and Xiao He, so she didn't dare to guarantee that they would be able to meet Lord Devour. After all, not everyone could meet the King of the Dark Forest. However, before he could finish his sentence, his expression suddenly changed. He looked at the northern sky in fright, and his aura surged. He took a step forward and protected Yi Qinghan behind him. At the same time, a ring on his left hand flashed, and a long spear suddenly appeared in his hand. As soon as Yi Qinghan sensed the change, he immediately merged with his beast. He held the slaughter god blade in his hand, and his entire body was surrounded by battle chi. He looked at the northern sky as if he was facing a formidable enemy. At the same time, he sent a telepathic message to Old Lu to prevent any unexpected changes. Just a moment ago, the domain that Yi Ruoshui had set up suddenly shattered without a sound. An incomparably powerful aura enveloped the entire Yi family's ancestral grave. This aura was incomparably powerful, as if it had frozen the space here. Yi Qinghan felt that this aura was even more powerful than Lu Shi's. Don't panic. I'm Lord Devour. After a while, a crisp female voice that was filled with vicissitudes of life suddenly arose, and Yi Ruoshui and Yi Qinghan's soaring aura disappeared without a trace. Yi Qinghan and Yi Ruoshui looked at each other and saw the fear in each other's eyes. However, they disarmed themselves at the same time and heaved a sigh of relief. They cupped their hands together and greeted, Greetings, Lord Devour. Yi Ruoshui, bring Yi Qinghan to the Dark Castle. I want to see Xiao He. Lord Devour said faintly. There was no emotion in his voice, but his tone was like that of a monarch, which made people feel that they couldn't resist. After saying that, Lord Devour didn't say anything else and remained silent. That incomparably powerful aura also disappeared along with the voice, as if it had never appeared in the first place. What was even more strange was that Yi Ruoshui's gravitational field had recovered. This Lord Devour is too strong, isn't he? Yi Qinghan took 2 deep breaths. Just now, Lord Devour's cold voice came to him like a hammer pounding on his chest, making him feel like his heart was about to jump out of his chest. It was really terrifying. Of course, Lord Devour is strong. He's the king of the Fire Dragon continent. Yi Ruoshui said with lingering fear as she felt Lord Devour's supreme aura again. Then? If we go there, will he hurt Xiao He? Yi Qinghan recalled Lord Devour's emotionless voice, so he couldn't help but ask hesitantly. At this moment, Xiao He was like a little brother in his heart. Lord Devour's tone made him a little bit scared and worried. I don't think so. If he wants to hurt Xiao He and us, no one can resist him. Don't forget that I've told you that in the Fire Dragon continent, Lord Devour is invincible. If he just wants us to go there, it must be something very important. Yi Ruoxue shook her head. She wasn't worried at all. She was actually excited. This time, she could confirm the relationship between Xiao He and Lord Devour, as well as the exact information about Xiao He. If the relationship between Xiao He and Lord Devour wasn't shallow, Yi Qinghan would be rich. Then, he said, go and tell your sister that I'm going to take you there. If we're fast, we can come back in 10 days or half a month. It's okay. Don't worry. Lord Devour will never hurt Xiao He. At this moment, Old Lu also sent a message to Yi Qinghan. Since Yi Qinghan had refined the unfettered ring, Old Lu could communicate with Yi Qinghan through the unfettered ring. Even Yi Ruoxue couldn't sense it. Okay. Yi Qinghan felt relieved after receiving the message from Yi Ruoxue and Old Lu. He nodded to Yi Ruoxue, then ran out of the ancestral grave. Chapter 280. What? Brother, you want to go out? I want to go. I don't care where you go, but you have to take me with you. Outside the walls of the ancestral grave, as soon as Yi Qinghan told Yi Qingyu became anxious. She grabbed Yi Qinghan's robe and said resolutely. This. Yi Qinghan looked at Yi Qingyu shamefully. He didn't think that he would have to separate from Yi Qingyu and the others as soon as he came back. However, he didn't have the guts to resist Lord Devour's order. Moreover, it was related to Xiao He's origin. Yi Qingyu woke up because of the divine crystal that Lord Devour had given her. No matter what, she had to go out this time. Yi Qinghan begrudgingly smiled. Qingyu, be good. I'm going out with Forefather this time. Don't worry. Forefather said that if he's fast, he'll be back in 10 days or half a month. I don't care. I'll go wherever brother goes. You promised me in the God-slaying mountain that you'll never leave me again. Yi Qingyu shook her head gently, still pulling Yi Qinghan's sleeve. Her eyes were watery, and her delicate face made people feel sorry for her. Sigh. Take her with you. She's too stubborn. Little Han, you should explain to the others. Yi Qingyu and I will wait for you here. While Yi Qinghan didn't know what to do, Yi Ruoxue walked out of the ancestral grave. She looked at Yi Qingyu, shaking her head. Yes. Yi Qinghan forced a smile, turned around, and walked to the Yi family's castle. Yi family's west garden, graceful dance garden. This was the garden that the Yi family had given to Yi Qingyu. The garden was not big, but it was very elegant. Besides living in the back mountain, Yi Qingwu usually lived in this garden. At this moment, Yi Qingwu was chatting with Yu Qingsheng and Long Sainan in a small pavilion in the garden. The scenery in the garden was beautiful, and there were all kinds of delicious snacks and good tea in the pavilion. However, although the three of them seemed to be chatting happily, it was obvious that the three of them were somewhat absent-minded. Xiao! A figure suddenly appeared, causing the three of them to be pleasantly surprised. The three of them quickly stood up. Yu Qingsheng and Yi Qingwu looked at the person shyly while Long Sainan smiled with a complicated expression. Sister Xiao Wu, Qingsheng, Miss Long, the three of you together in this garden will make the flowers nearby pale in comparison. Yi Qinghan smiled as he looked at the three people in the pavilion. A trace of amazement flashed through his eyes. Yu Qingsheng was still wearing a peach-colored dress, and with her otherworldly beautiful face, she was like a fairy that had fallen from a building to the mortal world. Meanwhile, Yi Qingwu had deliberately changed into a provocative red skin-tight leather armor. Her pure and beautiful face, curvaceous figure, and especially her proud twin peaks, made people unable to resist committing a crime. Long Sainan was dressed in a tight outfit and had a dragon cry sword on her waist. Her whole person exuded a heroic spirit, which had a unique flavor. Little Han, you're asking for a beating. You only know how to speak flowery words. Once you're back, you can't even see me. Yi Qingwu glared at Yi Qinghan and raised her snow-white arm as if she was going to hit him. However, the unconcealable joy in the corner of her eyes betrayed her current mood. Han. Yu Qingqing smiled and called out softly. Her eyes were filled with Yi Qinghan. Young Master Han even dares to make fun of me. He deserves a beating. Hee hee. You guys chat. I'll go see if my elders are all right. Long Sainan was obviously not a fool. She wouldn't foolishly be a third wheel. Yi Qinghan had directly revealed his relationship with Yu Qingqing and Yi Qingwu on the Heavens Road. At this moment, she obviously wouldn't ruin the relationship between other lovers. Once Long Sainan left, Yu Qingqing and Yi Qingwu were instead a bit embarrassed. The two of them shyly looked at Yi Qinghan and tacitly sat down at the same time. They picked up their teacups and pretended to drink tea. Hee hee. Yi Qinghan smiled evilly. He took a step and directly squeezed in between the two of them. He unceremoniously wrapped his arms around their waists and pulled them into his embrace. He sniffed and could smell a delicate fragrance. He couldn't help but close his eyes in intoxication. Aya, what are you doing? You little rascal. Yi Qingwu immediately reacted. She quickly wriggled and waved her delicate fists at Yi Qinghan. However, Yi Qinghan exerted force and her whole body fell into Yi Qinghan's embrace. Yu Qingqing didn't say anything. Her whole face was as red as a ripe apple. Her two beautiful earlobes were also red and translucent. She lowered her head and closed her eyes. She didn't dare to look at anyone. Don't move. Yi Qinghan said softly. He hugged the two of them tightly. He felt the amazing touch of the warm and fragrant soft jade in his arms. He couldn't help but be a little intoxicated. This feeling is really good. I really want to hug you like this forever until the end of time. Yi Qinghan's gentle and sincere confession made the two of them gradually quiet down. Yi Qingyu stopped wriggling and pouted. She seemed to be angry. Meanwhile, Yu Qingqing opened her eyes and looked at the side of Yi Qinghan's face. An intoxicating smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. The three of them didn't talk anymore. Instead, they snuggled together and enjoyed the embrace that came a few years late. After a while, Yi Qinghan smiled helplessly. He suddenly opened his eyes and said, Qingqing, tomorrow, you and your great supreme elder will go back to the Yu clan. Huh? Yu Qingqing raised her head and revealed a puzzled expression. Yi Qingwu also turned to look at Yi Qinghan. Hee hee, go back and wait for me to go to the Yu clan to propose marriage. Sister Xiao Wu, you should also stay in the Yi clan castle. When I come back, I will solemnly propose marriage to Grandpa Green Ox. At that time, I will marry you and Qingyu at the same time. Yi Qinghan said with a smile. Propose marriage? Yi Qingwu and Yu Qingqing were surprised. However, they were shy again. Yu Qingqing understood the meaning of Yi Qinghan's words. She opened her eyes wide and asked, where are you going? When will you go there? I'll leave shortly. It's not a big deal. Don't worry. I'm going to the dark forest with our forefather to thank Lord Devour for saving Qingyu. I'll be back in 10 days or half a month. Forefather is the God realm expert of the Yi family. It's not a problem. Xiao Wu knows it. Yi Qinghan was afraid that they would worry about him, so he explained hurriedly. You're leaving immediately? A trace of disappointment flashed through Yu Qingqing's eyes. They had only been together for a few days, and now they were going to be separated again. However, when she saw Yi Qingwu nod, she relaxed. Yu Shishui had told her that the Yi family had a God realm expert. Now that Yi Qingwu had confirmed it, she didn't say anything else. Instead, she stubbornly insisted on staying in the Yi family castle and waiting for Yi Qinghan to return. She was still waiting for Yi Qinghan to tell her everything that had happened to him in the Fallen God Mountain. At the same time, she also wanted to tell him how much she had missed him. After pondering for a moment, she said, I'll wait for you at the Yi family castle. As for the marriage proposal, we'll talk about it after you're back. All right, come. Yi Qinghan stood up and touched his unfettered ring. 2 pieces of Snow White's soft armor appeared in his hand. The 2 pieces of soft armor were very beautiful. They looked like they were weaved from swan feathers, and they emitted a faint, holy light. These are 2 pieces of Saint Artifact soft armor. I left them especially for the 2 of you. They can withstand a single blow from a saint. I've never given you a decent gift before. This time, I've made up for it. Yi Qinghan handed one to each of them and kissed them on the cheeks. I don't want them. Give them to little sister Qingyu. Yi Qinggu spat and said. She hurriedly wiped her mouth and handed over the soft armor. Yu Qingxing was used to Yi Qinghan's hooligan habits. Back on the Nether Island, she had taken advantage of him quite a bit. She shook her head and said, I don't want them either. Han, you can wear them yourself. Hee, take them and wear them. Qingyu has them, and so do I. Don't forget that I obtained quite a few treasures from the fallen god mountain. Our clan doesn't lack saint artifacts. Alright, that's it. The ancestor is still waiting for me. When I come back, I'll tell you about the things that have happened over the years. Yi Qinghan took their hands again and fiercely hugged them. Then, she kissed them lightly on their foreheads and directly teleported and disappeared from the dancing garden. Then, Yi Qinghan bid farewell to Feng Zihua and Long Sainan and went to the back mountain of the Yi family. As for Yi Tianlong and the others, Yi Baihu would go and inform them. When Yi Ruoshui saw that Yi Qinghan had finished his business, she nodded at Yi Baihu and released a small gravitational field, which enveloped the 2 of them. Then, she brought them into the sky and flew towards the north like a meteor. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared. Chapter 281. The Dark Forest was located in the northernmost part of the Fire Dragon continent. It was a vast forest with countless demon beasts and abundant herbs and natural treasures. However, not many warriors dared to explore it. At most, they would wander around the outermost area. They didn't dare to go deeper because those who went deeper had never come out. It was unknown how many years ago, but the Dark Forest was known as a dangerous place. It was rumored that demons lived in the Dark Forest. Some said that there were dozens of sacred beasts in the forest, and anyone who entered would die. However, all the top experts on the continent knew that there was a beautiful and luxurious castle in the Dark Forest, where a woman lived. She called herself Lord Devour. Lord Devour wasn't famous at first. She had established her position as the most powerful expert on the continent 4,000 years ago. At that time, many experts didn't believe her and entered the Dark Forest to search for treasures, but they were killed. In the end, the Divine City was curious, so it sent a team led by 3 sacred-level experts to investigate. However, as soon as the team entered the forest, they disappeared like mud falling into the sea. The God Lord was enraged. He had just built the Divine City and established his unparalleled position on the continent not long ago. How could he be challenged? Thus, he brought his people and left the Divine City, declaring that he would flatten the Dark Forest. However, only the God Lord too returned to the Divine City after they entered the forest. He went into seclusion and didn't mention anything about the Dark Forest again. At the same time, all the Saint Realm experts on the continent received a message, Lord Devour's message to the Dark Forest. The Dark Forest doesn't welcome humans. Anyone who enters will be killed. The experts on the continent didn't know what happened when the God Lord too entered the Dark Forest. But this did not prevent them from understanding some things and understanding some things from it. Apparently, Lord Devour had defeated the God Lord Tuesday. She was the undisputed most powerful expert on the Fire Dragon continent. From then on, all the families and mansions had one more rule: never provoke Lord Devour of the Dark Forest. The Dark Forest became one of the 3 most dangerous places on the continent. Then, a small number of God Realm experts on the continent found out that Lord Devour wasn't a human but a divine beast. Everyone understood why she never joined the fights on the continent and didn't want to unify the continent. It was easy to understand. Would a powerful person be interested in a fight between ants? To the experts of the continent, the magical beasts in the forest were like ants. But, to Lord Devour, the people of the Flame Dragon continent were just ants. Yi Ruoxue carried Yi Qinghan and Yi Qingyu and flew at high speed. It only took them 5 days to reach the outside of the dark forest. Moreover, he did not dare to teleport while carrying the two of them. If he teleported, his speed would be even faster. Yes. We've arrived. Let's go down first. Yi Ruoxue descended rapidly. Just as she was about to reach the ground, her speed suddenly slowed down. Finally, she landed steadily on the ground. Yi Ruoxue smiled and said, "You two should take a rest first. You must be tired after traveling for a few days." Great ancestor, why don't we go straight into the dark forest? Yi Qinghan shook his body to stretch his muscles and asked curiously. I have to talk to Lord Devour first to show my courtesy. Yi Ruoxue forced a smile and sent a message to Yi Qinghan. Lord Devour wasn't someone anyone could meet. The last time he came to the dark forest, he had to stay for several months before Lord Devour allowed him to enter the dark castle. However, he did not see Lord Devour and only stayed in the castle for a while. Although it was Lord Devour who asked them to come, Yi Ruoxue still had to ask for his permission to show her respect to Lord Devour. Then, Yi Ruoxue spread her soul consciousness all the way until it reached the beautiful castle in the middle of the forest. Then, she sent a message, Yi Ruoxue brings Yi Qinghan and Yi Qingyu to meet Lord Devour. Come in. After a while, a cold voice echoed in their ears. The voice was still cold and emotionless. Go. Let's go. Yi Ruoxue did not waste any time. She pulled the two of them and flew to the center of the forest. This time, Yi Ruoxue did not fly too fast or too high. She just flew close to the sky of the forest. Along the way, Yi Qinghan and Yi Qingyu curiously observed this legendary forbidden land. The forest was very ancient. There were countless 10,000-year-old ancient trees, thick ancient vines, and unknown exotic flowers and fruits. Everything was telling the story of the ancient and vicissitudes of the dark forest. There were countless demon beasts in the forest, which dazzled Yi Qinghan and Yi Qingyu. There was a giant ape that was over 10 meters in size and the size of a small hill, a berserk lion with 3 blood-red eyes, a black horse with wings, and a pack of hundreds of thousands of black-winged wolves. The strange thing was that even though the three of them were flying at a low altitude, the magical beasts in the forest only looked at them strangely. They were not afraid, nor did they attack. Some of the stronger magical beasts even looked at the three of them with disdainful eyes. Don't be surprised and don't provoke them. The demon beasts in the dark forest are a little arrogant because of Lord Devour's existence. Of course, they will never attack humans or walk out of the dark forest. Yi Ruoxue explained to Yi Qinghan through sound transmission when she saw that he was confused. Yi Qinghan understood after listening to her. These high-level demon beasts had high intellect. Because of Lord Devour's existence, they were very respectful to the visitors in the forest. They felt like the citizens of a great country seeing the envoys of a small tribe. It was a kind of outstanding feeling that had been born for thousands of years. After more than an hour, the three of them finally reached the center of the forest. Yi Qinghan looked at the strange terrain and the faintly visible black castle in front of him. He knew that they had reached their destination. This was because there was not a single ancient tree here. Below them was a boundless piece of flat land, and the flat land was filled with flowers. Countless flowers of all kinds. The whole area had become a sea of flowers. All kinds of fresh flowers were competing with each other. It was beautiful. So beautiful. So beautiful. It was the first time that Yi Qingyu had seen such a beautiful scene. She couldn't help but exclaim. Her eyes were full of surprise and joy. Don't talk, we are about to reach the dark castle. Both of you, pay attention. When we reach the castle, follow me. Don't talk and don't touch anything inside. Yi Ruoxue quickly warned them in a low voice. Yi Qinghan didn't say anything. He just stared blankly at the huge castle that was getting closer and closer. There was also a strange creature standing in front of the castle gate. The castle was huge. It was a few hundred meters wide and more than 100 meters tall. The whole castle was made of unknown black stones. Strangely, Yi Qinghan didn't see any gaps on the walls. It was as if the castle was a single entity. The entire castle stood there quietly, but at a glance, it was as if a giant black beast was entrenched there, silently exuding a faint pressure. The castle had a gate. At this moment, the gate was opened. A strange creature was standing in front of the gate. It was a strange creature that looked like a fox, but it wasn't a fox. It looked like a human, but it wasn't. It was a fox, but it was standing upright like a human. It was wearing a fiery red robe. It had a human-like smile on its face. It stood elegantly outside the gate like a noble lady. However, it had a few snow-white tails behind it. It had a face that was no different from a fox's. Under its clothes, it had a pair of cute little furry hands. All of these betrayed its fox identity. However, it didn't look like a demon. After all, demons were still humans. It was just that the various demon races only had some characteristics of demon beasts. However, this fox looked exactly like a fox. Its expression and posture were exactly the same as a human's. It was very strange. Welcome to the Dark Castle. Yi Ruoxue, long time no see. You must be Yi Qinghan. What a handsome young man. Hee hee. There's also a cute little girl. When Yi Ruoxue brought Yi Qinghan and landed in front of the castle gate, the fox suddenly opened its furry mouth and spoke. It gave Yi Qinghan and Yi Qingyu a fright. Even the hair on their bodies stood up. A fox can talk. Chapter 282. Greetings, Lord Zhou. It's been 5 years since we last met, and Lord Zhou's strength has improved yet again. Yi Ruoxue smiled and cupped her hands in greeting. She then turned her head to the side and said to Yi Qinghan and Yi Qingyu, why haven't the two of you paid your respects to Lord Zhou? Lord Zhou is a powerful deity-level expert. Greetings, Lord Zhou. Yi Qinghan and Yi Qingyu hurriedly came to their senses and bowed. Yi Qinghan thought to himself, it's actually another divine beast, and a divine beast can actually speak the human language after maturing? Doesn't that mean that after Xiao He enters the mature stage, he can also speak directly and doesn't need to use telepathy? Hee hee, you may dispense with the formalities. Come in, Lord Zhou said and directly walked inside. Behind the door was a wide corridor, and the corridor was covered with a fiery red carpet. There were a few forks in the corridor. After walking a few steps, Lord Zhou pointed at a fork in the corridor and said, Yi Ruoxue, bring this young lady to the side chamber to rest. There is some spiritual fruit wine inside, and you can taste it as you please. I will first bring Yi Qinghan to see Lord Zhou. Brother. Yi Qingyu hurriedly pulled on Yi Qinghan's sleeves and cried out in worry. Qingyu, be good. Brother will come to find you in a moment. You and elder ancestor can go first. Yi Qinghan lightly patted the back of Yi Qingyu's hand, indicating that she and Yi Ruoxue should go first. Let's go, little girl. Yi Ruoxue hurriedly signaled with her eyes and pulled the reluctant Yi Qingyu towards the side chamber. Hee hee, lucky young man, follow me. Madame Zhou smiled faintly. Her foxy face actually revealed a trace of human affection. After she finished speaking, she gracefully took small steps towards a fork on the left. As she walked, she instructed Yi Qinghan, when you meet Madame later, don't talk too much and don't look around. Whatever Madame asks you, just answer honestly. Whatever Madame wants you to do, don't disobey. Otherwise, if you anger Madame, the three of you won't be able to return. The corridor on the left was connected to a straight staircase. The staircase was very long, and at the top was a red door. The top of the stairs was covered with a fiery red carpet. The carpet was very clean and spotless. Yi Qinghan followed Lord Zhou quickly as he listened to her warning attentively. He felt a little uneasy. He was about to meet the legendary strongest expert of the continent. Although this expert seemed to be related to Xiao He, he wasn't confident before everything was clear. After all, if Lord Devour wanted to kill him, no one in this world could save him, not even Elder Lu. We're here. Go in by yourself. Remember what I said just now. After walking for a while, Yi Qinghan followed Madame Jiao to the glowing red door. Madame Jiao stopped in her tracks and pointed at the door, indicating for Yi Qinghan to go in by himself. Squeak. Yi Qinghan nodded and didn't think much. He puffed up his chest, pushed the door open, and walked in. Outside the door was an open-air rooftop. At first glance, he could see countless flower pots. These flower pots were arranged in a very orderly manner, forming all sorts of beautiful patterns. On the left of the flower pots was a large pond with countless beautiful little fishes swimming in it. On the right of the flower pots was a huge grape rack, which was filled with clusters of fresh grapes. Under the shelf, there was a diamond-shaped crystal table. On the table, there were a few plates of translucent fruits that Yi Qinghan did not recognize. Beside the table, there was only a rocking chair woven from old vines. There was someone sitting on the rocking chair. Yi Qinghan looked over, only to see a silhouette from the side. He had a head of black hair, a cold face, and a fiery red robe. There's a lady here? Yi Qinghan was a little puzzled. He lifted his head and looked around, but didn't find anything. After pondering for a while, he took a few steps forward and cupped his fists at the lady. Yi Qinghan pays his respects to you, madam. May I ask where Lord Devour is? I've come as invited. The lady didn't say anything. She was holding a green scroll in her hand, reading it quietly. Yi Qinghan didn't dare to say anything, nor did he dare to look around. He could only stand there quietly and wait for the woman's reply. He stood there for more than an hour. The lady didn't seem to notice Yi Qinghan, still reading the scroll with great interest. The rooftop was quiet, except for the rustling sound of the lady flipping the pages of the book. Another hour had passed. When Yi Qinghan was a little impatient and was about to ask again, the lady suddenly put down the book in her hand. The woman suddenly put down the book in her hand, turned around and looked coldly at Yi Qinghan. Her eyes are so terrifying. As soon as Yi Qinghan and the lady's eyes met, he felt like he was looking at two dazzling lights. He felt dizzy and didn't dare to look at her anymore. He bowed his head and waited for the lady to speak. The lady still didn't say anything, just coldly looking at Yi Qinghan. Her eyes were as sharp as knives, which made Yi Qinghan feel a burning pain all over his body. At this moment, Yi Qinghan felt like he was stripped naked under her gaze. He didn't have any secrets to hide. After a while, Yi Qinghan finally lost his patience. Being stared at by a lady like that, he felt uncomfortable. He clasped his fists one more time. Madam, may I ask, where is Lord Devour? The lady finally opened her mouth. Her voice was cold and emotionless. I'm Lord Devour. Ah. Hearing this familiar, clear voice, Yi Qinghan was bewildered. He couldn't believe it. You're Lord Devour? Lord Devour isn't he a god? Yi Qinghan wanted to say that Lord Devour was a divine beast, wasn't he? The lady in front of him was a real person. However, he didn't dare to continue as he was afraid that he would annoy the lady in red. Can't a divine beast transform into a human? Ignorant. The lady sneered but didn't say anything else. She continued to stare at Yi Qinghan. After a while, she slowly opened her mouth. Yi Qinghan, do you know that I really want to kill you? The lady's casual words made Yi Qinghan feel as if he had fallen into the 9 netherworlds. His entire body was chilled. Lord Devour didn't release his aura or move much. It was just a simple sentence, but it had frozen Yi Qinghan's blood. At the same time, his soul became sluggish, and he couldn't control his body anymore. At this moment, Yi Qinghan felt that he could smell the aura of death. After a while, the soul ring on his left hand released a flow of energy, which restored Yi Qinghan's body. When he felt that he could control his body again, Yi Qinghan exhaled in relief. So many thoughts flashed in his head. After a while, he gritted his teeth and said, Lord Devour wants to kill me. I can only wait for my death. Don't pretend. If I want to kill you, I can take your life at any time. Even if you hide in the unfettered pavilion, I can still kill you. Lord Devour opened his mouth one more time, shocking Yi Qinghan one more time. She even knew about the unfettered pavilion? It seemed that Lord Devour's supernatural power was too strong to resist. At least, at this moment, Yi Qinghan couldn't resist it. Since he couldn't resist it, there was no need to be afraid. Yi Qinghan slowly lifted his head, looking at Lord Devour and asking boldly, "Why does Lord Devour want to kill me?" Lord Devour swung his sleeve, his face cold. A formidable aura burst out from his body, covering Yi Qinghan. His voice became even colder. "Because, you got something that you shouldn't have." Chapter 283. Although Lord Devour's aura was soaring, it was obvious that he had controlled it. Otherwise, even Yi Qinghan could be smashed into meat paste. Yi Qinghan just felt a little annoyed. Seeing Lord Devour's rage, he couldn't help but ask anxiously, "Is it because of Xiaohe?" Harumph. Lord Devour snorted and retrieved his aura. He stood up, walking out of the grape trellis. With his back facing Yi Qinghan, he looked at the sea of flowers outside the castle. After a while, he opened his mouth, but his voice wasn't as cold as before. It was a little lonely and begrudging. "Xiaohe's a soul-devouring beast, a divine beast, and a very powerful one at that. Do you think that a mortal like you is qualified to have him?" "No." Yi Qinghan contemplated for a while and then answered honestly. Xiaohe was really heaven-defying. If it weren't for Xiaohe, Yi Qinghan would still be the seventh son of the Yi family, and his mother's grave would still be on the west mountain of Tsang City. It could be said that his current competence and status were all because of Xiaohe. Even if he had the soul ring, he wouldn't have a big achievement. Pondering for a while, Yi Qinghan didn't wait for Lord Devour's response. He continued, "Of course, I'm not qualified to have Xiaohe. Moreover, I've never had him. Because Xiaohe isn't an object. I've always considered him as a living being, as my little brother. We're not master and servant. He's not my pet. He's my little brother, a brother who has fought with me all his life." Harumph. Yi Qinghan's sincere words didn't move Lord Devour. Lord Devour turned around and coldly glared at Yi Qinghan. "If it weren't for that, I would have killed you several years ago. Don't think that I can't kill you because you've signed a soul contract with Xiaohe. After killing you, I can keep Xiaohe alive without any harm. I'm just afraid of hurting Xiaohe's heart. Besides, your aptitude is barely passable. Perhaps you'll have some achievements in the future. That's why I spared your life." This Lord Devour was too awesome. Yi Qinghan felt a chill in his heart. After all, Xiaohe had signed a soul contract with him. If he died, Xiaohe's soul would dissipate along with him. And now, Lord Devour said that she could make Xiaohe break the soul contract with her? To be able to strip it from his body, what kind of divine ability was this? At the same time, he secretly rejoiced. Ever since Xiaohe learned to transmit sound in the savage mountains, Yi Qinghan and Xiaohe's relationship improved day by day. In the end, they were as close as real brothers. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know how he died. Sigh. Perhaps this is fate. Lord Devour turned around, sighing weakly. That year, when I brought Xiaohe to the Fire Dragon continent, I thought I could let him grow up in peace. But, because of something, I left for 1 year. I didn't expect that with the help of the Soul Ring and the Bloodline Awakening ceremony of the Yi family, you could break the restriction I had set up in the Misty Forest. You summoned Xiaohe and made a soul contract with him. When I came back, I wanted to kill you directly. However, I was worried that Xiaohe's soul was too fragile, so I didn't do it. Until now, Xiaohe has considered you as his closest friend. I was afraid that he would be sad, so I didn't kill you. What? So, it was like that. At this moment, Yi Qinghan recalled what had happened several years ago when his bloodline had awakened. He was suddenly enlightened. That year, the concentration of God's blood in his bloodline was very low, and he got his father's scripture of theology. After cultivating for half a month, he had to bleed, eat raw animals' internal organs, and pierce his blood. In the end, his blood was cut, which led to his meridians exploding, and he had fainted. When he woke up, his soul consciousness had entered the summoning space and successfully summoned Xiaohei. Originally, he had thought that it was because of his father's scripture of God's blood. He didn't expect that it was because of the soul ring. And the magical valley where Xiaohei used to live was probably the home that Lord Devour had arranged for Xiaohei in the misty forest. No wonder why only the cubs could come here. Lord Devour had set up a restriction to let the cubs come here. They could play with Xiaohei to prevent him from being lonely, and they could help Xiaohei grow faster. The yuan qi in the valley was very rich, which was suitable for Xiaohei to grow. At the same time, it attracted the cubs of the nearby powerful beasts. Xiaohei was a divine beast, which was one level higher than the holy beasts. He had the pressure of a divine beast. No wonder the beasts and the 4 holy beast cubs were so afraid of Xiaohei that they ran away as soon as they saw Xiaohei. However, Yi Qinghan still had a question that he hadn't figured out. Why did he summon Xiaohei with the help of the soul ring? Was Xiaohei related to the owner of the soul ring, the soul emperor? What was the relationship between Lord Devour and Xiaohei? Of course, Yi Qinghan didn't dare to ask Lord Devour. After all, he had done something wrong. How could he dare to ask more? Lord Devour could kill him at any time and take Xiaohei out of his beast space. Recalling that Lord Devour had said that she would spare his life for now, Yi Qinghan became more anxious. He had stolen Xiaohei, so this woman must be angry. However, she had given a divine crystal to her sister. Moreover, she hadn't killed him after so many years. His life should be safe for now, right? Don't be so happy. If you can't satisfy me, I will kill you at any time. Even if I have to pay a big price, I will break the soul contract between you and Xiaohei. I will take Xiaohei out of your body. Indeed, before Yi Qinghan could rejoice, Lord Devour spoke again. Since you could get the soul ring by chance and summon Xiaohei through it, you and I are fated. So, I want to give you a chance. As long as you can do it, I won't do anything to hurt Xiaohei. Looking at Lord Devour's cold eyes and feeling her unparalleled aura, Yi Qinghan knew that Lord Devour was telling the truth. From Lord Devour's attitude toward him, he knew that she would do what she said. Immediately, Yi Qinghan put on a serious face, clasping his fists. Lord Devour, please tell me. Yi Qinghan will try his best to satisfy you. What a joke. It was related to his life, so he didn't dare to be careless. In other words, even if Lord Devour wanted to take Xiaohei out of his body and spare his life, he would be reluctant. No matter what, Xiaohei had been with him for so many years, and he had become an inseparable part of his flesh and blood. I want you to break through to the heavenly god realm within 50 years. Lord Devour said faintly as if he was talking about something trivial. If you can't break through within 50 years, I can only. I'm sorry. After saying that, Lord Devour didn't wait for Yi Qinghan's answer, continuing, moreover, don't expect me to help you. I've never participated in the disputes of the continent. Moreover, even if you're going to die, I can only protect Xiaohei at the moment of your death. You have to rely on yourself to become a god, and you have to do it within 50 years. Or else, you will die without a doubt. Become a god within 50 years? Or else. I will die without a doubt. Yi Qinghan felt like a heavy mountain was pressing on his shoulder, which made him unable to straighten his back and gasp for breath. His body shivered. Become a god? Who didn't want to become a god? The ultimate goal of all the warriors in the continent was to become a god. However, how many gods were there in the Fire Dragon continent? Becoming a god wasn't just about cultivating hard. It depended on one's comprehension of the principle, chance, and luck. Not to mention the god realm, the number of Saint Realm warriors in the continent could be counted. And now, Lord Devour wanted him to become a god. Or within 50 years. Yi Qinghan contemplated, stooping his head and closing his eyes for a long time. When he opened his eyes one more time, his eyes were filled with a fierce fighting will. Unconsciously, his entire body emitted an indomitable aura. He gazed at Lord Devour, his voice resolute. 5 or 6 years ago, I was just a trash at the first level of the elite realm. Today, I've become an Emperor Realm warrior, the #1 genius of the continent. I believe that as long as I work hard, I will break through this sky sooner or later. I promise you, within 50 years. I will try my best to break through to the heavenly god realm. Chapter 284. I don't need your consent. I just want to tell you my decision. Yi Qinghan's emotional words didn't affect Lord Devour. It seemed this woman was always cold and inhuman. She paused for a while, then waved her hand. Summon Xiao He. You can leave now. I'm going to talk to him. Yes. Yes, Lord Devour. Yeah. I have to thank Lord Devour for giving my sister such a precious divine crystal. I'm so grateful. Yi Qinghan bowed to greet him. Yi Qingyu was very important to him. Moreover, Lord Devour was his benefactor, and he had to repay the favor. He understood this clearly. It's to thank you for taking care of Xiao He for so many years. I've never owed anyone a favor. Summon Xiao He. Lord Devour waved his hand, signaling Yi Qinghan to summon Xiao He. Then, he could leave. Facing this incomparably powerful and cold woman, Yi Qinghan felt a sense of helplessness. Although he was skeptical, as Xiao He couldn't talk, how could Lord Devour communicate with him? However, he didn't dare to ask more. He summoned Xiao He, bowed to him, and then slowly retreated to the gate. Ha! Ha! Boss, you leave now. I'll come for you later. I won't leave you. As soon as Xiao He was summoned, Yi Qinghan placed him on the diamond-shaped crystal table. Xiao He had heard the conversation between Yi Qinghan and Lord Devour. Lord Devour treated Yi Qinghan that way, which made Xiao He indignant. However, he knew that Lord Devour was really intimidating, and he had a close relationship with him. Most importantly, he wanted to know his origin from Lord Devour. He didn't say anything, just calling Yi Qinghan twice. After using the soul message, he turned around and looked at Lord Devour with a complicated look. Until now, Master Devour had always been cold. Looking at Xiao He's little body on the crystal table, she beamed a smile for the first time. It was a friendly smile. She opened her mouth, her voice tender and kind. Kid, I haven't seen you for years. You've grown up. Little Han. Follow me. Yi Qinghan opened the door and walked into the staircase, only to see Lord Jiu standing at the foot of the stairs. When she saw him, a trace of a smile appeared on her face. She actually changed the way she addressed him and led Yi Qinghan down the stairs. Yi Qinghan smiled and followed Lord Jiu down the stairs. They walked through several long corridors and finally arrived at a magnificent hall. The main hall was very big, and the decorations were very luxurious. It looked even more luxurious than the carefree pavilion. There were 2 people in the hall, Yi Ruoxue and Yi Qingyu. Brother, you're back. At this moment, Yi Qingyu was absent-mindedly sitting on a dark gold soft chair, fiddling with a jade cup on the table next to her. However, her eyes were gazing at the entrance of the hall. Seeing Yi Qinghan come in, she hurried to stand up, shouting happily. Haha. You 3 should rest here for a while. After Master Devour and Master Xiao He are done talking, you can go back. Lord Jiu gracefully bowed and left. Little Han? Seeing Yi Qinghan's bitter face, Yi Ruoxue couldn't help but look at him worriedly. I'm okay. Yi Qinghan sat on a soft chair next to Yi Qingyu. He shook his head at Yi Ruoxue, signaling her to talk later. He picked up a round pink fruit from the square table and started to eat it. Yeah, it tastes good. You guys should eat it. What kind of fruit is it? After eating it, your whole body feels warm. As soon as Yi Qinghan ate it, he found that this fruit was even more delicious than the spirit fruits in the Luotian Mountains illusory land. Of course, he didn't hesitate to pick up another one, handing it to Yi Qingyu, shouting. Master Devourer was the strongest warrior in the continent, and even the divine beast Lord Jiao was her servant. How could the fruit she used to greet guests be bad? It would be a waste not to eat it, but it wasn't a waste to eat it. Yi Qinghan was in a bad mood, so of course, he didn't hesitate to eat it. Yi Qinghan and Yi Qingyu bluntly began to gorge themselves on the food. Yi Ruoxue, on the other hand, took into consideration her status. She only picked up a green-colored drink and drank it while looking at the two of them in amusement and anger. Half an hour later, a shadow flashed through the entrance of the hall and directly jumped into Yi Qinghan's arms. It was Xiao He. Huh, okay, you guys can go back. After Xiao He, Lord Jiao walked in with a small jade box in her cute hairy hands, saying to the three of them. Okay, Lord Jiao, we'll leave first. If you have time, come to Tsang City to play. I'll treat you well. Yi Ruoxue stood up, clasping her hands to greet Lord Jiao. There will be a chance. Little Han, take this jade box. Lord Jiao's mouth twitched, revealing a smile. She handed the jade box to Yi Qinghan, saying, of course, it's not for you. This is for Xiao He. There are 5 black unicorn fruits in it. Every 10 years, Xiao He has to eat one. Lord also said to give him less barbecued meat, spirit fruits, and dragon crystals. It will create impurities, which are not good for the divine beast's growth. Okay, Lord Jiao, I'll remember. Yi Qinghan laughed, putting the jade box into his unfettered ring. Then, he grabbed 2 more pink fruits from the table, following Yi Ruoxue out. Lord Jiao, see you later. Walking out of the dark castle, Yi Ruoxue nodded to Lord Jiao, then took Yi Qinghan and Yi Qingyu and flew to the south. Ninth Elder stretched out a hand, and waved in the direction that Yi Ruoxue had flown in. He watched them leave, then smiled faintly, and muttered, hee, we will definitely meet again. Moreover, it won't be too long. Hee, little Han's luck is really too nature-defying, so nature-defying that it makes one's eyes red with envy. At this moment, on the rooftop of the castle, Lord Devourer was also bewildered, watching Yi Ruoxue's back. Her face wasn't as cold as before, but a bit helpless and bitter. Finally, she sighed and said something that only she could hear, Yi Qinghan, don't blame me for being cruel. I have no other choice. Since you have something, you have to choose to bear it. I hope you can pierce through this sky. Yi Ruoxue brought the 2 humans and 1 beast and quickly flew towards the south. Because they were going back, they didn't hold back and flew very high. After a short while, they flew out of the dark forest and headed straight for Tsang City. Xiao He. Lord Devourer can understand you. Yi Qinghan didn't have anything to do in the air, so he started to transmit his voice to Xiao He. He was curious how Lord Devourer could communicate with Xiao He. Yeah, she's really powerful. She can talk to me directly in my soul, just like the 2 of us. I don't need to say anything. She knows it just by thinking about it. Xiao He seemed to be in a good mood after talking with Lord Devourer. Her voice sounded excited. Yeah, so powerful. Yi Qinghan was speechless. He continued to ask curiously, what did she tell you? Did she tell you about your origin? No, she just said that my parents aren't in the fiery dragon continent. She said that my competence is still weak. She will tell me everything after I've reached the god realm. Yeah, she said that I need at least 10 years to mature. She said that the divine beast's maturation period is relatively long. She told me not to hurry and to have fun. She will take care of the other things, Xiao He said reluctantly. Your parents aren't in the fiery dragon continent? Did she tell you what her relationship with you was? Yi Qinghan felt strange. He had thought that Lord Devourer would be Xiao He's mother or grandmother. They were both divine beasts with the same surname of Devourer. Moreover, Lord Devourer said that she had brought Xiao He to the fiery dragon continent. Xiao He kept silent for a while, then transmitted his voice. Yeah, she said that according to seniority, she's my aunt. But, we're not related by blood. Chapter 285. Auntie? Not related by blood? Yi Qinghan was surprised. He didn't expect that Xiao He and Lord Devour had such a relationship. What he couldn't figure out was why Lord Devour brought Xiao He to the Fire Dragon continent if they weren't related by blood. Where were Xiao He's parents? Why did Lord Devour choose to live in the Fire Dragon continent? Where did she and Xiao He come from? However, Yi Qinghan asked Xiao He a few more questions, but he didn't get a definite answer. It seemed that he would only know many things after Xiao He matured. Originally, Yi Qinghan wanted to know something from the conversation between Blackie and Master Devour. He wanted to know why Master Devour had given him such an impossible task, and he wanted to see if he could find a way to ease the situation. Now that he thought about it, it seemed impossible. He couldn't help but feel uneasy. Boss, don't think too much. Just try your best. If it doesn't work, I will beg. Auntie. I will never let her hurt you. And I won't be separated from you. You will always be my boss. Xiao He sensed Yi Qinghan's mood and became a little anxious. She hurried to comfort him through telepathy. Well, there will always be a way. The road will be straight when it comes to the bridgehead, right? Yi Qinghan smiled bitterly, but he was still depressed. He thought that he could meet his relatives and get some treasures in the dark forest. With the protection of the continent's #1 powerhouse, he could do whatever he wanted in the Fire Dragon continent and live a happy life. He didn't expect that someone would install a time bomb on him. If he couldn't solve it, he would be smashed into pieces when the time was up. Boss, don't be so sad. Don't you still have 50 years? Believe in yourself. I believe that you can create a miracle. Xiao He had mixed feelings as well. He was looking forward to meeting his family and learning about his background on the way to the dark forest. He didn't expect that things would turn out like this. Although his aunt was very kind to him, and he could feel Lord Devour's love and care for him from the bottom of his heart. However, he had asked Lord Devour why she had treated Yi Qinghan that way. Unexpectedly, Lord Devour was resolute on this matter. He didn't want to say anything, and Shi Yan didn't have any solution. 50 years is still a long time. Yes. In 6 years, I went from an elite realm trash to an emperor realm expert. There are still 50 years left. I don't believe that I can't break through to the deity level. Yi Qinghan fell silent for a moment and stopped thinking about it. He was only 21 years old. There were still 50 years left. 50 years was still very far away for him. By that time, he would already be over 70 years old. Even if he died, it would not be considered a premature death. As long as he worked hard and tried his best, it did not matter. It was not like he had never died before. As he thought about it, his mood gradually became cheerful. As long as one lived a wonderful life, it did not matter how many years he lived. Done talking? At this time, Yi Ruoxue transmitted her voice to him. Apparently, she had been paying attention to Yi Qinghan. Yes. Forefather. Yi Qinghan turned his head and saw that Yi Ruoxue was transmitting her voice to him. She probably wanted to know about the conversation between him and Lord Devour, but she didn't want Yi Qingyu to know. Hence, he also transmitted his voice. Tell me everything about the conversation between you and Lord Devour and Xiao He. As expected, Yi Ruoxue directly asked about this matter. Yi Qinghan thought for a while and felt that there was no need to hide this matter. Hence, he transmitted his voice to Yi Ruoxue honestly. After listening to him, Yi Ruoxue frowned. After a long silence, she transmitted her voice again. It seems like it's a good thing, but it's also a disaster. Lord Devour has high expectations for you. If you can break through to the God realm within 50 years, I think your future will be bright. Perhaps you can solve it. Yeah, perhaps with Lord Devour's help, you can leave the Fire Dragon continent, this dead well, and go to a bigger arena. He wants you to break through to the God realm within 50 years, and he won't give you any help. I think it's a test for you. Of course, if you can't break through, I guess he won't kill you. But, Xiao He will be taken away. So, sigh. Try your best. Yi Ruoxue turned to look at Yi Qinghan. She had almost told him the secret of the fire dragon continent. However, as she thought that Yi Qinghan was still a teenager, and he already had a heavy burden on his back, it would be too heavy if he was shackled again. Thus, she changed the topic immediately. Yes, forefather. I will try my best. Although Yi Qinghan felt that Yi Ruoshui's words had some problems, he didn't think much and just kept silent. A few days later, the three of them flew to the mountain behind the Yi family. Yi Ruoshui directly landed beside a small lake. Little Han, rest well and cultivate well. Don't worry about anything else. I will think of a way. Yi Ruoshui patted Yi Qinghan's shoulder to comfort him. Then, he turned to look at Yi Qingyu and encouraged her, little you, cultivate hard and try to break through to the God realm as soon as possible. In the future, you will be able to help your brother even more. After saying that, he took out 2 jade talismans from his bosom and gave them to Yi Qinghan and Yi Qingyu. Then, he said again, if you want to find me, directly inject your battle chi into the messaging talisman, and I will immediately know. You can play around in the House of Aries, but don't leave the House of Aries. I will leave first. After saying that, Yi Ruoshui directly teleported and returned to the place where he cultivated in seclusion. There were many things that he needed to think about, and there were also many things that he was very concerned about, such as the divine sword. Xiao. As soon as Yi Ruoshui disappeared, 2 figures flashed out from a group of small pavilions in the distance. It was Yi Tianlong and Yi Qingyu. Obviously, they had noticed the 3 of them. Grandpa, Grand Elder. Eldest Grandpa, Second Grandpa. Yi Qinghan and Yi Qingyu greeted them at the same time. Hee, you have returned so quickly. Yes, go and rest first. We can talk about it later. Little Han, do you want to continue living in the mountain behind or go to the castle? I have specially built a garden for you at the place where you used to live. It is very good. Yi Tianlong said with a smile, waving his hand casually. Built a garden for me? At the place where I used to live? Hearing this, Yi Qinghan's interest was piqued. The scenery at the back of the mountain was good, and it was also very quiet. However, living with Yi Tianlong and the others was a bit uncomfortable, and he wasn't used to it. Now that he heard that the Yi family had specially built a courtyard for him, and it was on the courtyard that he had burned down, he naturally chose the latter without hesitation. Yes, Qingyu and I will live in the castle. Of course, we will also come to the back of the mountain to stay for a few days if we have nothing to do. Hee, Qingyu, you are right. This brat definitely won't be used to living in the back of the mountain. Alright, Qingyu, take them down. Little Han, rest well for a few days. I will come and find you in a few days. Yi Tianlong laughed, turned around, and flashed towards the group of pavilions in the distance. Yi Qingyu was too lazy to walk, so he led the 2 of them down the back of the mountain and directly flew towards the east courtyard. Yi Qinghan secretly felt grateful to Yi Qingyu. Yi Qingyu looked careless and had a very bad temper, but he was also very meticulous. He knew that Ling Han had a conflict with the west courtyard, so he specially had someone build a courtyard in the east courtyard where he lived. This was very much to Ling Han's liking. After a short while, they arrived at the east courtyard. Yi Qinghan looked at the familiar scenery around him, as well as the place where he had lived for over a dozen years. When he saw that an extremely beautiful and grand courtyard had been erected in front of him, he couldn't help but feel all sorts of emotions welling up in his heart. The small courtyard that he had lived in for over a dozen years had already disappeared. The nearby buildings had also been demolished, and scenic trees had been planted all over the place. There was a large green courtyard in the midst of the lush green trees. 3 large golden words were glowing on the gate of the courtyard, Chilling Heart Pavilion. Welcome back, young clan head. At this moment, 8 familiar figures walked out of the courtyard, and they walked directly to the gate as they respectfully half-knelt. They had strong bodies that resembled doorposts, and they wore charming smiles on their faces. They were the 8 great door gods of the Yi family. Hee, life is full of ups and downs. Let's go, Qingyu, take a look at our new home. Yi Qinghan chuckled, and pulled Yi Qingyu's hand as they walked inside. Chapter 286. The Chilling Heart Pavilion was very big. As soon as they entered the garden, they saw a huge fake mountain. There were small trees on the fake mountain, and there were flowers on the trees. The flowers were pink with a hint of purple, and they were very beautiful. There was a pool under the rockery. The pool was not deep, and there were a few small fishes of different colors swimming happily in it. On both sides of the pool was a smooth bluestone path, and both sides of the path were planted neatly with unknown scenic trees. Along the bluestone road, Yi Qinghan pulled Yi Qingyu all the way forward. In front of them, there were rows of well-proportioned bluestone pavilions. The entire building complex was made of a type of bluestone wood. From afar, they could smell a faint fragrance. Little Han, not bad, right? The Chilling Heart Pavilion was more than 3,000 square meters, and it had cost a lot of money to build. Just the green zen wood alone was worth tens of thousands of crystal coins. The fragrance of the green zen wood could prolong a person's lifespan, make them more energetic, and increase their vitality. Inside, there is a main hall, 3 side halls, and 24 rooms. The patriarch has even specially arranged for you 8 gatekeepers and 12 maids. Yi Qingyu slowly caught up to Yi Qinghan and began to explain in detail. Yi Qinghan was secretly speechless when he heard this. Back then, he had traveled to the Savage Mountain Range for a few crystal coins and narrowly escaped death several times. Back then, the small courtyard that he had lived in only had 3 rooms and a kitchen, covering an area of less than 200 square meters. Yet now, there were 3 halls, 24 rooms, and even a front and a backyard. This was way too extravagant. Supreme Elder, isn't this too extravagant? It's too wasteful to have more than 20 rooms. Also, I don't think there's a need for a maid. Yi Qinghan scratched his head in embarrassment. He was not an ancient prince. There was no need to be so particular, right? Although he had successfully changed his identity from the 7th son of the Yi family to the 7th young master of the Yi family. However, he was still not used to such a grand occasion. No waste, no waste. Originally, I wanted to build more, but the chief said that if it didn't work out, we could just build more in the future. Your identity is different now. You have to understand that you are not only representing yourself, but also the Yi family. Moreover, you are about to go to the Yu clan to ask for their hand in marriage. You must be particular about marrying the Yu clan's holy maiden. Yi Qingyu hurriedly waved his hand and said in an unconcerned manner. However, when it came to marrying Yu Qingsheng, a hint of anger flashed in Yi Qingyu's eyes. He stared at Yi Qinghan and actually secretly transmitted his voice to him. Little Han, when did you steal my precious granddaughter's heart? How are you going to deal with this? When Yi Qinghan heard this, his expression immediately became awkward. He had originally planned to ask Yi Qinghan for her hand in marriage after everything had settled down. He had not expected Yi Qinghan to directly ask for her hand in marriage. Thus, he hurriedly transmitted his voice in slight embarrassment. Qinghan is preparing to marry Qingsheng, Qinggu, and Qingyu together. I was planning to go to your place to ask for her hand in marriage in the next few days. At least you still have a conscience. Alright, remember to bring a few treasures that you've hidden. When Yi Qinghan heard this, his eyes and brows were full of smiles. Yi Qinghan's meaning was very clear. If the 3 of them were to marry together, then they would be 3 official wives. This would not be a disgrace to Yi Qingwu's status. Yi Qingwu was wholeheartedly loyal to Yi Qinghan, so Yi Qinghan could not do anything about it. Moreover, he was very satisfied with Yi Qinghan. Yi Qingwu could be considered the 3rd person to follow Yi Qinghan after Yi Qingyu and Yu Qingsheng. Now that she could obtain the status of an official wife, it was not bad. He immediately laughed loudly and glanced at Yi Qingyu, who was beside him, and said, "You are a dissolute brat. I don't know how many more wives and concubines you will marry in the future. I built a few more rooms for you in preparation for the future. Alright, you go in and rest by yourself. I'll be going back first." Yi Qinghan's words did not cause any fluctuation in Yi Qingyu's emotions. Yi Qingyu's thoughts were very simple. As long as she could be with Yi Qinghan, she would be very happy and satisfied. She did not care how many wives and concubines Yi Qinghan married. As long as Yi Qinghan was happy, she would be happy. She and Yi Qinghan watched as Yi Qinghan left, then hurriedly pulled his hand and walked into the loft. They began to look around their new home with great curiosity and joy. After looking around, Yi Qinghan was very satisfied with his new home. The entire loft was a duplex building. It had 2 floors, and there was a wide rooftop at the top. The furniture, decorations, and appliances were all brand new. Moreover, the decorations were not very complicated, revealing a hint of nobility and elegance. This made Yi Qinghan feel very comfortable. What are the names of the 8 of you? Finally, Yi Qinghan and Yi Qingyu sat down in the main hall. They looked at the 8 door gods, who were bowing in fear and trepidation as they waited for their orders. Young clan leader, you can call me Ada. They are San. Ba. As soon as Yi Qinghan spoke, the person standing at the front of the 8 door gods immediately bowed and smiled. His smile was very bright and carried a hint of charm. They had a very deep impression of Yi Qinghan. After all, they had been very rude and mocking towards Yi Qinghan. Ever since Yi Qinghan caused havoc in the enchanted garden and his status in the Yi family soared, they had always been afraid that Yi Qinghan would find trouble with them. Now that the clan leader had bestowed them to Yi Qinghan, they became even more nervous. They were afraid that the clan leader wanted them to be used by Yi Qinghan to vent his anger. Ada? San? Ba? Ba? Which bastard gave you this name? Sure enough, Yi Qinghan immediately flipped out and cursed. Young clan leader, you can't blame us. It was second young master who changed it for us. We were also very helpless. The 8 people panicked and immediately knelt down to plead for leniency. Yi Qingxian? So it was this idiot. No wonder. Yi Qinghan laughed. He couldn't help but laugh when he thought of this second young master who had been beaten by him several times. Ba, he actually called him Ba. Although there was no such thing as Ba in this world, every time Yi Qingxian saw Ba, he would call him Ba with a smile. Yi Qinghan couldn't help but laugh again. He waved his hand powerlessly and said, change it, change it. From now on, you are called Little One, he is called Little 2, Little 3. Little 8, N. Little 8 is no good, call him Little 9. Thank you, young clan leader, for bestowing names. Seeing that Yi Qinghan didn't get angry, they thought everything was fine and quickly smiled. Alright, I'll give you a mission now. Go and invite Miss Qing Wu Qing Cheng here. Then, send an invitation to Feng Zilong, Sainan, Hua Zhilong, and Long Shui Lu. Invite them to a banquet tonight. After that, help me complete a secret mission. Go to the outskirts of Tsang City and run 500 laps around the city. No stopping. Of course, you must finish before dawn. If you can't finish, you'll have to double tomorrow. This is very important. If you miss a lap and ruin my plan, don't blame me for flipping out. Secret mission? Run 500 laps. The 8 huge men almost fell to the ground when they heard this. Their faces became even more bitter than cucumbers. Tsang City was so big. With their strength, running dozens of laps wouldn't be a problem. But to run 500 laps, they had to finish before dawn. They reckoned that their legs would definitely break. What kind of T mission was this? He was obviously messing with them on purpose. Revenge, this was Yi Qinghan's undisguised revenge. At this moment, the 8 of them hated themselves incomparably. Why did they look down on Yi Qinghan in the past? Now, they were finally suffering the consequences of their actions. Why? Why are you still standing here? Are you waiting for me to treat you to a meal? Or are my words as the young clan leader useless? When Yi Qinghan saw the 8 of them acting like this, he was secretly delighted. However, his expression was even colder and angrier. Swish! When the 8 of them heard this, they quickly came to their senses and rushed outside. They were very clear that this was Yi Qinghan's punishment for the way they treated him in the past. And now, Yi Qinghan's status in the Yi family was like the sun in the sky. His words were much more effective than the words of the disciplinary court. Of course, they didn't dare to disobey. Otherwise, what awaited them would be the disciplinary court's tiger stool and chilly water. Chapter 287. Brother, it's not good to teach them a lesson like this, right? Isn't 500 laps too much? Yi Qingyu picked up the cup of tea on the table and looked at the backs of the 8 people who were running away in panic. She could not bear to say this. These 8 people have bad characters. Just punish them a little. Don't worry, they won't die of exhaustion. Yi Qinghan looked at Yi Qingyu's slightly furrowed eyebrows and her big eyes. He thought of the things that had happened over the years and sighed guiltily. Girl, I've made you suffer all these years. Not at all. As long as I can stay by your side, I'm not afraid of any hardships. Yi Qingyu put down the teacup and shook her head slightly. She blinked her big eyes at Yi Qinghan and said softly. Her tone was very calm and her expression was very serene. Yi Qingyu's calm words made Yi Qinghan feel incomparably warm and touched. His eyes moved up and fell on the white hair on Yi Qingyu's head. His heart could not help but ache. He stood up and slowly walked in front of her. He stretched out his hands and gently wrapped them around her slender waist. He picked her up and then sat down. He picked up Yi Qingyu and sat her whole body on his lap. Don't worry, I will never leave you again. Never. Yi Qinghan's slender fingers gently slid across Yi Qingyu's long white hair. His heart was filled with infinite tenderness. This woman was willing to die for him. Her hair turned white for him. She was willing to risk her life to break into the god-slaying mountain for him. Brother, I want to be your bride. I want to marry you and bear your children. You promised me back then. Yi Qingyu's face became shy after being hugged by Yi Qinghan. Her snow-white face flushed red as she lowered her head and said in a low voice. To be able to marry a woman like Qingyu is the fortune that I have accumulated over 100 lifetimes. Little girl, don't you know how outstanding you are? You'll become a god in a few years. Brother, would I dare not marry you? Seeing Yi Qingyu reveal such a shy expression for the first time, Yi Qinghan chuckled and teased her. Yi Qingyu looked up and shook her head slightly. She opened her lips and said, It doesn't matter if I become a god or not. What matters is that I can be your wife. Qingyu, I want to tell you something. After a period of time, I'm preparing to marry you and Qingqing Qingwu at the same time. Qingqing met Qingqing at the Yu clan. She treats me very well, and I like her very much. As for Qingwu, I had carelessly ruined her body. Moreover, she was deeply devoted to me. So, tell me, isn't this brother a beast? Yi Qinghan was silent for a moment. He decided to make this clear to Yi Qingyu first. Although he knew that Yi Qingyu definitely wouldn't say much, this matter had to be made clear sooner or later. Today, he might as well grit his teeth and say it. Brother, there's no need to say anything. I don't mind. I know that you'll treat me well. This is enough. Yi Qinghan's words didn't cause Yi Qingyu's expression to change in the slightest. Instead, she stretched out her finger and placed it on Yi Qinghan's lips. Her expression was gentle. And, once again feeling Yi Qingyu's unreserved affection, Yi Qinghan's eyes became misty. He didn't say anything and simply wrapped his arms around Qingyu's slender waist. He hugged her tightly, unwilling to let go. Little Han. Little Han. Just as Yi Qinghan was enjoying the incomparably warm world of the two of them, the sound of hurried footsteps and Yi Qingwu's angry shout came from outside the hall. Yi Qinghan hurriedly pushed Yi Qingyu away, letting her stand up. He himself went outside to welcome them. Through the green door, Yi Qingwu, wearing a sexy fiery red skin-tight leather skirt, appeared first. Then, Yi Qingqing, dressed in a peach-red dress, came in with a smile. Little Han, the clan is too biased towards you. Your garden is many times better than mine. It's all made of green zen wood. It's too extravagant, too extravagant. Yi Qinggu pouted and shook her cute little nose. She had a face full of complaints as she walked in. Yu Qingqing didn't say anything. After a faint smile, she began to size up the furnishings inside. Hee, Sister Xiao Wu, isn't this your garden in the future? It won't be long before you and Sister Qingqing get married together. What are you jealous of? Yi Qinghan felt awkward and didn't know what to say. On the contrary, Yi Qingyu, who was beside him, spoke in a magnanimous manner. She even winked at Yi Qinghan very mischievously. Yes, that's right. What are you jealous of? You're both my women. Isn't what's mine yours? Yi Qinghan grinned. He came to his senses and started to make a fuss with Yi Qingyu. Hey! Who agreed to marry you? Shameless. After hearing what was said, Yi Qinggu and Yu Qingcheng's expressions became shy. Yi Qinggu directly pulled Yu Qingcheng's hand and glared at Yi Qinghan. She said angrily, Qingcheng, ignore this scoundrel. Let's go and take a look. After saying this, she pulled Yu Qingcheng and ran away like a wisp of smoke. Haha. Let's go, Qingyu. Let's go and take a look at the rooftop. I'm going to set up a banquet there tonight to entertain Long Sainan, Feng Zi, and the others. Yi Qinghan laughed loudly and pulled Yi Qingyu along as they walked. In the evening, Feng Zi and the others arrived at the invitation. They stayed in the Yi family castle because they wanted to build a good relationship with Yi Qinghan and rope an external help to confirm their status in the family. When they heard that Yi Qinghan had returned and even invited them to attend a banquet, they naturally arrived on time. Young Master Han, your garden makes people envious. Feng Zi shouted as soon as she entered the door. Her eyes glanced around randomly. Southern city stone, elegant lake-colored carp, purple camphor tree, fireworks, green zen wood. Incredible. Young Master Han, this garden of yours cost at least 100,000 crystal coins. Our Hua family only uses this green zen wood when we go into secluded cultivation. However, your entire loft is filled with it. Your Yi family is too extravagant. Hua Shu was obviously a knowledgeable person. She looked around and actually described everything in the garden in detail. Her face was filled with envy. The thing that the Yi family doesn't lack the most now is crystal coins. Young Master Han can casually take out a few treasures and you can exchange them for 10 or even 100 cold heart pavilions. A trace of jealousy flashed in Long Shuelio's eyes. His gaze slid past Yu Qingcheng, Yi Qinggu, who was standing beside Yi Qinghan. His heart was filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. Long Sainan, who was dressed to the nines, looked heroic. She looked at Yi Qinghan, who was standing with a smile on her face, and a trace of complicated emotions flashed in her eyes. She praised, this garden is very elegant and well decorated. I like it. Stop joking around. Let's go to the rooftop. We'll drink to our heart's content tonight. You're not allowed to use battle chi to force us to drink. Yi Qinghan smiled and led the group to the rooftop. Come, let's have a toast to our reunion after 5 years. Let's drink to our friendship. For the heaven god Tyr. The stars twinkled in the sky, and the full moon hung high in the sky. A cool breeze carried the faint fragrance of zen and wine, enveloping the entire cold heart pavilion. On the rooftop, everyone drank to their heart's content. Even Yi Qingyu, who had never drunk before, joined the group. Long Shuailu and Long Shuailu came here to establish a good relationship with Yi Qinghan. Of course, they kept drinking like water. Yu Qingcheng and Yi Qinggu were in a good mood, so they unconsciously drank a lot of wine. Long Shuailu, on the other hand, was in a complicated mood, but she drank the most. The maids kept serving jars of wine and plates of delicacies. For a moment, the atmosphere of the rooftop was strong, and the fragrance of wine permeated the air. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, it was already late at night. Everyone was slightly tipsy and started to leave. In the end, only Yi Qinghan and the 3 women were left on the rooftop. Sister Xiao Wu, we're going back. Yu Qingcheng's face was flushed, and her peach-colored clothes made her look even more beautiful. She timidly looked at Yi Qinghan's drunken and confused eyes. He kept glancing at her and Yi Qingwu like a wolf. She couldn't help but feel nervous. She quickly pulled Yi Qingwu's sleeve and said, "Eh." Yi Qingwu burped unladylike. She patted her plump chest, and the light in Yi Qinghan's eyes became even more intense. She also realized that the situation was not good. She quickly stood up slowly and pulled Yu Qingcheng to walk down the balcony. Chapter 288. Xiao. Yi Qinghan was obviously drunk as well. Seeing that the two of them were about to leave, he was a little anxious. He hadn't tasted a woman for several years. Today, with three such gorgeous beauties here, he wouldn't be a man if his heart wasn't like a monkey and galloping. However, he was obviously a little drunk as well. He wanted to switch positions to hug the two of them, but he dodged and directly crashed into the exit of the rooftop. Pung! This crash wasn't very painful, but it made Yi Qinghan stagger. Finally, he took a few steps back, swayed, and directly fell on his back. The back of his head heavily crashed into the rooftop's floor. This time it was very heavy, and he hurriedly covered the back of his head in pain. His body curled up, and he cried out softly. "Little Han, are you okay?" Yi Qingwu was a little flustered. She hurriedly swayed and squatted down, wanting to see if Yi Qinghan was okay. Unexpectedly, she was hugged by Yi Qinghan. The two of them rolled on the ground and struggled a few times. Finally, they were firmly pressed under Yi Qinghan's body. He opened his mouth and directly covered her tender red lips. "Aya, I can't watch anymore." Yu Qingcheng blushed a little as she watched this erotic scene. After a moment, she cried out in alarm. She lifted her skirt and ran towards the exit in a panic. She didn't want to do anything preposterous and shameful before she married Yi Qinghan. Hence, she took the opportunity to slip away as fast as she could. "Brother, you're acting like a hooligan." Yi Qingyu hurriedly cupped her burning hot face and followed Yu Qingcheng down without even turning her head back. In her pure heart, if one were to do such a shameful act before getting married, it would definitely be akin to acting like a hooligan. "Little rascal, let go of me, it's so embarrassing. I'm going to scream if you continue like this." Yi Qingwu struggled to break free from Yi Qinghan's rough kiss. She waved her two pink fists and continuously pounded on Yi Qinghan's back, roaring shyly. "Hee, it's not like I haven't done it before, what are you embarrassed about? Xiao Wu Jia, just follow this old monk." Ha! Yi Qinghan was now tipsy. He rolled around with Yi Qingwu, their bodies rubbing against each other. There was a raging fire in his heart. How could he stop? Oh! That won't do. If word of this gets out, how am I going to face others? "Little Han, just let me go, I beg you." As Yi Qinghan's hands moved all over Yi Qingwu's body, a strange feeling mixed with drunkenness welled up in her heart. Her whole body became limp and soft, and her two fists that were waving about also became powerless, begging in a low voice. "What are you afraid of? In the Yi family, who dared to speak carelessly? I'll chop off his legs. Come on baby, I'll be very gentle. Tonight, I'll make you the happiest woman in the world." Yi Qinghan didn't stop groping. Yi Qingwu's smooth skin made his eyes turn red. That night, for a few hours, the entire Cold Heart Pavilion was filled with strange and special sounds. The 12 maids in the pavilion were so scared that they couldn't sleep for the whole night. Such loud sounds, such powerful screams. How could a group of young girls who yearned for love endure it? How could they fall asleep? When the sky was about to brighten, the 8 door gods dragged their bodies back to the Cold Heart Pavilion. When they were about to wait for Yi Qinghan to wake up and report to him, they discovered a very strange scene. The 4 maids on night duty had bright red faces. Their eyes were like silk, and they were hurriedly tidying up their clothes. There were a few fruits on the table that were in the shape of strips, but they were glowing and emitting a special aura. "It's over, little scoundrel. I've spent a night here. Tomorrow, this news will definitely spread throughout the entire Yi family castle. I won't have the face to see anyone. You only know how to bully me. Yi Qingwu's face was turned to the side. Her upper body was naked, and she was nestling against Yi Qinghan's chest. Her hand was pinching his chest. Hee, isn't it simple? The sky is still dark, isn't it? You can just sneak back. Baby, do you like it when I bully you? Yi Qinghan said with a naughty smile. Damn, I don't have any strength left in my body. How can I walk back? No, you have to send me back. Otherwise, if my grandfather finds out, won't he skin you alive? Yi Qingwu pinched Yi Qinghan's arm and said with a sweet smile. All right, no one will discover my shadow step. I'll send you back secretly later. Yi Qinghan laughed mischievously. Why do we have to wait? Yi Qingwu raised her head and looked at Yi Qinghan in confusion. She saw the passion in her man's eyes and understood everything. She couldn't help but blush.